you.
Perfect.
All right, well,
Go ahead.
what time is it? It's more than time.
Yeah.
All right, so I'd like to call this budget meeting of the Georgia Select Board to order. It is the 10th of January. If you'll please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, flag of the Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You wanna go to, either Keith's or, fire or highway?
Like where?
Yeah, so we'll do Todd's.
Yeah, you can do it.
Sure, absolutely.
Public Works
Sure.
first and then highway.
Yeah, so I don't know if there was really, I'm trying to think of there wasn't a ton of changes in public works, there was a few things here or there. Let me see here. Does this show all of the edits or?
Far as I know, I mean, I'm.
Now, Todd has
going
seen
over
this,
There.
this edition.
No,
Okay.
yeah, my ask was that, we were gonna, the problem is is this the same edition that's saved on SharePoint or is this a different edition? Cause I think that's the other thing is,
This one, I believe, is the one saved on SharePoint with the one,
that we currently, that was when?
Let me see. I'm trying to get here.
Cause what I'd like to do is the biggest changes that we had are really not on this one, it's actually on the highway, correct? Which is, this one, there was a few things, a few thousand here or there, but what we'd like to do is today send this file to you so you can compare it to the file that you sent us originally, cause there's no way for us to bring up side by side. I'd like to be able to bring them up side by side, but the biggest one we really wanna review with you is the highway. So why don't you bring that one in,
Okay,
because that's the
it does look to be the current one.
so that's not the same one that we have on file, then, right?
Yeah, it's on the share file. The same amounts are on the share file. That I just pulled up.
Okay, so how do you know how do we know that's the same one?
I just clicked onto the share file
Okay,
and the numbers are the same.
well, just because the numbers here are the same doesn't mean that other parts of the document have changed though.
I'm not sure what's.
I'm
what
trying
changed.
to know,
Everything's been saved to the share drive.
okay, in the same file location that Doug saved it last time or a different file location?
It should be share file, with the budget
Okay,
4.0.
so how do I get the share file up on the computer? We got Facebook down on the other one.
Oh, that's
How
a
do I get the
4.0 at the
We
top.
weren't up to a 15%
Okay.
increase last time I checked. Is this because we ran through Denmark again?
What?
The
There's a
15,
big reason for the increase that you're seeing now versus what you've
I'll
seen
wait till you get
before.
Okay.
I'm gonna sit next to Cheryl.
Okay.
let's pull up what Todd originally requested for highway, so we can kind of walk him through. In fact, I can even pull up. If somebody can give me an extension cord,
I don't know.
I know, I've been asking, each time I come here, it's always a challenge to get a computer plugged in.
Turn back to anybody back there, yes.
The biggest change that we have here, Todd, which we'll walk you through, is the paving. I just wanna pull up your,
For an extension cord.
because Yeah.
Paving's on
Okay.
highway, not
Right.
public works, right?
Right.
paving on highway, which
Yeah.
is what we're on right now.
One in the closet.
Yep, so I'm gonna pull up what you sent us right now, so I can actually walk through line by
Yeah.
line.
Doug says if I can get into AirPlay on this, then I can hook to the screen.
Sent me that file. Here's the list of bridges.
Is this what you need?
Thank you very much.
I don't think that'll work. It
Oh,
doesn't have
it's
a ground.
evergreen.
No, it does not. Yeah, we need that.
There is no airplay here.
There's one here.
Okay,
Oh, this one has one. No, it's not. It's plugged in, so it's plugged in with plastic.
that's right. So for the paving and blacktop. You originally, oh, now that,
Now, let me see.
Should we just talk it out?
well, I'd like him to see it.
I know, I think he has, you have your original.
I've got my
Do
original.
you have
Okay.
it here?
Yeah.
Cool,
he's
let's
holding
sit, cool, come on up to the table, let's just
Yeah.
walk through it, cause.
Yeah.
This is likely gonna take some time then, otherwise. Alright, so basically. Yeah, go ahead and grab one of them, there you go. I'll try to do this so everyone can,
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
They did this whole setup.
so you have your original, which lines up with this one right here, right?
Should be.
Okay, so now let me pull up the actual file.
TOG public, go up.
I already got that one. It's getting it on here.
Sorry, guys, we're just trying to make do.
We're here.
Use one of
Not in
these.
public.
I'll insert it together. Actually, I can put it to that. Actually, I don't think one of those has power. Yeah, they both do. It's just funky.
What are you looking for?
I gotta go to the public one.
For documents.
So can I say something while you're? looking
Yep.
at that?
Select-board, yep.
It should be in
Have
public.
you and all your guys filled out the town survey,
No.
and you and your fire department, we're really missing the
Thank you very
younger
much, too.
demographic, and I know you have some in the fire department, and it's anybody who lives, works, or owns property in town, so even if they don't live in town.
Is this the
all
one
your
that's on the
guys
public yet?
should Be filling it out,
We did it on.
it's
That's-
pretty easy.
Due date is
So, but
17th.
then
Most of
I have
them
to
are.
go to-
Okay, we've only
But
got
I
a
just
couple
go back.
hundred back, we're
Right,
looking for at least
so
300.
Okay.
Susanna, last day is 17th. I know I have.
So-
I think we're extending it to the 20th.
The biggest change,
Somewhere
when
in
you
that
look at what
I have
your
one, I
original
just been
budget
bringing it
was,
up.
which was for paving blacktop, which was, I think you said, what, 315,
But I'm
but
not the-
ideally you really wanted the
Demographic.
350.
It's probably not gonna show.
Right.
Well, we're also.
What we did is,
visiting-
although it looks like we're reducing it, we are reducing it, we're just reducing this line item to 45,000. But we're then back funding it through, two sources. We have the money that was coming back to ARPA, right?
Yeah.
There was
Well, we said, we put $178,000.
$178,000. Plus the 45,000,
That was there.
plus,
Plus there was 65 in, or not 45. I think it was 85 in the reserve account.
which is gonna bring you to $309,000. It basically gets us to the 315. It's just differently, it was just because the money that you were able to save from doing the bid, right? Because originally we had allocated money last year to ARPA. But because you were able to get the grant, money came back to the ARPA fund, so we're reallocating ARPA to be able to do this, because what we're trying to do is. We're trying to reduce the big number. Everybody's budgets, even when people came in on budget, when you put it through NEMRIC, through the salaries and increases and everything. The number overall is inflated, so we're trying to find areas everywhere where we can shave things down, so it was just a way that we could get the number down to a reasonable amount. So you're still gonna get your 315, you're just not going to see it here, it's just gonna be funded through 3 different sources. Just so, I just wanna make sure.
What was the 60-something thousand reserve fund?
So wasn't there 60-something thousand in the paving reserve? That's the problem with me not having the,
Yeah, I know.
I did.
Cause I didn't think we actually had a paving reserve.
Yeah, Alright,
I just saw it outlined in the
I just
notes
wanted to
from
see-
the
I just
last
wanted her to
budget
share.
meeting. Okay.
There is a bridge reserve. There's a paving reserve fund that has no money in it,
I think she just updated it. Yeah, I got that one.
because it
already.
has its own
I already got
account.
that one.
It has its own bank account,
Yeah, I got
Hold
it.
your
on.
paving reserve, and that I believe, yeah, the paving reserve
So you're.
Okay.
has its own bank account, and that is for something to do with zoning that had one person or something, that there was some paving money that was being held by the town. It's not much money. I can go tell you how much it is if you want.
Oh, it's
Didn't
like,
have money that was coming in.
Yes,
Yes.
so
Ray
I have-
put money
I have the breakdown.
aside when he updated the store for
So we reduced,
some other weird.
we reduced the paving down to 45,000 and we were adding 178K from ARPA. And that ARPA money that we were adding back in was a result of money that was coming back into ARPA because of the grant being funded from the work that you had did. Then there's 85,000 that is coming from paving reserve. So, and that was earmarked based on a conversation that we had with April. So are you saying there is not a paving reserve?
I'm gonna go tell you how much money is in that bank
Okay,
account.
perfect, because we were told there was $85,000 in that, which equals the 308. Now, if Perigo, we're also writing a letter to Perigo. Because Perigo basically came to us and said, hey, we're thinking that there needs to be some additional fill. And we're writing a letter back to them potentially saying, well, we appreciate that, but it's been this way for a long time, and if Perigo would like to move forward with filling that, you're more than welcome. And we
We're
would
not
be,
funding it.
and we would not be funding it, so therefore we would likely put that back into the paving reserve, which would then put you at 348,500.
Cause I'm wondering if it's paving reserve and the state aid to highway is where it's getting confused because.
So maybe that's what it is.
I was
The
wondering
state-
about that, but if it's in state aid to highway, we have to give it back.
Well, if it's state aid to highway,
If the state aid to highway money, I talked to Chip about that today, and I said, is there any way that we can move that so that we can use it next year? And he basically said, the answer to that is no, you can't do that.
You can give her yours.
But you can, in your end of the year budget, you can say that this is money, there's a line on the budget that says money from the previous year, we could put that in there. But let's see what the numbers look like, and your ARPA money looks a whole lot better than what it did.
yeah, but I guess we need clarity for Todd though, going into this. I thought we had this nailed down, but it seems a little more loose.
With the paving and
Yes, cause we specifically talked about $85,000 coming from paving reserve.
that $85,000 that you're talking about was the $85,000 in the two state aid to highway funds.
Okay,
But we can't move that.
okay. And this is, we just now found this out?
Yes, we can't move that.
Okay, And this
So you can take that additional $85,000 out of ARPA.
It's just gonna hurt next year when we go through and try to fund paving.
Yeah. Well, next year, we shouldn't be in this situation, right? Because next year we would then get funding.
You would have
State aid.
4 payments.
We would have state aid to
But-
highway funding.
Are you,
Yeah, and this needs to be documented in the file as well, because there's no documentation near that 45,000 and how that's being funded. There's just a blue highlighted.
so what you're looking at in his budget is what you're planning on putting in there from the general fund. Is what you're planning on putting in there. Go down to the highway. No, keep going. I believe he's down near the bottom.
Maybe 1710054515.
Should be, yeah,
It's coming back here for some reason.
keeps going back up there. It's gonna be weird.
I'm gonna send you both of these files, Todd, because I want you to look at these directly.
So I think you've got some savings here, so me and Cheryl had met with some prospective people yesterday and did interviews.
Okay.
But based off from the timeline, I do wanna put it to the board to try to hire somebody.
Mhm.
But we should be able to reduce at least, based off from timeline, we should be able to reduce at least a month's overtime and a month's wages and benefits out of there to help reduce that down too.
Okay.
Cause you're saying they won't start until
Right,
February.
it would be like, begin in the middle of February.
Yeah, because as you can see, even with that reduction. That reduction of 45,000, right? You know, and you got the funding, I think the funding, equipment to reserve fund. Down here, and that's another thing we wanted to show you as well, is what we're doing is. So we're doing two things. The reason why we pulled money out of the paving. Is because we actually wanted to take that money. And fund it into an equipment reserve fund. So we're not taking your money out of your budget and removing it. We're actually taking your money. And we're creating a funding source to actually get you on a schedule like Keith is on. So you guys can start getting new vehicles, because right now you guys are buying used vehicles. You know, that's great that you're buying them and they're cheaper, but you're now buying someone else's used vehicle.
No, I've been trying to get to the buy new.
Yeah. This is the only way we found a way to get you there. So what we said is, okay, we're gonna leverage ARPA to do paving, because that's infrastructure, right? We're gonna take that same money, so we're gonna increase the 125,000 to purchase a new truck. Now, we're not gonna be able to do that next year, because we have to fund this multiple years. So we're gonna basically fund this next year in 2024, and then the same amount in 2025. That is then gonna allow you to buy a brand new truck in 2026.
Yeah, I think our question was like, can you make it till then?
Even knowing that there's potentially higher amount of repairs.
It'll be difficult. My sticky point is it's gonna take 2 years to get a truck.
Yep.
So if we're planning on purchasing one in 2026, we need to put it out to the voters.
Yep.
To approve the purchase. You know,
Okay,
so because it's
Yep.
gonna take 2 years to
Yep.
get.
Yeah. And so, yeah, so then we need to, does that have to be an article?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you already have that reserve fund?
We've started, well,
No.
so we have
You
the,
can't magically start one, the town has to.
Replacement of the truck.
No, we
Yeah.
have the.
we have equipment, we have an
He-
equipment
he-
to reserve
he
fund.
has
So
that.
then,
The problem is, it's never been used as a reserve fund, it's been used to make payments.
that's how a lot of our reserve.
Exactly, and that, we wanna get away from that.
You don't have to do anything, you can fund the reserve fund through the budget.
We just
as long as
wanna-
it already exists.
Exactly,
Yeah.
so there already is something in the budget.
Mhm.
There's a line item in there right now. It's just currently, it's always been used to make payments on our used vehicles. So we basically wanna say, okay,
Are
Let's-
used or new vehicles.
used or new, yeah, sorry, used or new vehicles. So what we wanna say is we wanna kind of bite the bullet for 2 years, knowing we're probably gonna see a higher amount of, you know, repairs, but even when we ran the numbers the other day, if we were to buy that used vehicle, you know, if I think it was 60,000, you know, even with the normal repairs, let's say we had 40,000 in repairs, which is higher than normal, that would still be cheaper than a used vehicle, right? Than paying a $60,000 used vehicle, which could also still need repairs down the line. So we're hedging our bets that this is now gonna allow you to get on a program, and we'll wanna go forward, fund this every single year. It sounds great, exactly.
I'm gonna, like, I get this every year, and unfortunately, there always seems to be such a big turnover in select boards that the plan that you're putting in place now may not be the plan that next year or the year after will follow. That's the hard part of,
Well, I think,
But here's the positive piece of that, Todd, is if in this budget that the voters approved, and it says this is getting transferred to your equipment reserve, there's nothing that a
no,
future
because that money
board
was
can
used for
do
payments,
with that money
loan payments.
except
These
use
reserve
it for
funds,
the equipment
reserve funds
reserve.
have never been, have never been
So
used.
Right,
that
like,
part,
but
that
next
part,
year it may not be funded.
When I started looking at
Right,
that money,
that's
and where that
right.
money's going,
Yeah.
that money's going in, and
Yeah.
it's coming right
I
out.
think
to
that's,
pay
we
payments.
ran into some.
I've heard year after year,
So
this
we
is
said-
like,
You can't,
We can't do that.
it's a
We're
no-win
putting the reserve fund.
situation, I hear you.
Fund a
But
reserve for a capital.
I think somehow
purchase.
you gotta have
So
some
that's what
faith
we're trying
that
to do with this.
somebody's trying to do the
So,
right thing here
Of that amount,
with moving
there
your payments
is. I'll
to here,
answer you in just one
so that
second.
your equipment reserve is used just as such.
No, I agree with that. I'm just saying that this board's decision to do that sounds great, but other boards change that along the lines.
But even still, if they changed it and didn't fund it quite so much next year, you're still gonna have that money sitting in the equipment reserve, where right now you don't have anything.
Yeah, so,
So you're
and I
10
was trying
steps
to,
ahead.
I'm trying to explain to Ken as well too, because Ken underlined the 105,000 that was in the budget last year. But what I was explaining to Ken is that money is not an actual in reserve. That
Right.
money was used.
That's where the payments were made.
Are literally, and this has been going on for years. So we're trying to head that off and say, okay,
But there are, in cash restricted, there are two reserve funds for,
yeah, paving restricted fund
Mhm.
and then the highway reserve fund. I don't know what those are and what's in them. But that was last year, obviously.
Right, restricted is, isn't the same as a reserve.
Correct. So that was the biggest thing that we did to your budget. We wanted to create an opportunity to leverage the ARPA funds that we had, right? Cause we've got to allocate these funds, they're eventually gonna go away. We've got to find a way to get caught up on paving by funding it properly. We do that with ARPA and with some of the money that you leverage by getting that grant. And properly coming up with a funding mechanism to start getting you new vehicles and getting you on a new vehicle cycle. So then that would be your kind of homework as we're going forward is we need to look at what's the purchase plan, right? That goes into our capital budget, right? We're gonna start funding the purchase of new vehicles. How frequently do we need, what are the current age of your vehicles? How frequently do they need to be replaced, right? What's the loan schedule? Is it 5 years, 7 years? So that's the goal is to get you on a plan. So
But we're not taking a loan though, correct?
not this year, but we need to basically be able to fund this. So, once we go and make the payment in 2 years, we need to know how many years down the line are we gonna have to, get a new truck. But usually when you buy these trucks, they have a warranty of 5 years, 7 years.
You can buy the extra warranty, yeah.
Okay,
We've never bought the extended warranty for ours.
but you've also never bought new vehicles, right?
No, we've bought.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, alright. Alright, so if you wanna go line by line, we can definitely do that. None of
You've
the
got it
other
up on
ones
the
are
screen.
perfect, okay, cool. So do you wanna just look right down through it and just kind of go line by line, and if you have questions? And I wanna send this to you as well, cause I want you to be able to look at this and pick this apart. There's nothing else that we did was anything more than shaving a few hundred here or there.
Yeah.
Obviously, we looked at any areas that were significantly over. And then if we had to shave a little bit off of there, we did, but those are all just talking points. And it's really just to get this down because that magic number up top is so high right now. And just so you know which line, what line you're looking at, right?
Look at the third one in.
Yeah, this is,
Yeah. And you can see what was budgeted in 2022, what was actually spent. The actual numbers for 2024 are not 110% accurate. Because I have not run a new trial balance since a few things have happened. So there's have to be some changes there.
and I
but-
think Todd was saying, and I don't know if these numbers are reflective of it, Todd, are you saying with the new hire, there's a potential that the overtime is gonna go down?
Well, the overtime and the regular labor
Would
as
go
well.
down.
Do we-
Plan on.
Do we know, okay, so do we
if we
have
went-
those actual figures?
If we went into the union contract to figure out the amount of, the rate of pay for a new person as of right now. You should be able to subtract that out, and then I think it was based off from 20 hours a week of overtime,
Okay,
so.
You want that subtracted out?
yeah, if we're able to true up the numbers and make it more accurate, I think it'll just help us more. Cause as it sits right now, every department is still over budget, but I think you can only scrape you know, remove so much. You know, like this one's sitting, you know, 20% over, even though when you first did it, you know, you were right on, but it's just the way that when it goes in the number, it calculates everything.
Nothing.
Can you scroll down a little bit on that? A little bit more. So there, I think that's good.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
I should pray. Yeah. Yeah.
So you guys added more to my parts and supplies, that's correct?
It's on my desk.
Our parts and supplies, yeah, because we got rid of the beach parts and supplies.
Yeah.
We just, yeah, there was a beach equipment line,
Okay.
so we got rid of that and just put that money up above.
I have not had a chance to look it over.
And I'm gonna send you a copy of this file, just so you have it in Excel.
And you guys have the Excel spreadsheet now, right?
Yeah, the 4.0,
Yeah,
is that's the one we're working from?
are you working on the shared drive?
Yes.
The shared,
SharePoint?
yeah, but there's a. Let's see what you're working on.
I'm working at the exact same file location that.
So are you seeing the changes up here?
Let me see if I can actually see that you're in the file. Yeah, see, I don't see that anyone else is in the file.
Okay, so let me just.
So I went, when you look at the actual location, this is the location that you set the file.
Okay,
And
yeah,
that's the
so
file I'm working.
you're in a select board, go, there should be another one, there should be another folder in here called, select board share. Just click on this board documents here real quick.
That's what we're.
Yeah, there we go,
Okay.
SB share. Okay, these are the documents you wanna use.
Yeah, that file location wasn't ever sent to.
No, it just happened today. Like this afternoon, we got the file folder set up. Whoops, sorry, are you in it or you won't be in it?
No, I'm good right now.
Okay. So that's a shared drive that we all can access.
Perfect.
So what, the other one wasn't the beach, it was my winter parts and supplies and my regular parts.
Right, that all got combined. The beach, the winter parts, that all got combined.
And the file sharing for us is read only, correct?
Yes,
So what I'd love to do, if we can, are we able to share read-only rights to this budget with our department heads?
no. I don't have those controls. But those controls aren't really set up that way.
You need more, Jason, right?
Yeah, I'm fine, I'm just gonna bring it over here.
Can you go down a little bit more with that?
So I can share it right now with Georgia Road Foreman. Read-only rights.
Well, you're just sending him a copy of it?
Nope,
No.
no, I'm sharing it within SharePoint. Basically, what you're doing is when you share it with him, he's gonna get the file link in an email. And all he's gonna be able to do is open it and it's read-only rights.
Yeah, he'll click.
He basically clicks on it, you know, rather than attaching it in a document, I'm giving him rights to view it in real time. So they can actually at any time.
This
open
was
up that
done
budget
really
and see
quickly,
Where they're at.
So
Okay.
there may be holes in it, but I don't think there's many.
What's the orange?
Okay.
I know those are my vehicle payments.
Now, maybe he doesn't have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I almost
orange?
lost the horse.
Those
Yeah.
are my
So I
vehicle
gotta take care of
payments.
the night.
Yeah, so the orange, if I remember,
Okay.
But.
The way
they
that we're
did use
doing
the
it, we
stuff,
moved the orange.
And I do, like, I do have
out
it, but. they let the stuff-
I'll throw it in.
I'm gonna see if I can do something
No,
with
it's
it
over here.
before I say anything.
Okay.
That's why I haven't said anything.
You know,
Because I know that it's.
More they each have their phone.
I'm gonna try.
Also, can you explain what's, or go ahead.
So the orange section right now, she's just gonna move it where it is, the location, that's why it's orange. It's just a matter of her moving it inside, but your reserve account is only gonna be a saving, all reserve accounts are only gonna be savings.
Imagine that,
So
right?
anything
The
else,
savings
if you
account.
had payments, paying for trucks, those are gonna come out of the budget line items.
Okay.
So we basically moved all your budget line items for payments here. And then this is going into, this line here is going into your reserve account for future purchase.
And when we
Right, so
do,
that really helps me.
Yes, it
in-
does.
In the budget, because I'm getting the true 125.
Right, which is what I said.
Plus I'm not making the additional payments out of,
Right, the
Exactly.
payments are gonna come out of here, right? So next time that you go to buy a truck and in that reserve account,
you're gonna know exactly
there,
what you
if
have.
if this budget is approved, you will have 125,875.07. That's kind of a weird number.
It's because basically what I had done there is take, if you look at the formula for it, I took what we had put in there and subtracted out all of that to see what was gonna be left. So we were double checking because the way it was done before, all of the vehicles were in a different location. So they were under loans. The problem with that is, so let's say you have $100,000 in there, whatever was making the payments out of that was subtracted out of that, and whatever left was staying in your reserve account.
If there
In
was
your
anything-
case, you had money left, when we get to the fire department, yours is upside down in that scenario. So the money that was in your reserve isn't paying for all the loans that were out. So
the
that's,
1 year, well, it should have for the one, it should have.
it's like $8,000 under.
It
So,
should be, but, okay.
With the
Um,
interest, Keith.
yeah, payments and interest. So basically they increase, as you can see here, which is hard to see, but, so increasing it to the 125, so that this year, next year, that should get you to the point of a new truck in 26, cause you said it's 250 for a new truck, right?
Yeah,
So that would get you to that point.
I think
Now.
I think the biggest challenge we're going to have is as those truck prices go up.
Yeah.
This is what probably happened years ago, right? This was probably a funding mechanism that was put in place years ago, but over time, those truck purchases cost more. So you're saving what you think you have, and then when it comes time to purchase a truck, it costs 30% more, but you need a truck now. So what do? You buy a used truck and round we go, right? So that's the biggest challenge this town is going to have is this will work with the same $125,000 for the next several years. But in the 5 years from now,
Yeah.
we're probably gonna have to start putting more than 125,000 away.
right, well, cause that covers my truck purchases, but it doesn't cover my backhoe, my loader when it comes time to replace them.
Yep.
So that's where it's gonna have to.
Well, the next thing that has to happen is a capital budget plan,
Yeah, I've got,
and that hasn't happened yet, so.
Yep.
So, okay, do you have any other questions?
not on that, I don't think, I mean, everything, like you said, looks like most of the numbers are all.
Yeah, things shifted a little bit here or there. We had to, shave a little bit off here or there, but overall the numbers are pretty solid. Do you wanna look at, Public Works?
Yeah.
This one was less drastic. This was just more of a line by line, just looking at the true up overall, unless I'm forgetting something, but.
No, Public Works was adding in, getting all of this stuff, all of this information in, we verified everything in here. So that's. Pretty much it.
So do we have a exact amount that we've spent for utilities?
Yeah, well, this line, you haven't finalized,
No.
This year,
I've
yeah.
gotta do,
this is a snapshot from like November,
I didn't follow
end of
what you did.
November.
But
here.
in your public works budget, that should be pretty close.
Not right.
Right, but there was a bunch of like Green Mountain Towers that we just went through that we were gonna be checking to find out if we'd already made 12 payments out of the month or out of the year.
And
Or
Bonnie's sitting on those, or did she pay them? She didn't pay them.
I don't know.
I'll ask.
I signed off on
Cause
them
we
to
still,
try to
we
get paid.
still have one.
I
We
know
haven't
that-
closed out 23 yet, so nothing for 24 has been paid.
Right,
Well, cause one of the things we were looking at is whether or not we'd already made 12 payments this year, or if they were supposed to, if it normally gets rolled over and gets applied for being
Right.
paid in January, but.
I know I checked the, town beach utilities today,
Yeah,
and that had the last two payments through December in it. So I know that one was, those were posted through the end of December.
Yeah, so I think everything that she had, they waited, so the last board meeting was still a 2023 warrant.
mhm.
So now we just gotta get 23 posts, so we get 24 stuff, so that's not late.
Right.
And then I think from the last time you guys saw it, this was the only janitorial supply services, so that this number includes. The janitorial service and the supplies are all in this one line item. And the janitor that you have who's on payroll is in your public works salaries,
Mhm.
I added that into that number. So. And then this one went to this was the one I was talking about before. So this town's beach equipment moved into the equipment maintenance.
Mhm. Okay, and as far as the plan for this year is that in the public works includes the two part-time people
Yep.
at $20 an hour.
Yes.
Yes.
One of the things I had brought up to Cheryl the other day is, the weekends at the beach. So if somebody has a function down there, how are we gonna get the trash emptied and?
Yeah.
Because raccoons and everything down there have been quite a nuisance,
So the two part-time people don't cover that? Is that what you're trying to say?
right? Those were gonna be for mowing only.
Well, when the boys did it,
Take in, take out.
Yeah,
Why do we pay for
Yeah.
somebody's garbage from their party? There's quite a few that we give freebies to and
Yeah.
they're still taking their garbage for them.
yeah, we should absolutely require them to,
No, we charge for the pavilion though, right?
right,
Well,
Sure.
but so often they just ask for it for free and we give it, which is another issue that we talked at.
I mean, what if we did something simple where if they wanted to rent the pavilion, they have to stop by here and sign something and they get 2 garbage bags, contractor garbage bags, and they say, you know, a requirement is you have to, you know, pack up your trash and you leave
but
it.
like when
You
you
have
have the
garbages.
softball tournaments and things
Yeah.
like that down
Yeah.
there.
There's garbage cans all over, there's
Yeah.
people that just
So-
drive down there and dump their trash that. right
So if they
minutes that-
do, then, okay, so we're checking the garbage on Friday. And I'm assuming, couldn't we
Monday.
check the garbage on Monday?
Yeah,
Well, if you've got people that are rent it for Saturday and Sunday, they're gonna be overflowing and you're gonna have,
Yeah.
so that's just something that it came up.
Yeah,
So when my boys did the mowing, they also did the trashes.
Right.
And,
yeah, but that doesn't
About-
cover, what he just said was Saturday and Sunday.
yeah, they did it on weekends.
Oh, they mow on
My,
weekends.
my boys did it when they had availability and mowed through the week, on
Mhm.
weekends, emptied trash, did the bathroom, whatever, on the weekend stuff, when they were both doing it. So I don't know if whoever we hire can do the same thing.
I mean, you're talking.
Well, they can't mow if there's games and stuff.
Sure,
No, but could they
Oh,
use
so they
some
can
of
go down
their,
and do the
some
trash,
of,
that's
you know,
what
if
my
they're
kids did.
working, say, 20 hours a week, can they
one of their hours
save
be
an
a
hour
weekend.
for checking the trash
Right.
at the beach?
Cause my
Yeah.
kids went down and just did
We
trash.
could
and
build
or
in the
toilet
job
or-
description
right.
of, you know, once per week, right?
Right, or they go around and do,
Weekend.
a lot of times they did the weed whacking on the
Right.
weekends and, you know, there's a lot of weed whacking down there that gets done that's not really bothering people that are down there, so.
Mhm. Just, it was something to consider that.
Yep.
I hadn't really thought about.
No, that's a good point though.
Well, of those 2 people, could one be working one day of the weekend anyway?
That's just how you schedule,
Mhm.
how you schedule.
Yeah.
But we should probably start advertising now for 2 seasonal employees to do mowing and trash.
Yeah, cause I think even at $20 an hour, I think we're gonna be hard to find somebody, cause they gotta be at least 18 in order to run a mower or weed whacker or.
You can get a college kid coming back, you know, they're gonna start looking here in the next month or so for a summer job, so.
Todd, so I'm replying to your original 11/21 email where it had all of the budgets.
Okay,
And I'm gonna send you an Excel file. Doug, you're right. So when I actually went to go share it, it then flagged it saying he doesn't have permissions. We can give them read-only permissions. It's just something we have to change within SharePoint. Because all we have to do is we have to look at the owner of that particular, so like the select board, right? That's the select board's page. We can assign who has the rights to view certain files.
Right, so the new folder that we created, that select board share has administrator, zoning administrator, and treasurer in it.
Okay,
So if you wanna add to that, I can have Matt add to that, so.
yeah, it doesn't, I mean, I'm just wondering if they should, I mean, cause it would make sense to have our department heads have a SharePoint location where they would have files, right? I mean, cause how else are we storing documents?
Well, they have their own SharePoint. So basically, everybody has, so finance has their own share that has certain access.
Okay,
Zoning has its own that has access, administrator has their own that has
I
access.
see,
We're moving, so
Okay.
we're going from we're trying to move everybody from the server here into the cloud.
Yep.
Because once we went to the notebooks, everybody's going to cloud.
yeah,
And then we're limiting access to those folders.
Sure,
and
that
each
makes-
the
yeah, of
access to
course.
that. So that was
Sure.
a new created one we just did today
okay,
with so that we could share this document with you in real time, because we
Gotcha.
couldn't do that before.
okay, no, that makes
But
sense.
if you wanna add to that, that's.
Nah, I'm not gonna, I won't mess with it, that makes sense, if they have their own, that's fine, I just
Right.
wanna make sure.
Yeah, he has his own that he has his documents in,
Yeah.
fire
just-
station will do the same thing. so.
Maybe down the road for budgeting purposes, if the department heads, at least as we're building budgets, I mean, it would be great to have a common place that all department heads and the administration could at least get a glance at the budget.
Yeah, there is a common share folder,
You know, even
I'll
if
have
they
to
can't,
look and see who's on that.
Yeah, just-
There is a common share that we have though.
that way if Todd, on Friday at 3:30 wants to see how the budget's progressing, he can just open it and look at his changes and be informed as well as talk with us.
Yeah.
It's just a thought. Oh yeah, go ahead and point out anything if you have any questions. Public Works ones is a little more straightforward.
But there was an interesting thing that we found in looking back in this library utility one. That the same thing happened in 2014, exactly the same thing,
What's that?
that the electricity spiked due to the heat pumps. It's the
Really?
exact same scenario. I found it, I was looking up some stuff in the minutes as we were going through this. And I came across it was exactly the same situation.
Where the heat was off, the main,
The electricity spiked in the library, and when they went in, they actually had the
I have the minutes on my desk.
Efficiency Vermont come in, and actually they set up a whole thing in there, and they found that it was the heat pumps that was driving the price up
yep,
in there, so they turned the heat pumps off and went to the other side, so. And that was back when they had a gas or an oil furnace in there, so.
How did we correct that this year then?
He
We just-
turned the heat pumps off. when-
Oh, okay.
yeah, they're not, I mean, they're efficient as far as cooling, but if you're running them as electric heat around the clock in the
Yeah,
winter, I'll take electric bill.
Why did it say brick house in Gordon's Mill next to the?
That's those are under the utility lines. here
Yeah,
includes the utilities for the brick house museum over here and Gordon's Mill.
okay. The brick house
Probably.
isn't covered by the historical society?
No, that's under the town.
Only because it's seasonal, I mean, they only turn it on in the spring, right? They
Yeah.
run
So the town owns that building. The historical society owns their building and Gordonsville building, but we have a long-term rental agreement on Gordonsville building. So we're responsible for the
What's up with Gordon's Mill building?
storage mostly.
So what do we pay utilities there for? Electricity?
Electricity for a couple months out of the summer.
so you can see in there.
I can't imagine they use much. No.
Yeah, but you're probably paying more just to have the meter socket there.
Which actually, one thing that we'll have to keep an eye on is now that we don't have the motion switch downstairs. You know, driving by in the middle of the night, the lights are on downstairs a lot.
Yeah, it's because Pass Pro was down there and he forgot to turn it off, I think.
So we sent him the bill, right?
Every time.
Well, we just switched it over just, last week or something.
Yeah.
Todd's still reviewing his portion of the budget then.
I think so.
So library went down, right? Am I reading that right?
Which one, library utilities
Well,
or
library building maintenance, 8,000.
library building maintenance?
Down,
I didn't have online what it was currently or what this year's
down
was.
to Doug.
Yeah, I think it's consistent though, right? Cause I thought it was,
You spent
Well,
$5,600.
it's up to 8,000.
Yeah.
Because you were gonna add, there was a list of stuff that you gave us, so that's. what-
fascia or something.
That, yeah, that 4x8, whatever it was, that went into the septic tank or something.
Yeah, but I had down on mine for 12 for the 5% for the sheet replacement, which I think we said they could do capital replacement on that. For the 13 or 1633. Furnace cleaning, floor stripped and waxed, new toilets.
They weren't gonna strip the floor if they were gonna put carpet in, right?
Correct.
Yeah, well, I hadn't officially heard that we were putting carpet, but.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we're gonna allocate, I think, for,
Okay.
They talked about carpet tiles, so
Yeah.
that's why that came out of there.
Yeah.
Cause that was something that the library was interested in.
Okay, so that's why it drops it back down, okay?
Yep.
Can I get the measurements from the library?
Yeah,
Like the area, the square footage.
you should have those from last year. Somewhere, but they're probably easier to.
The sign in the front says, I think 7,500 square feet, but I'm guessing that's the footprint.
Isn't, yeah, cause we went over and.
Not what would
last
be
year.
carpeted.
So, I mean,
What you need the dimensions on exactly is what would be carpeted, so you wanna remove any bathrooms or anything like that.
So what's planning on being carpeted?
Bridget's, the whole main area, the little community room.
Or office,
Mhm.
okay, so community room in the back?
Not in the front.
Yeah, I don't think you wanna do that hall in the community room.
This.
That little room.
Yeah.
Right.
Just wait for-
Yeah, the way that it gets tracked in and everything over there.
That's what I do here.
I know, I think the concern is, actually, I'm just not gonna even talk about it, because we should be focusing on budget.
yes, let's do that, cause we wanna get Keith in as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, could you go down a little bit more with it, Doug? Well, the only thing I don't see still on there, I guess, is any kind of repair miscellaneous stuff for the old garage.
thought I saw old highway garage utilities, but
Well, I think you were talking about, didn't you mention some type of, what was it that you're referring to?
Well, we just, like, if I have a garage door that breaks,
Yeah,
like, we're
yeah,
not
like
gonna
a
have,
repair for some type of
Yeah.
emergency maintenance fund.
we're not gonna have anything
Yeah.
to,
yeah,
Well, we haven't nailed down the list for ARPA, so I know that would be a Band-Aid, but if we do have the ability, maybe we,
Cause I mean, like I was asking for $500 for it, so I mean, it's not.
yeah, that's, I'm sure we can figure something out even.
Yeah, you could probably pull that from somewhere else if you needed to. If you had like an emergency
Yeah.
happen, you could pull that from somewhere.
Yeah, well, have we even, yeah, I think we're gonna have some savings in the salaries anyway, right? Or did we already add those?
That
Well,
was in highway.
Well, I mean, like,
Oh, that's right, that's right.
well,
I'm
you-
sorry.
yeah, highway,
Yeah, okay,
but you're
There's
gonna
like-
have,
yeah, I
this
think,
year we plugged off the drains, that way the water can't leach out onto the
Yep.
neighbor's property and everything like that, so those were just miscellaneous expenses that we
Sure.
had. I had it just come out of the regular the new highway garage budget line, cause there wasn't an old one, but I just think that we should still show that we have that building and have something there, but.
okay. No, that's duly noted. Let's actually make a note of that as well.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here that, you know, if you look at building maintenance other, which kind of fits that category,
That's true.
you had $1,000 and you spent $11.50.
And you're still getting $1,000, so I don't think we really need to do anything to you after seeing that.
Just maybe make a note, like if that's,
Well, and also too, just knowing where you can pull from, right?
So we're not doing that.
No.
Well, yeah, it sounds like we have a pretty generic one already for
Yeah.
building maintenance.
Yes.
can we note the cemetery mowing, because I know that we questioned it for a while, so we can just be sure that next year we know that it's the Fairfax
Fairfax.
Cemetery.
Yeah, I'll just put that in.
Yeah, just so we don't have to question it again.
Sure.
Now, are you guys going through and trying to ask for any kind of funding mechanism for the emergency reserve fund that was approved a couple years ago, but just not a funding source for it?
I don't even think we've even gotten there yet.
No.
No, you know,
So what we did learn today, we had a conversation, actually, we kind of double teamed. April had a conversation with Chip and I was on the phone with the auditors. And what we learned today was the fund reserve account, that fund reserve up there should contain at least 25% of your budget. So that you have an emergency reserve in case you had a FEMA issue, your winter plowing went over, whatever, you had a 3-month supply sitting there in case of an emergency, so that you're not going back to your, you know,
That's
the
cash
taxpayers
reserve.
and say.
That's
so
not-
it's- Yeah, it's
That's
cash
not,
reserve,
that's not something that you would budget for,
right,
in particular,
okay,
okay? And we don't know yet what we're gonna have left for cash, because I need to focus on end of year.
Yeah.
And not
right.
this.
sure, okay,
So once you get to the end of the year, we'll know what that fund reserve looks like,
okay,
and then you can decide
how that's,
how you wanna do it. I don't think we have probably 25% in there,
Okay.
but we'll have to see what.
yeah, we'll go, yeah,
But that's kind of your emergency fund,
and that's across,
right?
Departments,
So
right?
municipalities, unlike the school has to spend theirs, they have to send theirs back, but municipalities are allowed to keep it and spend it how they want. So you can offset taxes with it, but what he's saying, the rule of thumb in most towns is to at least keep 25% for emergency use.
okay,
So you have that emergency, you got it covered, so.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
well, that, okay.
So you don't have to do the reserve fund for that, you already have it built
Okay.
into every budget in municipality,
Alright.
so you don't have to do a reserve fund for
The
it.
important thing is just the board be knowledgeable about it and,
Exactly.
okay,
Yeah,
alright.
I didn't know that's how.
No,
that
no,
works
that's, oh, dude.
And
trust
when we
me.
had the conversation,
If it
today,
wasn't-
it was like, oh.
If it
that's great.
wasn't for you guys, I'm being honest, I'm like, you just don't know what you don't know, right? This first year, I know very little of where the nuances of this budget, so having people, that was a big thing for us, having people that have been through this process before in the room is extremely important, because the more knowledgeable people you have in here, the more progress you can make, because we just don't know the things that, you know, Cheryl and Doug are gonna know, because they went through the process last year, or that Carl knows.
Are you talking about surplus?
Surplus from the end of the year, yep.
I'll give you this, but Bert, this is right out of the VLT handbook, budget surplus. The use of the surplus funds must be decided by the voters.
Well, that's-
Isn't that what that?
Can we talk to the auditor, who audits the books?
Have a funding mechanism,
Oh,
it approved the ability to set one up, but it didn't say how we were gonna fund it.
And that came, like I said, that came right from the auditor and from Nemrick.
Right,
Because we need to just ask the voters that, okay, we have this much left over, are you willing to
And we,
apply?
that's been on our ballots before. In the past, we've had extra money and the question has been, do you wanna spend it on this or whatever? I mean, sometimes it's gone to a vehicle or some other major
A need.
expense.
Yeah.
right? But if we ask it one time, I would assume that's all we need to do, is if we have surplus at the end of the year, should we fund this reserve fund,
Mhm.
you know?
right.
And we'll know more
Hey,
as you're,
It has to be, it has to be
You
an art.
don't
Right,
need a
yeah,
reserve
I-
fund because you have an account called cash.
Okay.
Okay, so
But
the cash that you have in the bank right now is not last year's budget minus last year's expenses plus last year's interest.
okay,
That's not what's sitting in your checking account. You guys have been in business for years,
okay.
okay? And there have been overages, and I'm sure there's been shortages in the budgets before, okay? So you gotta take that into account too, but that's what builds up that cash balance. That's cash. Any reserve accounts that you have are supposed to be for a special purpose. And that's all that they're for, is a special purpose.
Okay.
And those are now being set up from the cash account down. So in other words, your cash says you've got $2.3 million.
Mhm.
That's not what you have,
Yeah,
and it
yeah,
flows down through there from there,
okay,
okay?
all right.
All right.
If the auditors are happy, right, that.
And it
that
came
if it
straight
comes from
from
the
two
auditors
people's mouths,
Yeah,
Yes, and that's, yeah,
so,
not one, two.
yep.
so that changed, the impact fee changed and the reserve.
Yeah, and we'll wanna speak to that during town meeting
Yeah.
as well, right?
You're gonna wanna explain why those changes happened.
Well, we're gonna wanna have you there too, cause you guys seem a lot more knowledgeable. You're getting the information firsthand, right?
Right,
So it's
yeah,
like, it's
we're-
important that we have
yeah.
all the people, all the knowledge in the room, I think is important.
Okay, I'm gonna break this up right here, and I'm gonna tell you all, I have to leave here at 6.
Okay, so,
I almost lost a horse
I gotta go
yesterday,
no problem.
and
You don't
he
know.
needs his drugs.
I get it, no worries, no problem. Are you good, Doug?
I think so.
Awesome, you have that now in your inbox.
Doug,
It's your
I'm gonna
own Excel file, and it's
log
got
in
the
on Zoom.
highway
Okay.
and
10
the,
minutes, does it
okay.
public
notify you?
works budget.
It's
Yeah,
just,
so you have to pop up
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
thanks for telling me.
It should
all
say-
the times I missed it.
Okay, yeah.
It's got all those numbers.
Yeah.
So we still need to change the salary part, right? For what?
Yes,
For what?
you
well,
wanna lower that.
it sounds like it's gonna come down a little bit,
What
his
is?
Yeah.
salary, because the
Sorry,
people that he's
Sharon,
hiring, I think
hold
we're
on.
gonna get a month of savings. Because we're not using the month of January, obviously.
Oh,
Right, is that-
under highway?
Yeah, it's just gonna make his
So can we
bottom,
order
it's
now?
gonna make your bottom number a little less. Cause
Okay,
right now everyone's over, but,
Right, but I'm not doing that right this second. I'm
Okay.
gonna
No,
wait.
yeah, just.
yeah,
Yeah.
just know that,
I've
yeah,
got the
So
notes.
this is changed.
yeah, that will be the only change.
yeah,
it will
I,
say.
yeah,
Yeah,
I think you're better off probably just
Yep.
leaving it.
No.
I think you're better off leaving it so that way, Todd, there isn't that much of a big increase.
If you shift it to
Following
overtime,
yeah,
you
no,
know,
no, fair enough.
I think,
Well, yeah.
I really think it's better off left alone, if you wanna.
So they just, they responded just before the meeting, hold on.
Have that, it's gonna look like you're that much more over
Okay.
with that one.
yeah.
Yep.
You wanna-
Their recommendation is to not simply add it to the agenda.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the message to the, no, she was asking me,
I was asking if we could do the personal thing with Todd.
Oh,
Yes,
oh.
VLCT before he leaves.
Are we allowed to?
well, it
That's
says,
what I'm,
okay, although there is no specific affirmative legal obligation, we would recommend adding it to your agenda if you think there's a good possibility that you may enter executive session.
Okay, so there you go.
Well, do you have executive session warrant?
It's not.
It is not,
They also go on to say
there
that
is
if,
executive session on the agenda.
there is?
Yeah.
But this is not on, it is not,
No,
It's
we
not
could,
specific
we
to
could
it, no.
add
Yeah.
it to an executive session.
well, hold on. I know, just cause I looked at this earlier. Special budget meeting. And there's nothing under executive session.
No, there's nothing listed under, we could,
But it's listed as an item.
Because at the beginning of the meeting, not.
Yeah, hold on, there's a,
Right?
yeah, it says that it needs to be the first order of business.
As in adds, deletions, changes to the.
Yeah.
Before we.
Right, so we would have to add it and then it would have to be first
Correct.
to what we were gonna be here for.
Yeah,
That's
so
all.
are you saying we missed our opportunity?
I think we did.
Alright, so we either need to A, have a special meeting then and get it done.
And
I'll
I'll
share
share
it
it
with
with Cheryl.
And then we can do it, and we don't all have to be here, we can jump on Zoom, you know, to get it done.
oh, okay.
And that, and also definitely email us the information too, right? You can do that, like of the two candidates.
We can email them and then,
Just don't respond.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we can't talk about it. I understand that part.
Simply, yeah, it gives us a chance to review the data before we have the conversation.
so are we gonna wanna set up a meeting then, so that.
It sounds like we don't
before
wanna
the next
wait,
meeting,
yeah,
because
I think that's the idea,
We
right?
have potential of losing two
That's,
people,
that's fine.
Well, yeah, cause the other thing is too is, I mean, if you agree upon this,
it changes the
Tonight?
salary numbers.
then we can get this into Nemrick and then we can get you back so you can approve it, cause you're gonna do that probably before the next board meeting.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we can do a meeting from anywhere. We all can jump
Yeah.
on Zoom, so I'm flexible. So I can look at my schedule before we leave tonight and we'll coordinate with Todd or we'll coordinate with you and we'll get a meeting scheduled before the next meeting.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yep,
cool. All right, you'll have that in your inbox, buddy.
Yep.
Good work, man.
you talking about the, tanks on the one tonight? With the budget or no?
I thought you had done all that.
Well,
No. Oh,
I'm pretty sure I had brought it up, but I don't know if it necessarily,
oh, you mean that we had a problem this week?
no,
Oh.
no, I didn't bring it up this week that we had a problem, but just when we were talking about the budget, cause you had mentioned about ARPA funds. So I thought you possibly
Speak now.
had.
Speak now.
I don't have a specific number, no, it's more of we gotta dig it up and figure out what's going on before we know.
So I can explain what's going on if you want. So the fire station has tanks that come in the back. Part of that's designed to supply the sprinkler system for the firehouse. And then there's 3 tanks up there and I don't remember the exact breakdown. I think they're 18 and 9, I think. That's all right. I think so, as far as how big they are gallons wise. And I think 18,000 was designed to supply, if I recall correctly, the fire safety sprinkler system, which is a requirement. You know, fire code.
Fire code, yeah.
Which is, you know, so the sprinkler system there has to have, if it gets below that, it actually alarms, which happened to us this week. So the problem is for the last.
Really?
Yeah, so for the last number of years, there's been a leak in this of thousands of gallons of water per year. Yeah,
And it's a known problem?
yeah.
Wow.
I brought it to numerous Selectboards, and we've tried,
Where's the leak
I mean,
coming?
even to the
It's
point
underground.
that.
If you could tell us.
Back in the day, I mean, it goes as far back as like when Mike McCarthy was the town administrator, cause he put, I think it was him that did it, the red dye, we put red dye in there to try to find it, we've done things to try to find.
We
the
can't
leak.
scope them either, right?
So the suggestion that we've had is really, and we are,
Dig them up.
so the tanks are, they're cement tanks, and I'm pretty sure they're 2 pieces and they seal in the middle. And
Right,
what the expectation is somewhere there, one of the seals.
But it would be at the bottom though, right? Or on the
No, no,
side?
no.
It's probably right around the midpoint.
Midway.
right.
The tanks are
So-
sealed in the middle, they're
Oh,
like.
I got you,
they're like
Yeah,
a
so
tank.
the likelihood is it's either around one of those seals or around the piping that goes into those.
Sure,
tanks.
but yeah, digging it up is the.
So the problem is like, we dumped, how much did you put in there the other day?
18,000 gallons.
Holy cow. So we do this
Couple times.
once to twice, at least once, if not twice a year. So my biggest fear factor is one of these days, we're gonna come into a hell of a sinkhole.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, like, where's it going? Like, And it's
Well, it's
used.
definitely leaching into the
So,
ground.
and I think it's somehow
Went into
related
that
to
ditch
the
out
frost,
front,
because,
those full, right, girl?
yeah, it's definitely going on the ground, but at what point does tens of thousands of gallons year after year create something that all of a sudden caves in, you know what I mean, it can't be a good thing, and it's not like it's set and going in a drain somewhere.
Yeah.
So,
So is it paved over these tanks or is it
it's
grass?
not, it's on that back, so
That's
where
half the
the,
battle.
where the parking lot
Right.
is,
Well,
well,
it's
assuming
a lot
it's not
cheaper.
a pipe system, but, where the parking lot ends, where that hill goes up to the field that's kind of in the back, the tanks are kind of built into that hillside. So you need an excavator basically to dig them up, probably a crane. Yeah, to.
Why would you need a crane?
When you just
They're gonna have to probably
Pull 'em out.
separate them, reseal them,
Oh,
I guess.
Jesus.
Do that.
They should be able to reseal them on the outside.
Johnson,
Not the tanks that size.
not the tanks that size?
You
How
got,
old are those tanks?
so it was put in when the building.
How old is
was
the
put in,
fire station?
20,
Not very.
2011.
Yeah,
That's what blows my mind, like, those tanks should not
They've
be
been
leaking.
leaking for years.
So they've been
Who put
leaking
them
since they
in?
were put in.
Who put them in?
Kitchens,
And how much of a warranty did they give you on them?
the 1 year.
They give a 1-year warranty on
Mhm.
them.
So
Most
you-
houses have that.
If you, did you know you had a problem within that 1 year?
Yeah, now
Because basically, when you have something like that, my brother does excavating. When you put those tanks in, no matter what size they are, there's a warranty on them, and if there's a problem, you gotta do it within that period of time, but obviously that's been missed. My suggestion would be call a friendly excavating company and say, hey, here it is, give me a bid. And I would put it out to bid.
Yep.
Well, the hard part is nobody knows what's involved, so nobody can put it out for a bid other than we'll dig it up. But one of the main issues is you've gotta do it during the driest time of the summer, unless that whole bank's gonna collapse. Because we don't own the other side of the bank, and if it collapses in, you got a
Yeah.
lot of stabilization that's gotta happen, like
Yeah.
it's a
The
big.
problem is the cost is very unknown because.
Right, but
the
they're
cost-
gonna give you a cost for digging it up, and then they're gonna say,
That's the cheap
here's,
That's the cheap part. It's
that's the
repair-
cheap part, but they aren't gonna be able to, nobody's gonna be able to give you that cost.
Well, can you get at least the same company that put them in and say, listen, we can call an excavation company to dig them up, here's the problem. Normally, what does something like this run you, and can you be cause it's gonna, well, you're gonna pay the excavation company, and then you're gonna pay the company that specializes in those, right?
No, you're gonna pay the excavating company and that's it.
To fix them, what are
Yep.
these guys gonna fix them?
Well, first of all, you don't know if it's a tank that's leaking.
Yeah.
There's 3 tanks. You can dig up one tank, not that
I
one.
believe you've got
You
4.
dig up
'cause
the
I
next
believe it's
one,
got the other-
not that one. So you don't know how many tanks you have to
We
dig
have,
up.
I know.
And if the leak isn't in the tank, it's actually in the pipe.
It's probably
You're
gonna
still
be,
digging.
probably you're not gonna find anybody to do it other than per hour to dig them up.
Yeah.
With an open end on, if it's 1, this is what it is, 2, this is what it is.
And they're all interconnected, they're not separate.
But
Yeah, they're all connected.
I would put it out
So
to
like
bid.
the other night, the reason we have a system to kind of measure it, but like the other night, I got a phone call at, 7 o'clock at night. That the alarm was going off next door, so I came up, and if you live next door to the firehouse when that happens, it's gotta be obnoxious, because it literally sounds like the fire alarm went off in the building, that's what it sounds like on the outside of the building. So, and then there's strobes that flash and everything, type of thing, so I called guys from the fire department in, and they hauled water 2 or 3 loads that night. So they went to St. Albans, got water, trucked it in, filled it enough to get those to go off, and then the next day, they
Yeah.
hauled more water to fill the tanks.
Okay, yeah,
So.
definitely try to bid it out, and we'll see what we're up against.
So,
But when we're bidding it, how are we paying for it?
Well, we gotta understand what the cost is, I mean, we
You're
don't
gonna
even
get
know.
it, you gotta get it per hour for digging it up.
Right, but we've gotta set money aside knowing we're gonna allow up to a certain amount. And then it's kind of, and that's where the ARPA may come in handy with something like that, because if they dig it up, they're not gonna be able to leave the open hole. They're gonna have to refill it. Then they're gonna have to re-excavate it again, where you had somebody come in to do it once.
can you replace the cement, the split cement tanks with a poly?
That's what I was gonna suggest, I hate the idea of cement, the poly tanks are good for 50-year plus.
I'm sure sure you probably can.
It'd be way cheaper in the
But
long
then
run.
at that point, are there pipes going to the fire station or
Oh, yeah.
that,
Well, yeah.
how is that gonna?
I mean,
Well,
that's,
you could
that's
use
a stuff,
the pipe at the site.
yeah, you're gonna use the same piping because it comes out cement, but
What if it's
it's
the pipes
gonna-
that are bad?
Well, then that's a whole other.
That's a whole
issue.
other
If you're digging up the tanks, you might
You
as well
were looking
replace
for
them at that
that
time.
answer.
If you put in a poly tank and the fill that's holding it down comes out, the poly tank pops up and busts your connections. The poly's not always the way to go.
So, and I think.
cement's guaranteed to crack though, I can tell you that.
Well,
Not if it's done right.
Cement is a powder.
There's actually a guy
It's concrete.
in Cambridge that is creating these cement things now.
Well,
Concrete.
we just paid, I don't know how much money 10 years ago. I would go poly, but again.
Have we
I know-
contacted
You know,
13?
even the gas tanks now are.
Yeah.
Todd, we
exactly.
contacted camp, were the camp supply
Camp,
those?
there's tanks. There's been a lot of people that have been contacted over the years, way before I started.
Did he supply them initially?
Yes.
Camp, yeah, I mean, that's the poured concrete place. And
Alright, well, we're not gonna solve it here, guys, so let's, now that the issue has been raised.
That was the thing, it's actually on the bottom of my budget that I presented, that was my one, that was my one ARPA fund request from the fire department.
I recall that.
So on the sheet that I had originally presented to everybody, that's on the bottom, at that point, Todd and I had come up with a rough estimate of 25 grand, but again, that's, who knows, right?
I mean, we could allocate the money from ARPA, you know,
Yeah,
for
we
that,
could.
absolutely. The problem is what if it's more?
Right.
Well,
Well,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna-
price on the tanks and everything else, you could just,
Yeah,
you could put that forward, whatever you spend, kind of like the.
Well, we have a couple of different
Does your insurance cover
questionable
that?
line items in the ARPA, Nick.
I don't know, that would be.
okay. Yeah, no, I think we need to
That's
get
a,
back to you.
that's
Yeah,
a
we got
possible
Things we
insurance.
haven't really firmly decided, so I mean.
That's another thought.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a
Slash,
few check, but
Bill,
see,
you know,
I
line
have no
items.
idea. That would be
Yeah.
probably.
And
So I think,
It's a thought.
we definitely should.
Yes, let's move on to
Again,
Keith's
we
budget,
give
just so we can get people out of here.
Well, I was just asking because I didn't know if I needed to be part of that discussion about the,
I have that, right?
about that work.
You have that.
Absolutely, no, I appreciate it, man.
Okay, have a good night.
Right, and
Thanks, man.
carpet tiles, right? But also conservation, if I can't use it for reserve.
You go to
And
bed?
they're not gonna.
Georgia about that thing, or we got?
I don't know, I was plowing.
Right, that leaves me with 30,000. If we.
I got 45 minutes to
Right?
sleep, that makes you done,
But then obviously there's.
You said Todd has the projected cost for fixing the tank,
Recreation.
but isn't that,
So-
you said in
Yeah,
the previous
right,
quote,
yeah.
this is estimated at 25 grand.
Yeah.
But then go on to say he has the
Well, because
projected
we're starting
cost.
to
Well, I thought you did.
Yeah. I know, that's-
But I think
So,
No, don't worry.
I, no, but
I would just put it out to bid.
so we had talked about, and that's what we had talked about originally, when Todd and I previously talked about it, was we're gonna need an excavator, they
Mhm.
charge by the hour.
Yep,
And then whatever the repair, but it's really needs to be that we, obviously, like he said, once it's dug up, the repair needs to happen. You're
Right.
not gonna pay an excavator twice, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So. But like I said, my fear factor honestly is that one of these days we're gonna come in and be a sinkhole there.
Well, yeah, let's get it,
Now that. maybe
Yeah.
that's interesting. I don't know,
let's get
but I-
some, well, you know, we've got the ARPA fund on the docket for tonight anyway, that we've gotta look at and nail down. So, you know, we can look at putting, if you guys think 25,000 is a reasonable number.
He had figured, yeah, I mean, he.
And I know.
He had started with a rough idea of what he thought it might take to dig it out for the excavating when that number came up, and, you know, there was a little bit of a guess, I'd say.
Oh, there's, of course, it's crystal ball.
Yeah.
No
I'd say
idea.
25,000 is kind of a rough number for it to be,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
cause he had figured, and like, he knows like the hourly rate, he had figured whatever number of days for the excavation, you know what I mean, so he had.
And it has to be done in the summer.
I would assume so, yeah.
So,
So it seems like it's something related to frost levels, because this is the time of year we tend to have the biggest problems. So it seems like shifting from frost, and when
Yeah.
the frost goes away, we don't seem to see a whole lot of loss in water.
well, it also
So, which
depends
would
on
make
what's
sense,
underneath
if-
those, that cement tank too.
What's that?
It also depends on what's underneath
Yeah.
that cement too.
So I'm gonna do the same thing for
I
you
mean, the
that
other option of that. Which is, which I guess we haven't really relied on it, because the initial, part of the reason there's 2 extra tanks there. One of the tanks is actually for the sprinkler system, the other 2 was so we had a portable, so to speak, fire hydrant in the center of town, because we didn't really have that. When the fire station was built, so that's. You know, that's the other part of looking at is, do you need 3 tanks? I mean, I'd like to keep them, but with that being
Sure.
said, what's the cost, right?
Yeah,
If it's a
exactly.
replacement issue, then
Yeah.
maybe you replace
yeah,
for the sprinkler system.
sure,
Cause we did put in a dry hydrant up across from the Catholic church on that pond.
Right, yeah.
So where we didn't have that back when that was put in, so that created a little, at least a closer water source, if that makes sense.
Yep.
That we didn't originally had, and we have one on the Nye property as well. That one doesn't, that's like a gravity fed hydrant, it doesn't fill very quickly, so which was part of the reason we added there, cause that's a direct, we'd have a fire truck there and it sucks the water out of it, so. You can get 1,000 gallons a minute if you needed to out of that pond, where you might get 200 gallons a minute out of the other hydrant.
Right, and that pond's will. Build itself back up, where this
Yeah.
you have to pay to get, or.
Yeah,
to get
so
water.
when we draw water out of there, if we draw water out of there for a fire, we have to rehaul it back.
Right,
The next day or in the next
Yeah.
couple of days type of thing. So that's the other potential, I suppose, is do we look, does it make sense to keep it? I think it probably is partially, depends on what you find, right? But
so looking at this, salaries. This line item is one that we haven't really torn apart on this one, like we have the others, to see if that's how accurate a number that is.
100,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's what came out of your line, out of your budget number, I think.
my budget number was 115.
Okay, do you have a breakdown of what's in that?
Yep, it's, hold on.
Yeah, I thought that was
It's
one of the
actually
first
all-
ones we looked at, and we did
Yeah,
we did
I
the
think-
calculation.
Yeah, I just don't, like the others,
So
we
this,
actually had it.
every one of my lines has, maybe you haven't seen.
No, I think I did, but I.
Yep.
It has every one of my lines kind of has, so the salary line is fully broke down right here.
Alright, can you just give me the numbers quick, or what's in there?
Yep, hold on. Sorry, I'm just reading it, so I make sure I understand.
Yeah, and I've got it, it's this one right here, right, the same
Yeah.
one, yep.
Yep. So let's see, draft, 65-1, I believe, which I think I rounded to 65, was the, that's like the call or part-time salaries for the total fire department, or firefighters and EMTs.
Okay, so that's for the firefighters.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And then
then,
47,840, right, would be
let's see.
for the full timer. Just 23 an hour.
And then, so 65-1, and then it was 50,232 for the full timer, so that,
Oh,
I rounded it down to the 115.
32, whoops.
That makes sense. Cause it was like a difference of $300, so 332 or something like that.
50,000, 232, you said?
Yeah.
If I
Yes.
take 23 times 2080, I get 47,840.
Yeah, but that was last year's salary, that was anticipated.
Okay, so 23.
I put in there, I think it was up to 5, that'd be up to you folks to decide how raises go, but I think
So,
I
but
put in there up
it's-
to a 5% raise. I think.
okay, and I think we
Yeah.
did.
Oh,
three-
so we did-
3%.
Okay, so let's
so
go,
that-
let's go back to the 47, cause that's a different calculator. I'm gonna put
Yep,
there. So 47,
The 47,840 was would have been current salary.
current salary.
Yeah, which
Okay.
is 23 an hour, right?
23 now, yeah. So I don't know if I.
Here, I can actually get it.
Alright, and then, is there a third line, or is that it?
No, that would be it. The two
Okay.
lines.
Alright, so then that's gonna be.
So the 47,840 though. Doesn't include the any sort of raise.
Right.
Right, so
So,
he's building that into his little formula key.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
so on the first one, cause we were trying to figure this out today for our conversation the other day. So we went up to minimum wage,
Why is this not working?
on
Uh-oh.
the cadets that needed it.
Yeah, so
And then the
cadets and
officers-
probation.
Check the little box
And
on
then
the
the
right, what does it
officers-
say?
Were $2.
So it's a dog, so
So you got something.
Well, I went to the personnel policy is where I was
yeah,
getting
so
at.
Go
it's
down and look and see.
probationary and cadets is minimum wage.
It's
The
probably, just look in the
firefighters
black
and
box.
EMTs, which is the next segment, is $1.50
I have
more
this.
than north
This is-
over minimum wage.
So that's. all
And
those
then
total.
currently the officers are $2 over that. So it'd be $3.50 over minimum wage, I guess, if you wanna do it that way.
Is it
So they
right
were,
there?
cause then the thing is, it's $2 over minimum
Yeah,
wage
it's right there. What is that?
for officers in the personnel policy.
Highway social
And it's
security.
typed in there wrong, cause that's not how we.
That's the
wrote it.
2017 personnel policy. Cause I pulled it, Bonnie and I were trying to figure it out yesterday.
That's not what you're saying, I have.
I know, that's what she's like, they're over, but I'm like, well, this is what it says in policy, so I
They
don't have.
updated, I mean.
I didn't touch
I
it.
presented the same thing last year that they approved, the $1.50 and more than the $2 more, that's where that comes from.
Yeah, so,
We gotta
so
go
the
back.
officers would be $3.50 over minimum
Yeah,
wage.
so I don't know,
Yeah, that-
I haven't put in there wrong with it, or maybe because it's 2017.
What's wrong, Doug?
Changed in the last 6 years.
This
I
this
know
value
last
right
year-
here somehow disappeared on this.
What if you hit the back button?
Well,
Well,
the
probably
problem
happened
is
before.
somebody, I don't know where that happened. So it hasn't changed, like we haven't done anything different.
Can't
I'm
we
just
pull
gonna
it up and,
It should be in the formula should be in that last document because we haven't changed it. So I just need the formula that's in there and I'll plug it back in.
So there's only the 4 officers, right?
There's 5.
And usually
total
there's a
wells.
version history you can see.
So, and then, in
Oh,
this
you guys got
budget,
This is
we
back to
put
highway
into.
Yeah, we're missing a value here that's why it's throwing off the other
Yeah, we're just
value.
trying to figure out. Yeah, we're just trying to figure it out for the payroll stuff. I told her we'd have to figure it out for the next one.
So, minimum wage is 13.
67, is it?
We have it up there.
Now, is yours different than the officers?
Well, the new budget asks for it to be different, it's not currently,
Okay,
so I'll give you both.
okay.
This is a calculator, so.
Yeah, I gotta go back there.
I'll do it.
No, I gotta just do this. I'm just gonna rename this, thing.
You guys, there's beef stew out there and bread, brownies.
It's having to rename it something different.
Which is pretty long,
Alright,
right?
so.
No, this is just normal.
Not really, well, we'd scheduled the last two from like 4 to 8,
Oh, yeah. At least.
so. I
We
made
got a
sure-
lot, we got a lot to get through.
I made sure you guys had food.
Thank you very much, Charles.
nothing more that I like to do when working with numbers is eat. I mean, usually I just like to eat when I'm doing anything.
Here.
Yep.
There we go. Now it all works. Okay, we're good.
Is that the same file or is that a different file?
No, it's in the file. See, there's a highway labor calculator down here. I
Okay,
just wasn't sure where it was pulling it from. I just wanna make sure we pulled it from the same spot.
okay, so same document? We're in the same spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so let me just get back to fire.
This would be, if there was no, if they don't change anything with what I requested.
Okay, there we go.
1367 is minimum wage,
Mm-hmm.
cadets are probationary, the plus $1.50 firefighters and the MTs, which would give you 15, 17. And then before, currently, it's at plus $2 is all the officers, so any officer. It would, if it stayed the same, be this.
Okay,
What I had asked for when I presented my budget was the lieutenants to stay at the officers' rate. The lieutenants and like the safety officer type of thing. The captain goes up $1, because he's oversees all of our training, so they go up based on responsibility.
okay,
And then the assistant chief and the EMS chief is another $1, and then the fire chief's $1. So all the years that we've paid the fire chief and I don't mean it to sound like lowest level, but the lowest level officer have always made the same dollar amount.
okay.
So they have, when you look at it,
Right, but so. for
and it's
payroll-
awkward for me to say, because I'm the fire chief, right, I'm saying I should be making more, but regardless of whoever the fire chief really is, all the responsibilities on the fire chief, the lieutenant, their responsibilities on the fire scene and so to speak, does that make sense? And then the assistant chief, and they oversee major portions. Then the captain oversees all the training that happens within the department, so that's why there's this request for the text.
So, but for payroll purposes for right now, because this can't go in effect until the budget is passed in March.
So this, for payroll purposes, it would be this portion.
Right, so you're in this category here?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, so right now, all of the officers would be at this 17.
okay, so.
So all of
Bonnie's gotta
these
put these
people
in-
would
this
be
is if it's
here.
Budgeted passed in March,
Correct,
okay.
yes.
Well, they're gonna get the. She's putting in place right now because the minimum wage went up.
Yeah.
So that triggers everything
Yeah,
right there.
and that's what that does, and then I had asked in my budget for the increase of those upper officer.
But isn't that in a policy?
Well, yeah, that's what we were just saying, is that the policy reads different than what this is, but apparently this has been done
So
for
it's
years, so
been
the,
for-
because the policy reads minimum wage for the cadets and that, and then $2 for the officers, not $3.50.
It's supposed to be $1.50
See, I'll
more than
show you the-
$2 more, not
Yeah.
$1.50.
So you have to take some policy
Right.
to do that.
You can't just give people, I understand what you're trying to do, but you can't do it if there's a policy setting your wages.
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah.
change the policy.
Okay,
You got some
Look like
time
something else.
between now and March to do that, if you want to budget for
We
that.
gotta note this, I guess, when we're finishing up the personnel policy.
Yeah.
I mean, after they finish out with the budget, which is going to be soon, then they can work on changing that policy.
this is how I've done it all the years I've been here, so I, so when we made changes over the years, this is how it's happened, so.
that your? No, oh, it's Ken's.
Oh.
I wonder if we can turn it up.
I know, right?
Right, so you wanna, last one, bring that up, you wanna keep going?
Yeah,
So,
so where does that put us now?
15.6%.
Okay.
Everything else in here is pretty straightforward. This OT labor you've had in here, I don't know if that's a number that's.
It's not a good number at all. It's the
Right, I
first
mean,
year, so,
well, yeah, I mean, last year was like 56, 59. I don't know if there's,
yeah, so
if there,
Yeah, I think he's.
Your phone was going off.
it was in there, and I don't have the math in front of me, it was a certain.
it's not a ton, but
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure if you.
Yeah, so it, like, from when he started to now, that's been less than I actually projected, so,
Yeah.
which I guess is good to some degree. But the hard part is it was in there for, mostly for late calls and things like
Yeah.
that, so. You know, he hasn't had a ton of those at this point, but
Okay. Turnout gear was up quite a bit. I think there was just a question around that.
that was because we added this extra set of gear, that was another $3,500.
Okay. Go back. That another bill. Oh, yeah, this was that other number.
I have that number.
You have that
I'm
number?
Sorry,
Yeah,
And I've got your original numbers here in front of me if you need them, Keith.
Yeah, no, I've got
That's the breakdown. I did it earlier. Sorry, it wasn't there earlier. Wait.
So,
Wait to put those in.
so this is just gonna move things around.
Well, and that's pretty much what you wanted it for, right? Cause
Yeah.
the programs will go to a different line.
The
If I
programs are
understood
gonna go to a
correctly, they're
different
not gonna
line.
Go here anymore.
Right,
The dollar amount here really is the same. It's just where it's gonna go.
right, so what we're gonna do is probably change this from computer and office supplies
The
to
office
be
supplies or something
like
that.
fire. Well, your fire programs, because it's your emergency reporting program, your active 911 will stay in there. And then the rest of that can go into the other stuff.
So there's a new program that's in the current one, new stuff that's.
The new equipment training.
Yeah, so that's $1,500, so.
Okay, so
So
that'll
the
stay in there.
difference there is the cost of,
This is,
I don't know what the correct word is, the Wi-Fi or the stuff that you needed for the tablets that
which
you're at.
says,
And this is what personnel policy?
yeah. So this is what this one says. But then we have another personnel policy from the same thing, but it's typed up differently. Then we've got just like this add-on with things crossed out and numbers put in, but it doesn't match this one.
Well, someone writing it in and actually it being
Because
published.
it's on a different page too, so it's,
So Keith,
But it's also
Wi-Fi 5 tablets, what is
Like,
that?
is there any documentation of this?
So I don't know Wi-Fi's the right word.
Hey,
So
Nick.
So they have
Not cut
access.
in here. I think that we ran into the same thing with the library policies. That there was drafts, but no finished documentation or no sign off. So I don't know if maybe that was something that had been started and dropped, but maybe that's where the disconnect is happening between
Yeah, I would-
our policy and Keith's.
well, that one's got different rates, but this one just says
Yeah,
officers shall be paid at a rate of $2 per hour more than the firefighters. for
right.
regular.
So he says why?
yeah, I can only go by what's.
So we're
currently
adding in
now.
our-
I mean, it sounds like
Impact fees.
we
for
do
the
have some
Wi-Fi
things that were
tablets
started. I just,
in the
I don't.
trucks. So
If
it
this
allows
isn't
us to
published
put
anywhere and this hasn't been voted in,
Putting cell
I'm gonna go by it.
Is that?
You're putting cell tablets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was in.
So
here.
That's gonna be the impact funds.
So the tablets are gonna be
So
the
maybe it
impact
was
fees,
something
but
that
the
she was
cost
working
to
on,
pay
but
for
I don't
the
know if it
service
voted in. I
is
mean,
that
we'd have to
difference.
go back in our records to see if
The
that's.
cell
voted in
service,
or
I
not.
guess is the.
So then what do we do with,
Well, we can't, what, so
So-
they're currently missing that already?
so well, it
This is,
doesn't, this is where I'm
the
just trying
breakdown I
to
make.
say, Kate, that's what it says here.
And it's in the book out there as well, policy.
It just says $2 per hour more.
We did find what you were talking about, but it was handwritten. And it looks like in a working document that was being worked on, but it doesn't look like it actually ever got passed. Unless someone can show
So
that it did.
we just need to know what you guys wanna do just for payroll, so Bonnie can put it in, but that's what was confusing us. Was from our conversation the other day, and then what I read in the policy. They're two different things.
I would suggest that since they brought us to leave at 6, that if she
Yeah,
has something
yeah,
to add to this
Yeah,
conversation,
After this-
but not necessarily,
yeah, I don't think we
I mean,
can solve this right now.
yeah.
So the officer's thing is right, the question is, what's the firefighter rate? Cause this is saying $2 officers are $2 more than firefighters, which is what I just explained. But there's nothing here.
Right, but you're
for
saying
fire-
$3.50, cause you're saying the $2
Right.
plus the $1.50.
Right, but
So
this
that's,
right here says it's $2 more than what a firefighter and EMT makes.
right, not $3.50.
Right,
What you said,
so
the way you said.
right, but it's been, the minimum wage has been, that's in probationary firefighters, and the firefighters and EMTs were the $1.50 more now. There's nothing here about the $1.50.
Right.
The only thing here is it's saying the officers make more, $2 more than I get everybody, so all the firefighters and the probationary people are all the same minimum wage.
Just as rate of pay compliance with both state and federal minimum wage laws.
Do you wanna look and see what they're getting paid now?
No, I know that's what they're getting paid now, you can go look that up, and I guarantee you, it's gonna be whatever minimum wage was for 2023 plus $1.50 plus the $2.
Oh, yeah, so
Max,
we can go over this. We can go over this.
99% sure that'll be right, I just.
Alright, let's keep going down his budget.
So we'll just go.
Should we
over
go
this.
through the budget or should we let April do anything she needs to do?
Well, what is, yeah, April, what
I
would you?
think one of the big things that we learned was if you go up to your revenue sources, part of that 115.6%, a big huge piece of that is your lack of revenues.
Yeah, if you look,
We don't break in budget.
no, not just you.
Oh.
No, this is, no, if
Yeah, you
you,
need to start generating some revenue.
Unless we get a grant, we
So-
don't.
Keith, if
revenues
you
are-
look at the top, where
Yeah.
it says, where it's in like a peach color,
Yep.
115, that's the total increase
Yeah,
Across the entire budget.
across the
yeah.
entire budget, and the reason why it's saying that isn't because there's a department that's getting 120% and somebody's getting 98 or something like that. The biggest reason that this is coming is, look at that 32.45% of your current
Last year's
revenues.
revenues. And there are some drivers to that we can go over, but, I mean, that's,
the 32.45 is my number?
no.
No, no.
Oh.
I think we're making.
We switched away from your budget.
Switch away for a minute.
He has to bring us up to date.
So if you look at why they're seeing 115.6%,
No, I understand that.
this is why.
It's one of the reasons.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why. And do you wanna,
I can, yeah, if you want, if there's something else, I mean, I can go over the rest of that with you.
we'll go over the revenue stream. One of the big ones is American Tower.
Right, American Tower is a real big problem right now.
Yep.
I don't know, Cheryl, how much you brought them up to speed on that, but.
Just that, yeah, we're basically, they're showing that they've overpaid us
Yeah.
by $38,000, or
Right.
$39,000.
So basically, what we figured out today, for right now anyway, just for a budget number. If the numbers that they're providing are correct, it'll be about 53,000 next year, if that's the right numbers. But if they're showing we have to pay them back 38,000, that's what I put in was 15,000.
Yeah.
for
I
right now.
think we talked about that at the select board meeting and we decided that we were going to see if there was a way, or that our position right now was that we weren't gonna pay it back. Or try to not pay it back.
But
Well,
if
yeah,
you,
not paying it back and not getting reimbursed are fully funded next year are two different things. I don't think,
Oh, is that what he was saying? Sorry, I didn't understand that.
Yeah,
yeah.
I just reduced the revenue.
we
Yeah, we're
reduced,
basically
we
up-
reduced the revenue, Sharon, so
Yeah.
that in case
Yeah, we're
they
just up,
demanded $38,000 within 30 days or within the budget year, you've got a mechanism to pay for that.
yeah. Then what they'll probably do is underfund us next year, right? Rather, they can either ask for it, they could ask for it back. But again, what's likely gonna happen is they're gonna say, well, we owe you X amount next year and we're now.
It's, the
For
numbers,
budgeting purposes, this
Yeah.
is the best move.
yes, but the numbers don't, the numbers aren't making sense that they're showing back.
Well, that's why I think we talked about getting the attorneys involved and just
Yeah.
saying, well, thank
Yeah.
you, but you're actually not agreeing with your numbers.
Yeah, well, they haven't really
Yeah,
supplied
that's
any
sent to
backup for it,
No,
but then
That's
Oh.
it.
there's a buyout option that they, and I'm like, well, wait a second, nobody would do the buyout option based upon these revenues.
Yeah.
We'd never pay for the tower, like, that
No.
doesn't even make sense, so
Yeah.
something isn't adding up there.
yeah, exactly.
So,
And she just said it was sent to the lawyers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
Perfect.
but,
check
but
on
for the
it.
budget,
Yes,
This is to be safe.
absolutely,
this
yeah.
is to be safe, and hey, it can always go.
Yeah.
It's gonna stay in your cash account, all
Okay,
right?
so the other things that have happened, today is all reserve,
Left, a little more.
oh, sorry, all reserve, why is it-
Yep.
no, that's not good. So all reserve monies and all impact fee monies are out of this budget.
okay,
There's the way to, so prior, we were calculating impact revenues and then trying to offset it with expenses was not really the best way to calculate that. So if impact fees come in, they're already sent to reserve accounts for each individual department. So we're not gonna calculate them into this budget. They're gonna come in and automatically go to each of those departments, but when you expense out of it, you're expensing out of that impact fee. So none of that happens in your budget, because one, you don't know what the money's coming in is like, and that money's already been approved by the voters and the impact fees, so it can be spent out of impact fees without going through the voters.
But last year it did include it in last year's.
Last
it
year
has for
it was in there,
Yeah.
there was all these.
So the
Yeah.
problem we're gonna see is we're gonna see a little, we're gonna have to speak to it then obviously
Yeah.
at the budget,
That
because
it's
there's gonna be a
moved.
variance.
Right.
Because they're gonna say, look, why is there zero?
Exactly.
I mean, this
Because-
triggered when we were looking at like the reserves, so last year we put 165,000 for the bridge repair.
Okay,
He never did the bridge repair.
yeah,
But we have revenue showing 165 without an expense, so you're
Yeah.
overstating how much the town has in money.
yeah,
When there's no reason to do that, because 165 is still there,
and it's still allocated to the bridge repair.
and it's still allocated
Yeah.
to bridge repair, so we're not gonna put it in the revenue side anymore.
Sure,
We're just, you can expense it out of there.
Yep.
You're just gonna, the only other expense you have is if you're funding into a reserve account that's not, doesn't have a funding mechanism to it.
okay,
So like, highway department, you're putting 125,
yep,
you're showing that as an expense, that's going into the reserve account.
okay,
But you're not gonna have this revenue reserve going out to, we're getting rid of all
the
that.
challenge though is how do we get visibility into the impact fees if we're pulling them?
Well, you have an impact fee schedule that goes in the
Okay.
town report.
Okay, alright,
So there is a report that goes in and shows how much we brought in impact fees, and the balance sheet is in there. It's all in the balance.
awesome, awesome.
Because impact fees don't affect your tax rate.
Right.
No.
No, but they
No.
were in the budget.
No, I know, because I always, every
Well,
year
that's-
I had to budget
and I
what I
see
thought I was
as-
gonna spend.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
and that was
That's
the
why it
problem,
shouldn't.
because we were
Yeah.
predicting $26,000 of income from
Yeah.
impact fees for next year.
Yeah,
But we were expensing 42,000, so
Yeah.
we're collecting taxes for impact fees that we shouldn't be doing that.
No.
Like, so that's why it's all, after talking to both of them today, we figured out, yeah,
That's Chip and
Chip
Mhm.
and the
the
auditor.
auditor,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, like I said, we both talked to each one and.
So much cleanup this year and I'm so happy,
Yeah.
cause I feel like it steps in the right direction, I know, April, you're ready to pull your hair out, but you guys have done a really good job, like this.
It just cleans up a lot of stuff, so
And
there's a lot
it's-
less.
It just means there's gonna be a lot of explaining this year.
Yeah.
So people understand this,
Yeah.
but it's all from the audit, which is good, so.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, so that cleans up a lot of that stuff. It does affect the revenues a little bit, but not.
Not to that extent.
No.
And it costs us.
I mean, basically, what this is,
$20,000.
what this is saying is, as a select board and as department heads, we gotta start coming up with some different sources of revenue.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, besides that.
I mean, we gotta get people thinking out of the box.
Yeah. Well, and we tried last year, right? I mean, that was the big goal last year. And the biggest challenge we had is, we just couldn't get a rec director in that wanted to also be a grant writer.
right, yeah.
That was, it was a great idea. We just couldn't get any traction,
Right.
which is frustrating.
And so this one right here too, this is another one, I'm not 100% sure that we should be doing it this way. So the delinquent tax interest and delinquent tax collector fees, showing these as revenue, we don't know if we're collecting or not. I mean, this is revenue, this is based upon what's out there standing for, but if you're not collecting it, you don't get it, so.
Yeah,
I'm kind of hesitant about those numbers.
Yep.
Plus the
Yeah, 'cause
collector
you're building-
fees
you're
go right
building
to the delinquent tax collector anyway.
yeah, you're
So,
building a budget based off of speculation.
Yeah,
And I don't know what the success rate is of those and.
well, we only seem to have about 100,000 sitting out there, it seems like, which is where we're at right now,
Okay.
so. Yeah, so that's the only, it's not a huge amount, but it is another one that, it is right now being canceled out by the expense side, which
Okay.
is the listers.
Okay.
So there's a
Yeah.
net zero there.
Okay,
That's the only other one I see that's out there that I'm not so sure about.
alright,
The other one, this appraisal, is gonna change slightly, there will be some stuff, but once again, this is gonna stay at zero because that's going into a reserve account. So there's no
So
reason,
that's
it
different
should not be
too.
on here.
Is there already do we have a reserve? for
Yeah.
that?
There is a
Yeah, I
reserve.
remember.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sending you.
we're not
the-
gonna show
the
it as
file
income
for your
because
right,
it doesn't
budget,
go
just
into
so
the
you
general
have
fund, it
what's on
goes
it.
right to that reserve.
That was the perfect thing
So it
this year,
shouldn't
making
be
sure
listed
our
here.
department heads have the budget
Well,
before.
I'm
it
gonna
goes
argue
into
with you
town
there
report.
because it goes into the general fund. It
Well-
doesn't have a home of its own.
Well, it has a reserve account.
And it's got the updated.
It has a
salaries as well,
reserve
which
account.
is
So you gotta make a
out
one to
there. We've got that now in there, so
Yep.
it's showing correctly.
Just like the other one.
This number here is not gonna be right, That's last year's
I don't think
number, so
anything
there's
else.
no money there for if you give a pay increase, so if you, I budgeted.
Yes, so what do we do about the salary line? Cause it looks like that salary line is going off of last year's budget. Do we have the 3% increase?
I do have
built
a
in?
3% on there, yep, which is what you're currently talking about.
But-
Oh,
So-
maybe, do I not have maybe I need to refresh mine then? Cause
Are
mine's
you
showing
looking at fire?
16, yeah, 16,225.20.
Hold on, let me just go back to fire. So 116,225.20. If you click on the cell though, you're gonna see that it has a multiplier in it.
Oh, here, let me pull, hold on, so I'll pull
Just click right on that cell.
yeah, I made a copy of it, so I need to go on the actual
yeah.
file itself.
Yeah, that way, whenever you guys determine.
But did
I
that
can
do
just change
3% across the whole line?
Huh?
Did that do 3% across the whole?
That's
line?
a cost of living increase, basically, is what, that's the number they've been talking about right now.
But you
Right, but
had
did it go
5%
across 3% across my whole line?
Yes.
So you wouldn't need to do the 3% over
Right.
the call firefighters.
So it's just gonna be on this number you're saying? Okay.
Yeah,
so-
yeah, it would have been on that 47,840 number.
Okay.
Cause
Please,
like,
I can
you
make
just
that
said
change. Hold on.
116, I'm like, that's higher than what I.
It is,
budgeted.
you got 115.
Yeah.
That's why I was like,
That's why I'm like, that don't make sense to me when I said
Yeah.
5%.
okay,
Hold on. I can
So
fix
did you
that.
do
It's a matter of
5%
moving
on the
some
other
codes.
ones?
No, those
just
I
did
did
it.
based off the minimum wage. And
There you
what I
go,
thought was.
114,275.
I guess. I think there's an updated version of that, I'm pretty sure. I would just-
Well, we don't have an updated version of the policy, cause that's what we're working on. We don't have a new policy.
So 114,275.
why am I still not?
114,275.
Yeah,
So for whatever reason, when I'm going into that SB share file, I've exit out of it, I pop back into it. I'm still seeing the 116,225.
I just did it and it may not have saved yet. It's
Well, it
not-
also could be too, I know sometimes in SharePoint, if somebody's in the file still, until someone pops out of it, it may not, cause I don't even see you in it.
Well, the 116 I just made a little while ago, so you did see that, so it's just probably a matter of whenever this auto saves, it probably will then, you'll see
Okay.
it.
Alright,
So the 114, I just had to
Yep,
change.
got it,
where
you're
the
right.
parentheses are.
yep, we got it, we're good. Alright, so I just wanna make sure he gets the updated file with those numbers.
Okay, so computer office supplies, based on the numbers you just gave me, there's nothing there I can move to the IT line.
Except for, the. The cell service part of that.
Yeah, that will have to, I don't know what you wanna do on that.
The attorney's got it, I'm just waiting to hear back, but I have a feeling it's gonna be a while.
On cell service?
No, so on his computer
Oh.
office supply line,
For,
so in that, it's mostly. Well, none of that really can move, he has $2,000 he has 5 tablets for
okay,
Wi-Fi cell service, or for cell service.
okay,
Which is $2,000 a year. Whether or not we leave it in that line, or do you want it to go somewhere else?
so that's something you're adding, so we don't currently have them hooked to the cell,
No.
correct? So you've got.
So I have those in my impact fee line to purchase the tablets,
Okay.
then the cost to operate them, or whatever you wanna call it, the cell service is
Yeah.
what's now in that line.
Okay.
So I was trying to purchase them out of my impact fees so the upfront cost of the machines, or
Okay.
tablets, whatever you wanna call it.
Yeah,
So originally, when we met the first time, I believe, you had talked about putting that on a different line in a different part of the
Well,
budget.
your IT, any of the IT stuff,
Okay,
we were gonna move over, but you don't have any IT in that number.
yeah,
So we're gonna have to talk about that, cause to add you into, I'm gonna have to increase that IT number, which we were hoping to move some of your IT over, but you don't have any in
I've
there.
never had really any IT money, it's always been pretty much actual
so-
expense.
Yeah.
I mean,
so, cause we might, let's talk before you order those, because we can maybe work a deal through Comcast. And the cells charge would be a lot cheaper for us,
Okay,
so.
I don't have a preference where necessarily where they come, what service, I know our phone's Verizon, I believe right now, but.
Yeah, cause we can get a better deal at that, even if we actually do a buyout.
Right, with Comcast,
Yeah.
because Comcast is cheaper with, because we have it.
Yeah,
So the big one there is the minus $8,000.
Right, so moving down, yeah,
we calculate the buyout.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, so before you anything, let's go over the Comcast stuff.
so this is the big one here, this transfer to reserve.
Yeah.
So what I did here was the 100,000 that you had in this line going transfer to reserve minus out the payments that you have puts you $8,000 under.
Okay.
So that wasn't something we could see before because it was all kind of mixed in to the payment lines. But now that we've broken it out, we can kind of see that. So we have to fund at least $8,000 more just to break even.
So was the interest added for
That's the interest, your interest is right here for the
but there's a revenue interest too, right? Is that added back in there?
revenue interest.
So our reserve funds are creating revenue interest, that goes back in there too typically, or it hasn't.
Yeah, but your payments have been coming out of
Yeah, you
there.
don't really have much. you
So
don't
there
have
isn't
much right
enough
there.
where you'd wanna calculate it.
Yeah, you're not coming out ahead on it right now. So what we do in this case, what you do with Todd's is we're moving these out, so that no more payments are gonna come out of your reserve.
Yeah.
And then fund your reserve for savings, but that's what you guys need to figure out what you wanna do.
Yeah, this is the one we didn't know how to solve simply because we didn't have a funding mechanism with this
It's all
one.
taxpayer money that goes into this line,
Yep,
so,
okay.
you
Because
know,
right now it's basically being, all the payments are basically coming out, right?
Mhm.
right, what we didn't know before is because of the way it was calculated, it was all under a loan. So the 100,000 was going in here, but you couldn't really tell if you were calculating 100,000 worth of expense. You really had to put it all together.
Sure.
So once we put it all together, now you can see it's
Now we're actually
$8,300 short.
In the hole.
Yeah.
Right,
So,
so you'd have to put at least $8,000. Well, you don't have to.
I mean,
but-
granted, when he sells his truck, right, he's got his, I mean, we'll have to solve that before then, but when he
Right.
sells his truck, that's gonna be 60 to hopefully 80 grand potentially in there. But that would be it. There would be no other additional money going in there, right? Because the
Right,
money that he currently is putting in there was actually to make the payment, is what
so
you're saying.
you gotta start somewhere, whether you start with the $8,000, which you're gonna have to you're
Yeah.
putting that into his budget right now, because
Right.
the payments are coming out,
Yes,
right? So you don't have to put the $8,300
No.
in there, but the point is, do you wanna start with $10,000? Do you wanna start with $20,000?
yeah.
What do you as a board want to put in that line?
Yeah, basically, there's no
You
extra.
gotta,
in
you
this
gotta
reserve.
start going in the other direction.
right, so, yeah, cause right now we're putting $100,000 away and the payments
Are
Or
more than
108.
85, no, it's, no.
It's 108,306.44.
How does 80,000 something a year come to 100 and?
You're
Is it-
72,619, 25,203,
That
10,048. This is your payments for next year right here.
But the ladder truck never came out of the reserve fund, that was a separate line item.
Right, but we're moving it up into,
Okay, so that's why I'm over budget then.
right,
'cause you
well, you're
changed-
under you're right.
The
because
ladder
every-
truck was a separate line item previously up above, so if you take that out of the reserve fund, that's why I'm over.
They were all separate before. They were all over in the loan line.
They were all in the
Right.
room.
I understand, but the only thing that ever was taken out of the reserve fund previous was the engine, and then when we got the tanker, that payment came out, so we had two payments come out last year, which wasn't a norm, because that's what's putting me over budget though, is moving the 25,000 to that line. That's why it looks like I'm $8,000 in the hole, that's why.
Well, it's
See what I'm
somewhere
saying?
you have to fund
Where did
that.
the $25,000 come from the year before though?
It's,
Right, it wasn't coming out of your budget, it was in the loan line.
could be, but it wasn't being paid out of the reserve.
How do
fund.
you
Okay.
pay, and how did it get paid for then?
However you do the loan line, I guess, but it wasn't coming out of the reserve fund previously. The only truck that was coming out of the reserve fund was the engine one that was paid off this past year, and then the first payment of the new truck, because because of the 2 years to get a fire truck, the payment had to be, normally that payment should have come out, the first payment should have been in 24. That would have kept us on track, type of thing, but it came out in 23, which, because we ordered the truck, we had to order a truck almost 2 years in advance.
Well, you prepaid the loan, that's why.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and we got a discount for doing that, we got like
Right.
16.
So,
grand.
I mean, you can, it doesn't really matter how you look at that number. I mean, the
Okay.
8,300 is zero, basically.
Yeah.
You just have to, at this point, right now, there's no money going into the reserve fund, so that.
And there's no other money to pull from
There's
within
no
that,
other
it
money
would,
to
the
pull
only
from.
option would be either reduce a line or pull from ARPA and fund it.
No, it's
No,
gonna
you
pull
can't
from
do that.
ARPA. You can't fund it with ARPA.
You can't fund it with ARPA. So basically, you're
It's-
increasing your budget.
You're increasing your budget, whatever you put in that line.
Okay, alright,
So.
and
you
their
can
line
make
is
it-
already at 28%.
Well,
Well,
that's that truck paid off, you know, this year, next year,
Which one?
the 20, the ladder
The
truck.
ladder truck?
I have to
I
I think
look,
there's a couple of years left
Hang
of that,
on.
but she has it.
and they have it
That's what it's
here,
like.
I may not.
Cause it was on a separate expense line, and what never came out of reserve fund.
Well, and it's not really, it may not necessarily, it's not coming out of reserve fund, but what we're saying is, I'm trying to balance it out.
No, I get what you guys are trying to do,
Yes.
but it looks
And
like
this
I've
may-
overspent.
No,
So to speak,
no.
which I have.
well, no, it's
that's
just the
what's-
way, we're just underfunding it. I think
Right, yes.
it's a different way of saying, yeah, you're not overspending, we're
Yeah.
underfunding.
It should have
It is
been,
really,
it should have been in your line item for your department, just
Yeah.
like Todd's trucks were in his line items.
Yeah,
I'll go get that.
So that's where, that's just where we're
This
trying
is
to.
just a matter of us having to increase it, and so,
I'll look
yeah.
at it for you.
Alright, so, okay,
Sorry,
so
thank you.
clearly we gotta get them out of the hole at minimum, right?
Well, you don't have to get them out of the hole, it's zero. So
Okay,
I can, like,
But
right
we
now,
can
I can
fund-
just make this zero, but it's whatever you wanna design to do to put money into his reserve account for any future purchase.
and how much how much you say is coming back from the truck right now, potentially, on the low side?
originally when I came to the board on, I said I thought 40,000 would be a rough number.
Okay,
We started out asking 94 or 5, that had nobody's bet on that, I suspect that's gonna come down, type of thing, so. 40 is probably a safe number, type of thing, I suspect that number will be higher than that, but either way, I would say the 40, I would suspect is a safe number.
or what is that, oh my god, I don't even know, I'm terrified to.
You can earmark that money to go into his reserve account, back into his
Which is-
reserve account without it going through here. So we would just put that into the 1-2 account and it would just go into your reserve.
So
account if you
yeah,
wanted to do
that's
that.
what I thought was happening,
Yeah.
anyways,
Yeah.
whatever the truck sold,
Yeah.
the.
Yep, the money goes back to the reserve. But we need a long-term plan to fund this, though, that's the problem, is how do we fund this?
It gets
moving forward?
funded out of your tax base.
Yep.
That's how that's just.
I'm
like
just so
policy.
concerned with our numbers already at 115, or at what 15% now.
Yep.
You know, what is another $40,000, $60,000 due to that?
He was put,
So it's another 3%.
another 3%.
But what that would do is, it would then kickstart the fire department, once he got his truck sold. With $100,000 true money in reserve money.
Right. The reserve is just gonna be straight savings now.
That's safe, that's your real.
No, I
savings
understand what you're trying to do, like, I
account. Just,
understand.
I'm terrified that the town is gonna,
No, that's what I was gonna say, there comes a point where we're gonna have to ask ourselves, what do we think we can get past? As opposed to, what is it?
So we currently, with the trusts, you're paying last year's dollars, you would have paid 100,000 for the reserve fund and that 25,000 something. Well, those would have been your expenses as far as, the tax bill, so to speak, so 125,000 something was the kind of the true expense between those two lines,
okay,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you have 2 years left in the ladder.
Okay,
So 26 will be, you won't have a payment in 26.
okay,
You'll have a payment this year and next year.
okay.
I don't think we can get a budget passed with an 18% increase.
well, and we can talk through it, right? I mean, that's the idea of
Right.
having a town meeting is, listen, here's our funding mechanisms for. you know, the fire department and for the town garage. Now, if people say, no, we do not wanna fund those on the floor, they can make a decision and try to vote it down, and then that money would come out. That's the way I understand the way it would work, correct?
Yes,
So-
No, you can't pick apart the budget on, well,
yes, you can, somebody can make a motion to add money or subtract money from the budget
Yeah.
from the floor.
Yeah, and then they can vote it, if it's a floor vote. So,
And if they don't wanna make a change there, then we have to
It
go
just,
back
you know,
and do another
we-
election.
the idea is, right, we've gotta fund these the proper way. This is the
Yes.
way we're going to do it, there's no other magic way to do this. And you can't, and
and
you're being more.
every year is a bad year, every
Every-
year you've
yeah.
got some,
It's all, yeah,
you know,
well, and on
flooding
top of
or
this,
COVID or something that
on
drives.
top of this, we're trying to bond a bridge this
It-
year
it-
too.
It's
So,
something
that
that
may
should
get
have
shot down as well.
started 20 years ago and we've
Yep,
let it fall because every year there's it's a bad year because of,
Yeah.
and we pull it out of the budget.
And I get that. But, you know, the average voter is gonna be like, well, how does this affect? I mean, we went through this already. How's this going to affect?
so we should be prepared to be able to speak to how much would that increase taxes with 18%?
Yeah, well, so once you're comfortable with what's here, then we're gonna start putting this all into NEMRIC.
And then
then that'll
spend a lot
give you
more?
some, I don't know yet.
Okay.
It shouldn't, if the calculations all here are good, but, you know, if something's off a little bit, you can't really, you know, this is all manually done, where NEMRIC is automated, so once we put it into NEMRIC, we'll get a better, truer result, that's what you're gonna go out with,
Mm-hmm.
so.
Is it true that the state's gonna impose like whatever it was, like 18 or 20%?
They're saying 18.5% is what they're saying,
And then the school
and
is
school's 15, I
15
think.
right now.
So
Yeah,
this
it's gonna be a bad year for,
Hey, sorry, did you say the education tax was 18%?
well, that's what the state is talking about right now, it hasn't been.
No, I know Carolyn already talked about that and she said no, because Carl asked that and Carolyn responded. She said most likely it was 10 to 13.
Right.
Right, it's
Okay.
still a lot.
That's
and
still a
then-
lot, especially
you
if
have-
we're at
School's
18.
the biggest part of your tax.
And then
bill.
you have a 14%,
Yeah.
that the schools.
How much of the
elect,
school,
and
what's the percentage of the school of our tax bill?
About 80%.
Yeah, it's
I say that-
80%.
Well, then that's good, because that's gonna be a talking point that we remind voters that, keep in mind that this
Depends if you go
represents.
first or they go first.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're part of this process, I mean.
Well, they won't be doing much because.
Ken?
No, do you have time for a couple of questions about the warning today?
Not right now, we're talking about Keith's budget, we can talk about that after, though.
This,
Sounded like you're talking about other things.
the first
We're talking
response-
about funding,
right, so the first response is money to reserve.
Yeah.
Now that you guys are all one, do you still need to do that?
Probably not, except for, right now, that's how we're paying for like AEDs, and to some degree, we paid some of that impact fees as well. So that's how we're paying. A lot of our equipment replacement, we're paying out of impact fees or reserve funds type of thing. They're not in expense lines there. Some of it is, a little bit of it is, but not like more, so your bigger pieces are coming out of, whether it be impact fees. Reserve funds typically, EMS is different per se, that's been like AEDs, but the reserve fund for the fire department's always just been trucks. And then the capital impact fees, we've used to offset a lot of the capital purchases, so like air packs, the hydraulic rescue tools we bought a few years ago, we paid all of that, you know. Then, well, air packs is a total, when we bought all the new ones, however many years ago, that was a loan. Type of thing, but the last couple that we bought with the new truck were out of impact fees instead of
How often are you buying those?
air packs.
Yeah, well, whatever you're pulling out of this reserve, it's just wondering if it should be a line item instead of a reserve account. Because a reserve, you're saving up to buy something.
Yeah,
Whereas if you're using that money yearly for that, that should just be a line item.
so the reserve on the first response, we're saving up to buy AEDs there's only $1,000 in there, so you're, every 2 years, we'll get you one.
Okay,
So like this year, we bought the 3 AEDs out of reserve funds. Literally, I mean, the ones that are.
that they're impact fees, but I'll have to, okay.
Cause you ordered the ones for the.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, and I actually, those came, we had budgeted 2,000, they were like 1950 something a piece, and that didn't include the pads and the batteries and the. So I actually ate in my EMS supplies, cause I had the money to do it, I ate that for all of them. So like the ones for the library, the highway, the batteries, the pads and everything, I ate the difference in my budget because the other part of it wasn't put us over. I ate the supply portion of it,
Thank you.
which was I don't know what it was. $1,200 or something, so it would have been $600 or whatever, half of that would have been the rest of the town, the other part very in line anyway.
So yeah, I mean, that's up to you guys, as far as like funding that in a reserve or just funding it out of like supplies and then up here, I know these line items.
Yeah,
But if you're not buying them every year.
we don't typically buy them every year, but. That's part of what that. Some of that's part of that new program we're getting, which will include all of our inventory, it'll allow us to put in. All of our equipment like that will be in there and it'll allow us to actually put in replacement dates and it'll flag it for us, you know what I mean? So like the AEDs, I literally be able to look at dates and say, okay, we probably get more years than that, but I think the normal recommended for AED is like 7 years for replacement type of thing. It would allow us to look at it and go, okay, this one's due this year, or this one, you know what I mean?
Right.
And we're doing that with all of our stuff.
So if you're doing that, it might be better, cause it'd be the same way we do computers, so we're
Yeah.
doing the computers off a schedule like that.
Yeah, that's the
then-
hope with the program is,
Right,
it includes like but it allows us. As far as all of our maintenance records, we'll be able to go in it, we'll be able to look at those costs and everything, and then, all of our equipment, like, you know, every truck has expensive equipment on it, it allows us to look at when was this purchase and, you know what I mean, and does it need to be replaced, it's, you know, one based on years, or did it get to the years, it's like, hey, it still has years of service and we can fix that, but.
Alright, so what do you guys think? I wanna circle back around to that magic number.
But I think-
The-
I think so far, so good. I mean, the numbers I got.
Reserve.
And he was good with what's in
So
there.
you said between the ladder, just so I know that number, you said between the ladder and the tanker, it was like 10, what was it?
so I can, so let me just put a calculator here for you. so-
And that is, you gotta get better at reading, so good.
Yeah.
And understanding what that.
108, 306, 44.
So we had a lot of money that we
I'm gonna.
were potentially going
I'm gonna
to
start
put money into trying to catch Todd up,
Which we did,
You don't want
yeah,
that.
that's what we basically took,
You did the same 60,000.
yeah.
So currently at that
possibly
108,
we could switch that money to fire department.
Well, no, because then you're now putting him in a situation where now he can't buy a truck in 2 years. The idea was to get Todd in a situation where he could start buying new,
Yeah.
right, like the fire department is. Listen, there's no easy way
More of a
about it.
robbing Peter to pay Paul thing. I'm thinking.
Well, not really,
Yes.
we're not really robbing anyone, we're simply telling the community, do you wanna create a sustainable funding mechanism? So instead of buying these used vehicles that other people are getting rid of that need maintenance, you get on, you know, right now, the fire department's on a new vehicle, well, not vehicle, but a new fire truck purchase program, right? Every X number of years. We gotta get the highway department on that. They're buying used vehicles. I mean, we were looking at the numbers the other day. If he waits 2 years, does maintenance, it's still gonna be cheaper.
Yeah.
Than it
More
would
than likely,
be,
yes.
more than likely, unless there's some catastrophic engine failure. Cheaper than if he were to buy a used vehicle along with all the maintenance. It just does mean that the numbers are gonna be high, you know, and
So-
maybe oh, go ahead.
The only other thing you can look at doing is not to fund the reserve account this year as you build your capital budget and refocus everything on the capital budget and how you're gonna fund your capital budget, because you've talked about funding that out of the impact fees and doing away with how the impact fees right now are funding. You could put that impact fee money towards your capital budget and rebuild your capital budget with those items. Then I just revisit this down, you know, into next year's budget.
I'm not sure if we can do both departments at the same time, it's the thing that concerns me.
Right, that's, yeah.
Okay, all right. I just don't know how much in impact fees that we're working with. That's, I guess, my question, and I don't have a good understanding of how much in.
Roughly, I think we were predicting about 26,000 next year. I mean, it really depends on the number of houses we build.
For which?
If you build 35.
Total or?
Total or? per-
Total.
Oh, okay.
If you build, you know, if you were to build 35 houses next year, you can be funding 116,000. It really just, that's where the number comes from. You know, you don't know what you're gonna have. This year we built like 10 or 11, something like that.
Yeah,
So,
all right. I'm trying to be fair across the departments. I'm trying to get, you know, the places where we need to spend money, it's typically vehicles and equipment are the big purchases.
right. Well, it's this payment right here that kicks you up. It's that pumper tanker that went in. That's,
Well, no, this year it replaces the engine that ended last year,
right.
essentially.
But if you sell it, you're gonna get the 40,000
Yeah,
that you can put into reserve, so
Yeah.
that gives you a little bit of a start
So
and then
currently,
catch up.
currently, the tax base is costing the town 125,000, the expense is 100 and whatever it was, 108.
Yeah,
So there's, what is that difference, $15,000 or $16,000, it's really going into your reserve fund.
well, this isn't coming out of reserve anymore.
Right, I understand, but
Yeah.
that's right now, that's the difference, you're taking in $125,000 in tax money this, in 2000. Based on 2023's rates, you're taking in $125,000 in tax revenue, and then you're spending 108, so the difference is whatever that amount
There's
is.
a 125 coming from.
100 plus the 25, because the 25,000 previously was expensed to a different line, not the reserve fund, so you were adding $100,000 a year.
This one you mean, yeah.
Yeah, so you were adding $100,000 a year currently for reserve fund, and then you were spending $25,000 a year for the ladder truck on a different line. So currently, as far as the taxpayers go, their bill for that is $125,000 a year. So however I won't say manipulate is probably a bad word, but however you manipulate the numbers, you have if you don't change anything, you have 125,000 coming in and 108 going out. Does that make sense?
Okay, so so what you're saying is that we just need to fund the difference? I guess I'm not.
I guess you have to decide what you want to fund is.
Yeah,
So right now, the only difference is that if you left it alone as it was, the reserve fund would gain whatever that math is.
it wouldn't though, would it? Well,
If you didn't move anything, it would, because your 25,000 is not in the reserve fund, it's on a different expense line. Right, and then you have 100,000 coming in with a
Okay,
70.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so
Yeah,
you would have
so,
ended up with,
yeah, it's gonna
Right.
be,
It's
13,
125,
15.
yeah, 125 minus 108 and change,
Yeah.
so.
right, so 17,000.
Yeah. So
That's about, that would be.
Plus the money that he's gonna get back from the truck would put him right around north of 70, well, I don't know what you get.
Right,
If you
Yeah,
got 40
you're
grand
Probably
versus
60,
grand.
minimum 60.
right, so you can lower the 60 to 20.
Yeah,
See what that does, does that get us, it gets us to what, 16%?
16 and a half, roughly.
Yeah.
But then this one here is
the
what we're
hard part of
talking about.
that is. The next truck on our replacement.
Exactly.
is the ladder truck,
Which is,
as current prices is over $1 million.
oh my
But if you replace a fire engine. That's, at today's cost is anywhere from $800 to $1 million depending on,
yeah,
so.
yeah, we're not, and the problem is that goes back to our larger issue of how do we generate revenue.
Right, and that's the bigger issue with that's been a big issue for years is. it's finally, especially on the fire department, it's finally caught up, so to
Yep.
speak. The truck we just replaced was the cheapest, so to speak, the cheaper version of any truck we have to replace, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas the next one, whether it be an engine or a ladder, is regardless of which version it is not a cheaper, if we stay with new trucks.
And how
The
long,
problem
how
is,
long?
especially with the ladder truck, there's not good used ladder trucks out there. You know what I mean? There's just not, I look at it all the time, and if you buy, you know what I mean, if they're used, there's to find one that has been, so to speak, well, reasonably taken care of, that they're just not there. They're usually like, some of them have 100,000+ miles on them, which for a fire truck, it's, the mileage is actually not the 100,000 miles of that is a ton of engine hours, so fire trucks idle a lot. You know what I mean? So a lot of these trucks are, they're not just, you know, they're not just aged, they're worn. There's a lot going on with them. We were lucky on the one we got used, but that's, you know, and maybe that comes around, you just never know, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
The right total for the impact fees.
No.
Cause in 2019, this is before all the crazy COVID increases of fire trucks. Fire trucks were anywhere from 3 to 5% per year. So I had done a schedule out, so that was the year we bought, or we had just taken delivery of the current engine.
Mhm.
I had gone all the way out till when we had to replace that engine again, and at that time, we needed
tell you that's.
$197,000 a year to go into the
Yeah,
reserve
that's
fund to
not
pay for truck payments. To have the funding to pay for.
I don't know, on the balance sheet,
And we were putting in. at the
Well,
time,
I'd have to go and look at
80,000.
that word, pull that number out, but
And,
yeah, no, there's more than that.
and now that they've gone up, you know, that was back.
Yeah, I have,
That last engine we bought was right around
yeah,
$500,000.
I mean, they'd have
You
to,
know, in 2000.
I don't know what
2018, I think.
calculates
So,
into that.
in
I'd have
5
to look at
years,
that.
they've gone almost double. They've gone up probably 75% more than. Which, how do you?
At this point in time, we just kind of do what we can right now this year.
The orange is just stuff we have to move, that's internal bookkeeping that we have to do. So your total's down here, so you're over last year, 39.35, but that's also popping this in there, which wasn't in there before, which we pulled out of other areas, and also adding all of the benefits in, which was in
Yeah.
another area, so.
Yeah, which
It's
is-
really hard to compare these year over years like this right now because of what we've done.
And that's what the problem is, we're gonna have to speak to it.
Right, yeah, I mean, if we had to, I could minus that stuff out to come up with a better number, but yeah. I'm guessing right now he's probably, you're around 20% over, which is where you started before I added that stuff in.
Yep.
So.
So, yeah, when you compare it to last year's numbers,
Yeah,
because you have a full-time firefighter versus a part.
right, and it wasn't calculated in last year,
Right, so that's where the percentage is, if you figure that had been a full-time firefighter last year, my percentage that I presented was like 2 point something.
Right.
So I'm gonna send you this file as well, so you have it, just like I did with Todd. Do we have any other questions on the budget, or do you have any other questions?
like, the only other one is, for you to figure out is this one, which isn't a big amount, which is in a reserve. And that's what we were just talking about. I think you'd wanna move this to just a line item, especially if he's going to a schedule, it would be like a computer. I would just put it into a line item. Not
I mean, it's only
necessarily.
$1,000.
Yeah.
It's not gonna break the bank.
No, it doesn't break the bank, it's just reserve accounts are a lot harder to track
Yeah,
in the accounting side than just having it as a line item.
Okay.
So reserves are kind of a nightmare to, you really want them for big, like one-time big purchases, so you do the
Yeah.
calculation once.
yeah.
You're not pulling out of it all the time.
Okay.
because That just makes a nightmare,
Yeah.
so.
And do we have a place where it can go already?
Yeah, we have fire rescue medical supplies, we have another supply line.
Yeah,
up
is
in
there a
here, so
generic
you
one?
have,
Fire rescue supplies, I think would be the most generic, wouldn't it?
yeah, you could just throw it into one of those. And
You want it in the medical supplies.
You want it in the medical?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
alright.
works out.
Yeah, why don't we do that then? That will resolve that. And then I will update that as well on your file that I'm sending you. That's the first response money to reserve?
Yeah,
Okay, so you basically zeroed it out?
I zeroed it out, and then I just put $1,000 more into the medical
Medical.
supplies,
Yeah, so I brought it up to 7.
so.
The
It's just-
only
it's just
downside
cleaning
of
it up.
that is when I need to buy an AED, is that money at the end of the year is not staying in, is it staying in an account somewhere?
No, but it would just be like, it'd be just the same as the computers. So every year, you're just, like, if we had more computers to buy, or you have the
Yeah.
AEDs, you would just make that part of your budget number that year. If you're gonna have that system that's gonna tell you when you replace it,
Yeah.
then that, you'll just add it in when you get to that point,
Okay.
so.
Cause right now, we're doing it at the bank, whereas if you add it to the $1,000, I don't need it in that line right now.
So you want me to take it out of there?
Well, you know what I'm saying, like,
Yeah,
you
no,
know, I just bought 3 AEDs, so if I had left 1,000 in or something that's building an account to pay for them, that, you know, whereas if I put the 1,000 in the supply line, that I don't need that there right now, I just bought the AEDs, does that make sense?
yeah,
So
Let me reduce that then.
we're still gonna have to pay for them at some point, it's.
right,
You know what I
but when you
mean?
come to that point, you pay for it.
$1,000
You just
In
add,
the-
it,
in
then
the
you add
budget
it to the budget.
and-
Oh, yeah, I understand, I
The
totally
reserve
understand.
funds really should be taking a huge expense and spreading it out.
I understand.
You know, spreading out the
So
cost.
back when they were separate entities, that was the biggest item, the first.
Right, no, that makes sense.
You know what I mean, so that
But
was.
now that
kind
they're
of
all
what I was-
together,
Yeah,
It probably got, the reserve fund probably got set up with the idea that someday they would own an ambulance, but I don't think we're in the position to fund that at this point.
no,
So you want me to leave it 7 or make it 6? It's your call.
yeah, the supply line 6 is probably adequate,
Okay,
that's what I had proposed, right, I think.
okay.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, it made like a 0.01.
yeah. Let's do it.
Any other?
So the far right is the proposed, right? I'm just.
Zip line right here.
Cell G, yeah. it's
Yeah,
right.
okay. So the first lines I never had in my budget, so I don't know. Well, the like salary benefits stuff,
Yeah, that stuff,
Yeah.
that's just,
that was never figured by me, so I don't know.
Right, it's all, yeah, we pulled the calculators right off.
Yeah.
So if I make a change up above, those will automatically populate, so they're all coming off of that salary line. And that came back from the audit that
Mhm.
we needed to do.
No, I understand, I was just trying to look at the lines that I had that I
Yep.
had provided, just to see, cause if there was a change, and I had a question I'd rather ask now than.
Yep.
So
yeah,
I was just trying to go through that.
Yeah,
I don't know, that was the goal of having here, absolutely.
yeah. The AD insurance, I don't know if that was in there before, or we moved that over there, but that's in there. No, it wasn't there before.
That one wasn't there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
36, so that was in there.
My bad.
Otherwise, we hadn't changed any of the numbers from what you gave us.
Yeah, I said everything looks. Yeah, other than the reserve stuff, the
Yep.
question mark on there, and then. The salary thing at Fort, we were only $500, $700 off or whatever, anyway, so that's not a big difference.
Okay.
So, no, I understand, you're sending that to me anyway.
You got it.
but
You'll have
the
the
way
you'll
I'm
have the
reading
working
it,
file.
it makes sense to me.
Absolutely, yeah, and feel free to look it over, and if you have any questions that you think of, feel free to ping us. And thank you for coming today, I appreciate it.
But it's easier, if you have questions about it, for you to be here, then, the guesstimate it, you know what I mean, or unders.
Yeah, I think our biggest challenge is just gonna be, because this budget is looking different, I think it's gonna just naturally cause a lot more questions, and it's a good thing, and they're all positive changes. I think unfortunately, people are just gonna look at the big numbers and the increase, and then see all of these departments that look way over, but technically aren't as over as they seem.
If we can. I mean, it really does depend on how we structure the conversation. The major things that are pushing that number up are investing into the highway and fire department's reserve funds. And I think the case can definitely be made for that.
Well, I mean, really, if you look at the highway, we technically didn't, I mean, when you look at the percentage that theirs is increasing, keep in mind, some of that is being funded by ARPA.
Yes,
While you're paving line.
Yeah.
No, that
Paving line
was-
is drastically
that was-
reduced.
that was clever budgeting right there, but.
All it's doing is
We
kicking
got
the
in
can
trouble
next
last year
year.
for doing it, so I'm just gonna forewarn you of that was a trouble issue last year.
We're using, okay.
There was money, well, the way I look at it is, and that's, we're happy to talk with it, but there was money saved this year by Todd through a grant. And we wanna be able to leverage money that came back to ARPA, reallocate it to a different line. Right?
What did we do last year? It was 200,000 in paving, right? From ARPA.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
well, we had the culvert, and then we can spend that money, so like, then the culvert worked out well. for that.
Yeah, right.
And that's allowing us now, right, because of the culvert project, right, isn't that the money that went back to ARPA?
Yeah, it works out to be about that amount of money.
So technically, it had already been on the docket to be spent last year.
Right.
All we're doing is saying, okay, the money came back, we're allocating that back to the same department, just for paving instead.
Well, I mean, we'll have to explain again that, yes, we're using this for infrastructure, we need to use it this, have it allocated this year, otherwise it's gone. And we are putting 50,000 aside for community, for community.
Yeah, we need to figure out how we're gonna do that too, how do we?
And the LCT is really pushing to have this money spent by March.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're doing that.
Well,
It's gotta be.
they want
It's spent now.
allocate, well,
Well,
there's no
they're-
way they can make us spend.
No, they're not making anybody. They're saying you should try to do that.
Well,
The last email that came out but I don't know the reason why they're saying that. That's
March,
why.
we're supposed to have a list to them of all the allocations is what, the way I understood it.
Right. But then there's
We
last
have
email.
another year before we have to spend it, it's the end of next year,
26.
26. There you go.
Right.
Keith, you're good, buddy, you
I have
want?
one quick question.
Sure.
The impact fees you said are changing how they're listed and not budgeted. And I understand that.
They're not,
My question is, how do I spend from them now? So like in the past, I've always, I provided here, I
right,
had
you know,
tablets.
right.
Do I have to get permission to spend for it, or if I have money in there, I can spend it on capital stuff and then just submit the bill, as long as I'm not overspending the line,
Right,
obviously.
so you should go through a PO system.
Yeah,
You know,
no, I
or so you
understand
know that you have the money in there, that you're
Yeah.
putting it toward impact
that.
fees.
Yeah,
And then it goes through a warrant for them, but as long as it's coming from impact fees, it's already been approved from
okay,
the voter standpoint,
okay.
that money is
Well-
approved that way.
There is a policy about what you can spend in.
Right.
As
No,
long as
I
it's
know how to
spending
do
it in
that.
the right
I
area.
understand.
Yeah, but
I've been
it's
doing
it's
that for
how we're
years, so.
tracking it.
Yeah.
And before it was tracking the budget, which didn't really make
Yeah.
any sense,
In
so.
in the past, I used to budget what I was spending my impact fees on this current year.
Right,
Yeah.
And if there was a change to that, I would have to come to the select board and say, hey, we wanna spend another $5,000 on it, on whatever.
Right.
And typically they would, but at the end of the year, it would look like I overspent the line, even though all I was doing was
right, and
spending
you're
money in
not,
the bank.
and that's
I was
exactly.
spending money in the bank, it did nothing to do with the
No.
tax rate.
And that was the exact issue we saw, because in building it, we were spending 42,000, but only budgeting to collect 23,000, but I'm like, well, but there's already 100 and something thousand in
Right,
there, so.
exactly.
That's why we had this
Yeah.
conversation today with them, and their auditor was like, yeah, get rid of that altogether, so.
So, just making sure I understand, so the stuff that I had budgeted, all I would do is, as long as I had, if I had $50,000 in there currently, which probably a little less than that, but regardless, right, I could spend in theory up to $50,000, and I do the PO, I mean, our normal, obviously, purchasing policy stuff, but and the normal, it's capital and all that, because, right, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, one of the people that we
Because
spoke with
one of the
today.
questions I had is I had budgeted a certain amount and we came to the conclusion, like, we're short on fire gear, so the 3 sets that I have in there is actually the guys will have gear, but what happens is when we go to a fire, and you're supposed to, cause I mean, it's carcinogens all over you, right? You're supposed to come back, wash your gear, dry it, that's a process, it's a little better now, cause we just created a gear dryer, so we used to have to air dry it for 3 or 4 days, so. You know, you have 10 guys or gals, you know, if you have 10 firefighters that fight fire and they're in the smoke or whatever, and you come back. And now all of them have to wash their gear, we don't have 10 sets of gear to say, here's another set you can wear. We're a little ahead, so like the ones we're purchasing for the upcoming year. Gear is good for 10 years and it's no good, so, by an NFPA standard type of thing, at 10 years, if you're a structural firefighter, it's gotta be replaced, so. And typically it's ready to be replaced, our folks see enough fire that, you know, it's typically ready to be replaced in most cases, so. But the point of it is we used to, at one time, we had a pretty good cabinet of stuff where we had extra stuff, but, now we're down to like, we have 3 or 4 spare sets of gear, you know, and like we've had 2 fires in the last couple of weeks. Where I know the one in the city, I had 11 firefighters there, you know what I mean, so not all of them probably had to be their gear, so some of them probably worked outside and whatever, but. Probably 8 of those people had to come back and figure out gear, so some of them didn't have gear if we had a fire in the next period of a day or 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, so what I wanna do is use a little bit of my impact fee money to get a few extra sets, they will be measured. To the actual firefighters, currently, they would just up them in the 10-year replacement of the gear, so they'd end up in theory. Having. The goal eventually would be that they each have two sets, they'd have.
So every
set-
5 years.
Every 5 years, they would get a new set essentially, but we're not there yet, I'm trying to work my way to get there, so if I buy. We bought 2 sets this current year, which helped, cause we're like the 2 people, we measured the people for the upcoming year, cause gear takes a few months to get. We were like, the people we just measured are like 3 years from their gear expiring, so we're starting that process, but if I can buy a few extra sets of my impact fee, that'll help me. So I was gonna see if I could add that to my budget, but if the money's there, that's why I'm asking about something. Yeah.
One of the people we spoke with today basically said in a lot of towns in December, what they do is they send. Whoever is getting their impact fee money.
Yeah.
They send them a note and say, spend this by the end of the year.
Yeah.
So that they like to clear that account by the end of the year, so there's no impact fee money, because it does become a tracking nightmare, as I'm sure Amber said, it's.
Yeah, well, and when I was in here the other day, she was going over it.
Yeah,
Like,
the tracking
But
thing.
you're okay, cause you've spent enough to offset, you know, but she's like, well, you got this amount this year, this amount, I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
so-
People can technically come in and ask for it back if it hasn't. been
Right,
spent.
if it's,
Right.
cause then
But it
it's
is-
6 years to
It is a
spend it.
real nightmare to track.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's why he said, he was telling us that, yeah, they just send it out and get rid of it.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know, whatever you can, if you have stuff like that to do it, but you don't, because it's already established for that. It's just gonna go through a warrant to the select board,
Yeah,
and it's money that's already collected for
Okay.
that
no,
purpose, so.
I think we're all on the same page, I just wanna make sure, cause it was a change that I understood it, so. That's fine on my end, I usually I try to keep a minimum in there mostly because we ever break a piece of equipment, you know what I mean? Type of thing, or something, a fire, break a $3,000 piece of equipment or something, I can literally go to my impact fees and replace it if I have to, so. So that's, I always try to keep a little bit of a balance there for that reasoning, but. But,
Okay, excellent. All right, I'm hitting send on this and you'll have that in your inbox. And I'm just replying to the November 15th email that you sent us your budget.
oh,
I'm just replying
Oh, yeah,
right to that email with
yeah.
everybody on it with the numbers we reviewed tonight.
okay.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Good work.
Thanks, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Have a good day, everybody.
See you later.
Alright, so I'm going conservation, wait, conservation. There's two lines, so this should be quick. You're okay.
Uh-huh. I was gonna say, you really waited here for too long? I'm sorry.
So, was here before me. Okay. I have 3 questions regarding the warning that was passed out, at the last meeting. Back in November, you had a discussion about establishing a Veterans Monument Fund, and I didn't know if that was gonna be in the warning.
Geez, I wish.
I thought there already was, or we didn't need to do one.
I'm pretty sure we talked about that.
Yeah. I didn't think we had to put one on the warning.
If
There
we
was
already have
one
one, we don't need to
made up.
put one on the warning.
I thought there was already one there.
I'm just going
Well,
by
in
what
the
your,
book,
what
there's a
your
list of
minutes,
all the reserve
what your
funds.
minutes said.
Yep. Yep, it is definitely something we talked about per the minutes.
In that annual report, there's a list of all the existing reserve funds, so you'll know if it's in there, if you can find it in that book.
It's not, because the monies was swept into the administrative reserve fund, so it's not a standalone
Okay.
currently.
Gotcha.
Right, but it might be established without any funding in it.
No,
There is-
they list the ones with no funding in that
There is
list.
money, there is money in the fund, it's just that it's not a standalone piece. So however you wanna,
I know she worked on that, so I'll just,
however you wanna do that. Okay, second thing is Article 4, shall the town of Georgia adopt all budget articles by Australian ballot? With that wording, you will still have a floor meeting every year, because you're only asking for the budget to go to Australian ballot, and I'm just asking, is that your intent?
Why would you have?
What outside of the
Budget
bail?
all articles.
Huh?
Because you still have like electing the representatives to the
GIDC.
GIDC and.
Yeah, that's not on there, right?
You know, recognizing people
Well, we had
for
just did one
all
last
those
year.
different things.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that's our intent.
No, maybe we should rephrase it to all town.
Wait, okay, I'm just gonna say it, I'm concerned that this isn't budget related. That we're going over things that were not warned in the budget or this meeting.
Let me play devil's.
I mean, Ken's the one who sent the email a couple days ago.
Let me play devil's advocate. If we're talking about, how we present the budget.
But it's not. We're talking about what's gonna be on,
It should be saved for
The
the
warning.
second if we can't discuss anything else.
Yep.
Well, you have an other item number 6, so I'm saying that it's under that. You're gonna be.
Yeah, but we couldn't do the personnel thing over there.
It doesn't matter to me, I'm just saying, the way it's worn now, we'll still have a town meeting.
Okay, so it sounds like that needs to be,
He's asking, will we?
sounds like that's something we need to address
Yeah,
at our
it
next. budget
hasn't
meeting.
gone to the.
yeah, the intent is
We
to,
need
yeah.
To put in budget figures and that, so then,
Okay,
once we get all that done. Then it'll go to the.
You'll have a
attorney.
warning back to.
And I just had sat in on a training today for town warning.
nice. Awesome.
All
Okay.
right, Article 5 says, shall the voters authorize $1.3 million to repair a bridge? And from Vermont statutes, the vote on the question of issuing bonds for improvements shall be by Australian ballot. So I think I believe that's gonna have to be on Australian ballot.
Yeah, there was a thing on the training today regarding bonds, Ken. So once I get the printout, because there was a link to go to, I'll have those answers.
Okay.
Can you send it to all of us?
Yep, so I went to the training, that once I get the PDF of all the training, and then they had certain links to go to for certain information. Because they just hit on each topic. We can get into that more.
Okay.
I like the paper this is printed on. That's the.
Holiday.
I don't have much other paper at home.
Well, if you have good stock of this is great.
But on to conservation,
Sure.
any questions?
Can't
Um,
read it.
Do you wanna, I mean, I stand right up there and look at
See
it.
it.
I,
Yeah, but I don't even, I'm having a hard time figuring out what the columns are.
so,
I've got
it's,
this is
six of them
current,
that say
they're all right
23.
here.
if you come over here,
Yeah, oh, it's 22.
conservation, and then you look at G, this is what's budgeted.
Right, it's the two oranges that you're looking at, so
Yes.
this was last year's,
This is
this
last
is the
year's,
next this
This is
year's.
this year's.
So 12, 6. Well, we're just plummeting right off the cliff here. Transfer to reserve, 10, 5, 13, transfer to general, 5, and nothing. So,
And why is this zero?
because they don't know what it is. Right? I'm assuming, why is that 0?
Transfer to general,
Yeah,
because you don't, there's nothing there to really need to transfer. If it's in your reserve, this is what we're doing, we're getting rid of this. Because there's no reason to have it, you have a reserve fund, if you spend out of your reserve fund, it's just gonna go to the reserve fund, it doesn't have to be transferred all over the place.
no, the
This
funds
is-
are
this
completely
is-
different.
This is cell tower monies, 4,700.
We're consolidating our reserve funds.
But
It's not-
no, they have different purposes,
It's not-
completely different purposes, you
It's-
can't just
The
roll.
general fund is not a reserve fund. This is a reserve fund.
With a very specific purpose.
The general fund is not a reserve fund. We only have one reserve fund. And the revenue that goes into the reserve fund is from 5% of cell tower revenues. That's where this number comes from.
That's how it's been.
5% goes to us and 5%
Go ahead and
goes to
speak, Doug.
Do you want me,
Yeah,
recreation.
please.
so since 2015, that has not happened.
Yes, it has.
No, it hasn't.
Every year it's happened. I can guarantee.
Yeah.
So I think
I have
that
the printout.
it
It's not happened. It
sounds,
stopped in
So,
2015.
so it may show that way in the town report, is that what you're
No.
saying?
It
No?
stopped in 2015.
okay,
There was I went back through 3 years of select board minutes.
I
Try
have the
to find
minutes
it.
from that.
And so in 2015, there was a conversation that happened about capping the
Reserve
GCC's reserve fund.
Not the general fund.
Okay, there was a conversation that happened about capping the GCC reserve fund.
Okay.
And
Copies of this for everybody.
in that conversation, it went round and round. And basically they said, we won't cap it if we do that, but at that point in time, I can't find anything in the minutes around that, but at that time, the 5% stopped going to the
It
GCC.
didn't though. I can show you. the
Every
numbers.
year,
Every year,
at the end of the year, when they put the money in from the cell tower, at the very end of the year, before the new year starts, calendar year, we get a lump of money into that account.
can we just have April confirm that?
Mhm.
Okay,
I can confirm it, we went through the numbers.
no,
Yeah, she's gonna show you the printout right now.
I get that.
Where's that money coming from then?
It was coming out of tax-based money, as far as I can tell.
So, yeah, so I guess my question is what we're seeing in 23, that 4,700 was not that actual money, but rather being taken out of the tax base, is what you're saying. So it was being funded, but through different sources.
different.
Yeah,
income source.
because the transfer
So-
from the cell tower money never happened after 2015 to GCC. when we looked at the
And
accounts.
where did that go, or where
It
did,
just went to the general fund.
okay.
It like just stopped. There was, in 2016, the money went in and then got credited out.
So it sounds like money was still going into your fund, it just
Yeah.
was not coming from
The 5%.
where it should have been coming.
How would we know that?
Well, you would,
We're not
that's,
even
I think,
getting
well,
numbers
that's,
from anybody.
I think that's the problem is until we started getting visibility of the financials and having a person in-house and doing an audit. I think we started to, I think that's what kind of what Doug's getting to is that many things that people thought were going on were not going on.
Yeah, no, and, yep, here you go,
What are you reading here?
minutes
Yeah.
from 2015.
Yeah,
So,
this is not, we're not talking reserve fund.
No, but at this point in time,
This line is not the reserve fund.
I'm. At that point in time, so there is a cell tower money account. That shows that where the money was going to, every year, 5% was going to
Stop it.
GCC. This happened before 2015. In 2015,
They are.
that was the last time it happened. In 2016, they transferred the money and then credited the money back out, like they zeroed, like it was like done by mistake, say. They put the money in, they took the money back out. After that point, the money never transferred.
It just that, it stayed there.
The 5%, the cell tower money just went to the general fund like it normally did. The money never transferred.
Because that fund got up to 150.
I don't.
No,
No,
that fund
that-
has never had, it's only had a few $1,000s in it, always.
Should we, I'm guessing, should we reinstate that process of putting the 5,000 in?
5%.
Or 5%, sorry, 5% in? Was there a reason why they stopped?
It was never even a discussion. We didn't even know it had stopped.
Well, there was a
Right, that's why I'm
discussion.
saying, should we
That discussion
reinstate it?
has nothing to do with that fund. That's the conservation reserve fund there.
Okay,
Different fund.
okay. So, okay,
Yeah, if we're righting wrongs, is this one that we should take a look at?
Means we get money at the end of every year.
Yeah.
Where's that money coming from and who decides
Well,
the
yeah.
amount? You
Well,
know,
no, I
if it's
get-
not 5%,
I don't
And-
think anyone's trying to take money away, I think we're simply just letting you know,
well,
what's actually happening, so we need to make a decision now as a board, you know.
Well, this is not a fund. The reserve is the only fund they have to save money in.
Okay,
So if you're gonna put 5% into a reserve fund, it goes into the reserve fund. That other fund is not a reserve.
okay,
but it's,
the transfer to general,
Yeah,
so
that's a due from.
So prior to us actually getting an allotment through line items, we only had the reserve fund, which is specified for certain purchases, and the general fund. And I know this is weird and no other department has it and whatnot, but when conservation was set up, they were allotted that 5% from the cell tower to fund the general fund. And then they put money into the reserve fund, which is specifically set aside to do a couple specific things. And then, as time went on and the board took on a whole lot more responsibilities and got more active, and we've got things that cost money now, we're not just hey, you should recycle little board, you know? We actually have trails to maintain and whatnot. We started putting in for line items. So we were getting our 5% in our general fund and line item expenses on top of that.
So I have one question. If the town has to pay money back, do we take that money out of everybody's fund that had been getting it?
But we haven't been getting it since 2015, so we're clear.
I've learned that.
Cheryl?
Yeah.
Can you just come give me this real quick? I don't have it saved in this, my laptop yet. Just pop that, and I don't know what that was. I have that saved. I just
So,
want to look at that.
Did you understand what I just said?
kind of.
That's my.
I mean, we got set
Oh,
up
no, that should be VTD.
back in, what year were we set up? Ken?
Conservation has been in
Was
this
it
town
2018?
for 30 years.
Okay, I'm looking at the historical budget allocations.
So
from
the year that we
2018.
were set up, and for many years after that, we had just the general fund and the reserve, well, the reserve fund eventually.
Yes, right? I know,
Do you want me to go print out the?
I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Well, I can.
This is what I was given
No,
this year.
No,
We have it printed out,
But,
as a first.
Historic budget allocations this is
that,
what we
that
were.
looks like our reserve fund, yes, and that's our line items.
Okay.
I don't know, I have no,
So this is, was
No idea.
given to me that says, hey, want to put this together, It shows a conservation budget over the last handful of years. I know a couple of questions came up on what we received in previous years, so I wanted to make sure the board had this information easily available, Alyssa. And that was provided to us, on November 5th of this year.
I do not know what that she's got two lines and stuff.
Yep.
I'm guessing she combined, general and line items.
Sorry, I had to download. I haven't finished setting this computer
So,
up yet.
so Doug, if you're
Hold
saying
on
that.
one second. Can you just do that again, so for me, sorry, Sharon.
Oh,
I had to download the plugin.
you want me to go and just do it on my computer?
Yeah, just, I can do it right here. I just don't wanna pull that out, because that's like being broadcast. Just trying to get that network second.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't finished setting these notebooks up yet.
So I'm looking at revenue. Cell tower payments proposed for last year were $94,000.
Yeah.
If you take 5% of that, it comes out to $4,700, which is right on your chart.
Yeah, I don't think that they're disagreeing with the calculation. I think what they're saying is the money did not come from the cell tower.
Okay, but
Fund.
if
It
the
was
cell
still-
tower
it was-
money goes into the general fund and money out of the general fund goes into that, then what's the
Yeah.
difference?
Yeah, that's
They
true.
It's not-
clearly they calculated it.
Just, yeah,
It's not the 5% though, that's the problem.
Well,
It is 5%,
it's
Doug.
5% of what's in the,
But now what we got,
It's 5% of the proposed 23 number.
yeah,
Which was 94,000, you said, right?
94,000. Year before, it was 106,000.
are they?
Mhm.
Yeah, cause we didn't get anywhere close to that,
53.
right? Yeah, we literally,
Starting from what we got from,
yeah, if you look at actually what we got, that was way overfunded then, because 5% of what we actually got was far less. So if the calculation is by that, then it was being overfunded. Cause we can show you, we just looked at the breakdowns, one Monday, the cell tower payments. And there were about 50% of them.
You understand that there's two sources of revenue for a cell tower.
yeah, and that's the problem with looking at there.
That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
right now it's a big problem.
Yeah, so right now they're saying that they've been overpaying us. Yes,
Yeah. But the two sources are American Tower and who's ever has a facility on the tower.
that's
so
where
we
we're running into issues.
There's two revenue,
we
there are
understand.
two revenue
Ken, we
streams.
are well aware of that.
We're running into.
And what they're saying is that they were overpaying us for 4 providers on the tower versus the real amount, which was 2 providers. And they basically, 1 provider?
Yeah, cause Sprint
Yeah,
went away,
the
so
only
we
one out
only
there
had
is-
T-Mobile.
So there's Verizon pays a rent, and then anybody else that's on there pays a 50% revenue. So the only.
Yeah, we're in a
person on
legal,
there-
we're in a legal dispute with them.
I
right
don't
now.
care about what the number is.
Okay.
Whatever the revenue is, we should be getting 5% and recreation should be getting 5% of those monies. Well, I don't care what the number is, that's totally up to you guys, but don't sit here and tell me that we haven't gotten 5% for years on end, because it's not, it is
Well,
invalid.
yeah, we can see it in the budget that you're clearly getting money.
There is a change, so there was a change in the accounting. Cause I just found, I think, where that change happened, which happened in 2016. So I don't know what happened to the money before that, but, cause they reclassified, there's a bunch of general journal entries in here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can see right with the budget line item, you had 5,370.
So
What
Which is
exactly?
5% of the
Yep, and last year it was 4,700. So yeah, no, we're not saying you didn't get money, guys.
Well,
So it
no,
shouldn't
he's
be
saying
zero
that,
this year.
he's saying that it wasn't from the cell tower fund.
Right, well, that's because when you look at the cell tower fund, the money wasn't getting transferred out of the cell tower fund. The
Well,
money
that-
got.
that money goes in the general fund, though. Right?
That's a behind the scenes error, not something we would ever know.
You're right, and it's not something we knew.
And how are you doing it with the recreation committee?
Theirs is still coming out of the same department it had since the beginning, that's what was weird about this. When we looked at it, that was still coming out from the same funding formula, I don't know why it changed, but it changed in 2016. So. I think I just found where it is, and it has been going in 22, but it's coming out of a different line item now. So now I gotta go back and look at this some more.
Okay.
But so I just found where it was in 2016.
So we
It made
just
a
need to make
change.
sure we do the calculation of what the actual, well, so what we need to do is it always based off of what the proposed?
No,
No, we don't get the money until the end of the year.
December is when that transfer happens.
Based off of their,
Real numbers.
but you were just telling me the money, they're withholding money though.
Well, they haven't withheld it.
They
yet.
haven't withheld anything
They're
yet.
telling us they want to be.
They tell us they're
They wanna
going.
be reimbursed the 38.
Yeah, they wanna be reimbursed $38,000, saying that they've been overpaying us since 2013.
That's their problem.
That's what we're saying too.
Well, I mean,
The problem is they can withhold future funding
They
to,
can.
and if you're asking for 5% of what they're giving us, then
what's the 5% of?
that
That's
problem
what we're in.
down, right?
We're,
Yeah, but the answer is not that, it doesn't matter.
no, I understand, we're just letting you guys.
So we may get nothing because you get nothing this year, but if you get some money, we should be getting.
You should be getting
5%.
5%.
Okay.
I'm
So we're gonna
okay
have to
with
clean,
that.
we're gonna have to go back and clean the accounts up.
Yeah, this is the only challenge, guys, that we've got a new treasurer, a new auditor. And both are extremely meticulous, and all I can explain is, it's like a peeling back an onion. The further you go, the more layers it is, and the more convoluted it is, and it's just taking some time to unravel it all.
I mean, the treasurer and auditor are the problem.
No,
They're just exposing the problem.
No, I wasn't saying it as if they were.
Yeah,
We
okay.
have a new treasurer, a new auditor,
Yeah,
who are extremely meticulous
Yeah.
and care about doing things the right way.
right.
Cause yeah, this is not a slight at the auditor, if anything, I think this auditor has done a great job, because yes, we paid the penny for it.
Yeah.
But they are pretty surgical with their processes. I mean, they took us to the cleaners on the report, but that's
Yeah.
because it needed to be done.
Yeah.
There is a lot of things that have been accounting wise that have not been probably done the way that they should have been, but.
So can we talk about the bridge and possibly some funding for,
Susanna had sent a note, I don't know, was it for the whole board or just
oh,
me?
it probably, it went to you and Shannon because you were
Yeah.
supposed to
Alright.
be the.
So I brought it
Yeah,
up.
we
to
saw
you.
it. I saw it.
Excuse me?
Sorry, yeah, I saw it. I was gonna bring it up, but I was waiting for a moment. Go ahead.
Right, I think that, we had in principle allocated $10,000 of ARPA money to go to conservation. We didn't know what for. At one point, we said to go in the reserve fund.
Yeah.
And then we found out we can't put ARPA funds into
Yep.
the reserve fund anyway.
Yep.
So I think what Susanna might have been recommending, or what I would recommend,
Mm-hmm.
is that we fund the repair of that bridge or the relocation of that bridge.
Mm-hmm.
reinstallation of the bridge, I guess is what it is.
Well, I think it's gonna be reinstalled and then.
Well, let's back up. So
Yeah.
the rest of us didn't get this note.
So the bridge that crosses Deer Brook at the far end of the trails at Russell Green Natural Area, we have a section of trails on the other side of the river, washed out the end of December, of course,
Yeah.
long after.
Yeah,
we
I
put in our
saw.
budget, long after we put in for grants, you
Yeah.
know, too late to do anything.
But
for
still,
next year.
nonetheless, it's a
But
damaged bridge.
the bridge is still there and we're hoping to salvage the bridge and then restring it across, and then it will need some major upgrades, you know, eventually to prevent this from happening again. So originally I was thinking at least the cost of putting it back across, but if we got $10,000, that could go towards the.
Yeah,
you know,
that was
some
the
of it could
recommended
go
amount,
towards,
right? We still haven't
you know,
fully approved that.
You know, whatever.
Yeah.
Any money we get would be helpful because
Yep.
we don't have anything in our budget to reinstall that. And, you know, the longer the bridge stays out, those trails don't get used and they've gotta be rebuilt again, you know?
Well, I believe in our, again, this is unofficial. I think we've unofficially earmarked 10 grand
We did.
for that
And
already.
we were putting
right?
it in a reserve fund, and then I think Doug pointed out that we can't
Yep.
put ARPA money into a reserve fund. So
Okay.
right now, it's just been on our thought list. We haven't actually done anything with it, but that's,
We
that
can't
was the
commit to
thought process.
infrastructure that could free up money for us to put into a reserve fund.
Yeah, how would we fund it then?
Well, we,
Can we fund
well,
their?
we would put it to the bridge. I mean, you
Okay,
can go ahead and use the funds. to
Bridge
go ahead-
repair,
Yeah, bridge, yeah. that's
bridge
what I would
repair.
say.
And, you know, that may be a 2-year process. We may get the bridge back across,
Yeah, I saw
And
the
then-
picture of the
and
bridge,
then,
although it's
you know,
toppled over, it
try
does
and get-
largely look intact.
try and get
but-
it, you know, raised up and beefed up more. And depends on how much we can hire people in this next
Sure.
year, because a lot of them are already booked out, so.
Yep.
But, yeah, that would be good if we had some money towards that.
Okay. That seems.
I mean, I think the only thing with that is if you can say it'll be spent by what, the end of 26 is what we said?
Yeah. we have
Then
to. If it's-
that- it would have to be-
money.
I don't think we'll have a problem doing that.
The
But
LCT
it
would
was
like
on it was on the list for 10 grand,
Yes.
so.
Great.
Absolutely.
So what number are we gonna put in that last line item, last item on the chart?
We really gotta dig into it, cause I can't really answer the question as to where this is going right now.
And I just wanna make sure I understand you need to look into that. Our formula for calculating that today is based off of what? What is
It's 5% of the revenue from the cell tower.
from 2023? Or from what we think is gonna be in 2024?
There shouldn't be any money in that account. It should just be whatever you collect. It's kind of like the reserve fund. We should not be calculating what that is. It's whatever we collect that year, 5% of that goes into their
And
account.
what have we collected this year?
64.
Yeah, the problem I'm looking at right now is this account. Here's.
Yeah.
So this account line right here, and I know this is gonna sound complex, but it's a 1-7 account, which is an expense account.
Yep.
So that's
I'm
not,
finally starting to understand it.
that's not a reserve.
Okay,
So I gotta find where that money's going
okay,
to be saved.
yeah,
Gotcha.
Because I
Okay.
don't know where that money's going to be
Yep.
saved out of
Yep.
this. It's just like the 1-7, the transfer to reserve, that is going to a reserve account. I can't find the other account that one's going to that's saving the money. I did find where they started, so somewhere they switched in 2016. Up to that point, it was just like the rec department getting transfers, but the conservation stopped in 2016. And
Well,
then it
there's
switched to
always
this other
been a
account.
confusion among people thinking that those two funds are the same. And
And maybe that's what it was,
that could very well be what happened, but,
right?
you know, now
So
that we've
we'll
found
dig
the
into it
problem, that
tomorrow.
can get fixed.
Right.
And, yeah, there is somewhere where that money gets saved and it's not called a reserve fund,
Yeah,
but.
I can see where it's been going in
You guys
now,
wanna look at this?
up to 22, like they did make a transfer this year.
so I'd like to show both of you guys this, just so you can see. So this is what we got from American Tower. So American Tower sent us a breakdown.
I'm printing that out right now.
Because they're saying that they have overpaid us since 2013, $38,000. And so what they,
10 years.
But we don't bill them,
So,
they
no,
just send us
they-
whatever they think.
And we
they
don't
want.
have any, right, and we don't have any way to
to double
verify.
check
Yep,
or
yep.
anything, and
so what they're showing is since 2017, actually, so it's actually not 20, it's not 10 years, but close, right? This is how much they were due to pay us, and this is how much they actually
no,
paid
it's
us in
coming
years
here
of
now.
variance. So in 2023, they were only supposed to pay us 14.7. They said they paid us 34.9. And so they're $20,000 over.
that is ridiculous. It's
And then they
their
have the
error.
base, then you have the base rent summary as well too, right? So I think that's where your two numbers are, right? It's
Yeah.
the 634 and the 27.
Yep.
So, really what the true number based on, again, we're taking this to the attorneys, cause we're
Yep.
gonna say, listen,
Calling their bluff.
yeah, I'm sorry, but we don't show that, so it's probably
And it's
gonna be
amazing
illegal.
how a few of those years they paid us correctly,
Eh,
supposedly.
exactly.
But they never overpaid us.
No.
Isn't that amazing
Yeah.
how they never overpaid us?
Yeah, so really, I mean, what they're saying, at worst, what they're saying is instead of the 61, by their calculations, they should have paid us 41. So they said they've overpaid us 20 grand.
But they're saying 38.
Well, no, 38 is the calculation from since 2017.
Oh, okay.
That's
Because
the income
every-
that we owe them.
That's the money that they've
That's the
overpaid
problem
us.
running into.
Yeah,
Because
so I don't know how we wanna do this. Do we wanna do this based on the money that we've collected or the money that we should have, right? I don't know.
I mean, I think it would be safer if we did it off the money that we should have, because if we end up having to pay them back, then we have the ability to move forward. I think if we feel pretty secure that we will
Probably just
win,
don't know.
yeah,
So in
that would
the,
be
in
an
the
April
revenue
question,
line,
how she'd want.
Okay, all right, I'll leave it to her. Just so you guys know, just in full transparency, that's what we're working with right now. So it's somewhere between 5% of 41,000 or 5% of 61,000.
So the other thing is, we're putting
Or
this
like-
money in there so the taxpayers know what money is out there. But it's sort of like a grant. If you apply for a grant and you haven't heard if you got it yet, then you put it in the budget saying, I think I'm gonna get $10,000 in a grant. That's what we used to have to do. I don't know if that's the way it is now, but I'm just saying. So taxpayers would know that, oh, maybe the library is gonna get a $10,000 grant. But if the grant didn't come through, that line went to zero and you didn't spend the $10,000.
but the problem with that is you've collected, so you're at the end of the year, you're showing that you had $10,000 more in revenue than what you did. That's the issue.
Well, I don't know what you're doing now. I'm just saying in
No, no,
the
no, but-
past,
so
they always asked us to put in anticipated grant funds.
So here, this is.
And that's sort of what that is anticipated
Right,
funds.
so this is what triggered this whole conversation with us, is the highway. The highway has a bridge reserve fund
Mhm.
of 165,000. I don't know where it is right now. Anyway, I'll always zero it out. So last year, we put in 165,000 to repair the bridge, the high bridge,
Resurface it. yeah.
to resurface it. So we put money in the revenue side for 165,000, and
And then
then,
you pull it out.
and then you pulled
That
it
was
out.
happening in so many reserve funds. It's
Right.
made me want to puke. Why put it in reserve fund? You're not reserving it.
So
It's
the
just
100,
spending it.
but the 165,000 didn't get spent. So now at the end of the year, we're showing 165,000 more in revenue than what we expended but none of that should have happened, because 165,000 sitting
Wasn't real
in
money.
reserve, it wasn't real money. So we're trying to correct that, and that was the conversation we had with the auditor and with Demrick today, and we were like, just do away with that altogether.
So you
Don't
could
put it
have
in
a whole
here.
another section of your, not necessarily your budget, but in the budget.
It's on the
In-
balance
in-
sheet,
in the-
all of this is on the balance sheet, that's the difference.
Right, but when you show people in the town report, these are anticipated grants. You could have anticipated grants and not have them
It
show
would
up.
be in your budget highlights,
Yeah,
that's where you would put it, is in-
Okay,
and it would show, because you're not gonna, you may get it, you may not get it, you're not gonna expend it if you don't get it.
right.
I definitely did not put that in there, so I would need a list of all of those.
Well, I'm just saying that
There might not be any.
it it's a place to track that
Right.
if you wanna show people, yeah, we're applying for grants and these are the ones we hope to
But
get.
all the other stuff is in your,
Doug, when
it's in your balance sheet.
when
Okay,
we
but
asked
where would
for,
it,
The balance sheet is in the town report.
but where would I get all of the anticipated?
From all the
Grants.
department grants.
Right, if they had
From
them, they
your
would be,
grant writer, if you hired one.
yeah, I don't really think there is anything out there that I can think of.
You
Okay.
applying, Suzanne?
No, Nick's gonna, I'll be his assistant.
There we go.
Doug, when we get,
The
when we
hours
ask
are fabulous and the pay is too.
Bonnie or the treasurer for our monthly
I have a number
reports,
on me, 'cause that's what-
the account numbers that come through are not the account numbers that you just showed me. They're not 1-7 account numbers. Only one of them is. So you ask Bonnie about what the numbers are
Well,
for.
it's probably showing you the reserve account.
Right, the reserve
The
account.
reserve account and the general account do not have 1-7s.
No, they're not
Right,
1/7, they're not
That's just the
expensive.
money going into that.
Right,
That's why they're one.
that's why I'm saying that
That's the money going in.
Those are the
But
fund.
those are
where
the
it's
expense
stored-
accounts.
Where it's stored is a different account.
Yeah, it would either be an F or have a letter in front of it usually.
It's
Yeah,
really
for
weird
1.6.
accounting thing, so
Maybe at
that's the money going
1.6.
in,
Yeah,
money to those funds, but the actual funds are in different account numbers.
Okay, instead of 1.6 or.
And that's what
it's
gets
F for
confusing when
account.
we ask for reports from the treasurer and we give them an account number. We might not be giving them the actual account number, we're giving them the money to that fund account number.
yeah, you're better off just asking what's in our reserve. Or what's
It's,
in our-
it is like pulling teeth to get the same report 2 or 3 months in a row.
Well, that's what we're trying to,
Trust
we're
me.
trying to clean that all up.
It is
That's the whole-
very, most of the time, we just give up trying to figure out what the report is. that we
Well,
get.
now you know how frustrated April feels
I give up.
when she can't get the
Well,
same report twice.
Years ago, I was never an accountant and never wanted to be, but they needed somebody to tutor accounting, and so I took accounting classes just so I could be a tutor. And man, I was like, look, why would anybody ever wanna do this for their job, you know? I
You
like
either have to
numbers and
love
everything,
it,
but
Love numbers, that's how you do it.
hate it.
I just.
Or you
So
have.
anyway,
So
you're not giving us what we asked for in the reserve fund.
this number,
In the reserve
In the
fund.
so 13,000 is what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
We asked for 20,000.
Mhm. I mean, we had to make this tough decisions everywhere.
And
what is that?
We gave you the history of
Well,
how,
he
how
has
that
a
was
history.
funded.
So the reserve fund is used to help people, conserve their land. Like if somebody wants to put their land into a land trust, there's actually fees and charges. So sometimes it's more than they can pay, but it's good for the town to put the land in the land trust. And so that fund, they can apply and get funding to do that. And the other thing that does is purchase land right of ways and whatnot to access. We have a landlocked piece of property, which I assume everybody knows about, Leslie. That piece of property. So
Yeah, we looked at the
we've been-
last 2 funding years, and I know you guys were asking for 20, but the last year, 2 years ago was 10, last year was 5. And we wanted to give more than both of those
We
years.
kind of are in the same boat as the fire chief spoke of, is you keep changing boards, and so one board will say, oh, we're gonna cut you this year, but don't worry, next year we'll fully
Yeah.
fund you. And then next year they come back and
And
say,
it's a
well, we
different
didn't
board.
say that, the other board did, so we're not
Yeah.
gonna, you know, and
Well,
so it's a kind of an ongoing
I
battle.
know, and it's 260% increase from last year, if you look at that line item.
So their reserve account currently has 121,716 in it.
Which you know won't buy much.
Out of that though, they have not spent,
Since Silver Lake Woods, we haven't.
you haven't spent anything in a long
Right.
time.
Because we spent most of it on that. We paid half the price of that property and the land trust picked up the other half of the price. But, yeah, I
Yeah, so
mean,
since
you
20,
can't do
I think
anything with only
2018.
$100,000, that, you know, when she printed out the minutes from the 2015 meeting, that was. Yes, it's hard to keep looking at that big chunk of money and saying, oh, that's reserved for one specific thing, But until we get a big chunk of money, we can't do anything. We're not gonna buy a 10 by 10 lot. We're gonna buy, you know, a sizable chunk of property or to get a right of way or whatever. It's gonna cost more than $20,000. So, we have to save up over a long period of time, and that's the whole idea of the reserve fund, is you put some in a little bit along, so that the day you do wanna purchase something, you don't have to say, hey, you wanna take out a loan for $400,000 so we can buy this great piece of property to conserve it?
Yeah, we desperately need
No.
more revenue coming in, because the revenue that we have coming in, and now it's even more questionable than ever. Right, the revenue we thought we were getting over the last 7 years is actually skewed significantly.
So, I'm not promising you anything, but we've been looking at a forestry project over at Silver Lake Woods, because part of that was planted, so it's not
Is
natural.
there a money tree there planted?
No, unfortunately, there's not a
I'm
money
sorry.
tree planted.
Oh, right here, but I was hoping.
And part of it, the whole idea of buying that property was to use it as an educational, you know, show you what happens if you do this and if you do that, and so we've had foresters in there giving us advice about what we could do to, you know, make it more natural, take out the planted sections and also get some revenue, you know, what are our revenue trees that would not change the wildlife and that kind of stuff and improve the forest, so.
And you were wrong there, Nick. A money
There is
tree
money
is
trees.
subject to inflation. You need a pot of gold.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I just ask a question now, having to do with the other fund? Where presumably the $4,700 was going every year, I'm just using that number for convenience, because there's
Yep,
one year it did. So what would that money be spent on?
Above and beyond what our line items allotted us to do, so
Scholarships.
something came up and
Okay,
said,
so
oh, this would be
you
a
have
good
been
thing to
spending.
do.
You
Oh,
have
yeah,
been spending that money.
This last year, we didn't have to, but
Okay.
most years we do dip into that.
Okay, all right, I was just curious, you know, that.
And just so you
It
guys
has been
know,
coming in.
So
it's just
speaking of
wasn't coming in.
trees, you have a couple in your yard, what are they there for?
What's that? I'm
There
sorry.
are trees in your yard.
You wanna come
Yeah.
get some trees?
Oh, you want that tree?
I have a whole load of trees you can have.
No, you want the one lying down in my yard? Okay, all right. Really, I'm serious. If you wanna come get it, the one
you
that's.
guys wanna cut trees on my property?
Listen, I got some big pines that probably need something.
Just for the board's sake, just so everyone knows, and I gave this number to Ken, and hopefully, hopefully everybody heard it, but the number, the calculation that I did based on either the numbers that they have or the numbers that we have would mean that 5% of that would roughly be $2,000 to $3,000 is what that would fund at 5%. 2 would be the low end, which would be the 41,000 they said they think
Yeah,
they should only have paid us. And then the $3,000 would be
the 61.
the 61. So just.
Oh, they don't want
Susanna- just
5% of that 15 number?
Just so Susanna and Ken have that number in their mind, it's gonna be somewhere in that range.
But
Well,
it should be in here.
We've known that it was dropping, and all the departments that got funding from them, and this is really weird, if we weren't getting funding from them, we actually got this letter. But it talked about, they wanted a one-time payout.
Yeah.
You must remember this. It was,
ahead.
last year.
Well, I remember it came up in conversation.
They sent out a letter and they sent it to all the boards that got, or all the groups that got funding. And they said, do you wanna vote for the one-time payout, or do you wanna keep going the way we're going? And, you know, they had no number set for the one-time payout. They were just gonna come up with a number if we chose
Well,
that.
we just.
And we
got
thought
the
that
number.
was a little too,
We
wide
got-
open, so.
And how long are they supposed to pay us for? Was it 50 years?
They're gonna pay us as long as the tower is there, and the tower has to come down if
Oh,
they
there's a
don't pay us
contract
any
in time.
Yeah, it was a 50-year, I thought it was 50 years. So.
It's
and I
a
thought-
pretty big number is my
Yeah, it's
recollection.
$800 and something
Yeah.
thousand dollars, right?
Right,
834.
so.
Which is a great amount of money, but.
One time.
It's
That's
one
it.
time. And what would the payout be if it was, well, the problem is what would the, you run the numbers though, that just seems really,
It doesn't make sense.
it doesn't to me either.
You're collecting roughly $36,000 a year off of what their numbers say, you're not paying out $800,000. So I don't know if there's a better way of getting more people onto the tower, why aren't there more people on the tower?
Maybe I should cut the cables on my tower, on my barn.
I don't know, maybe we should ask the lawyers to see exactly what we should be getting out of this thing. Now they've made us curious.
Dave sent a response.
Does the person who's using the tower, do they pay us directly?
No, they pay them. So there's a revenue share, right? Revenue share, where everyone gets a portion, we get a revenue share, and then there's a base rent. The base rent is regardless of who's on that tower, they basically pay us for the rights for that land. The revenue piece is the piece that's called into question, because the base rent is a static number. Well, it changes every year. It actually looks like it goes up every year, at least it has been, except for 23. If for some reason it went down, which is the first year it's ever gone down, which is odd.
Oh, it went
The
down
numbers didn't make sense.
considerably.
Yeah.
Well, they said that they were counting 4 carriers and then they.
Yeah, but base rent, it doesn't have
Oh, the
anything to
base
do with
rent,
how
yeah.
many. It
Correct.
went down it went down almost $10,000.
Exactly. And typically, the way that these agreements work, they pay you a little upfront, and that they're heavily weighted higher towards the end of the agreement, and then they try to get you with a buyout.
But we must, when Verizon got out of it and American Tower bought it, we must have signed some sort of an agreement with American Tower.
Oh, yeah.
Verizon is still on there.
Right.
Verizon,
Verizon is paying the rent.
Yeah, they don't own the tower.
Verizon is still on there.
what do you mean by on there?
They have.
They have
Verizon's
service
still
there.
on
There's
there.
only one.
They lease the tower from the town, and then they lease it to other carriers.
But I'm saying, but as far as I know, I only see one electric meter on the facility.
That's Verizon,
Huh?
the Verizon one. Verizon is the antenna that's on.
Right, I'm just saying, Verizon built the facility and originally owned the tower and everything, and they sold it to American Tower. We must have entered into an agreement with American Tower when that happened.
Yeah, I have all the agreements there, and then we
2017.
renew every 5 years.
So
Verizon,
that must talk about the base pay, the base
It
rent.
does.
right.
It
I've
does.
got the base rent totals right here. I got how much for the next 50 years, how much they're supposed to pay us.
So
And it's supposed to incrementally go up every year.
So where's 23 on there? Oh, that's on this one. right?
Cause on the
So-
one list, we've got 2645.
Right. It's not the base,
Verizon,
it's
right?
not Verizon's base pay.
It isn't
that's
the base
issue.
pay.
It's the next one's up, that's
Right.
the revenue
Correct.
share.
It's the revenue share.
I know,
And
but the
believe it's
base rent went way down this year.
just this year, which is very
Right.
odd,
That
and I
doesn't
don't
make
understand it,
sense.
Right.
because the base rent should
So I
not.
think they actually owe us money.
Yeah, and they're trying to say the amounts in red are due back to them, meaning that they're basically invoicing us for $39,000. So this is the problem when you're dealing with big corporations like this.
And the revenue share doesn't make sense either.
No,
can't
I
believe
ran the numbers as soon as she sent this to me, and it doesn't add up.
It's 50%, so they're only making $3,600 a
Yeah,
month
yeah.
in revenue off of people using that tower. That seems really low. Like, it doesn't make sense to even be on the tower for that.
Yeah.
I mean, we used to collect like 120,000 a year or something, like, when you go back to the
Yeah.
numbers. It's-
Really?
It'd
Yeah.
be huge, cause there were
That way-
antennas on there at one time.
That's why I'm pretty sure that, special election, or if you guys are like, oh, the revenue's always got us through the dry spells.
Yeah, well, not this year.
As technology
Good luck.
changes,
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Ken.
you gotta get
Take care.
into AI. You could just get some AI revenue. That's
Yeah.
a new in thing.
That is the new thing.
That is a new thing. Get a couple of big AI companies to
Okay, so
locate in Georgia. All right,
we'll,
where are we at, guys?
we'll look at this, we'll have to figure this
Okay.
out, we'll work
Yep.
on that tomorrow. And I'll put that here.
We need some more weed facilities.
More weed facilities?
Yeah,
Are they thinking about putting something up
There
like that
already
in
is.
Fairfax?
no, there's
Are
gotta be
you
one in town.
processing or are
Yeah.
you growing? Cause there's.
Either
there's-
or.
So it's growing in
Isn't there-
Fairfax.
There's 3 or 4 that.
Pretty sure
I haven't looked
Jamie's
into it in a long
processing
time.
at his
There's
house.
at least 3 that have
No,
permits here
no, I'm
in town.
consuming it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, there you go.
Is it more than that now?
Well, no, one's.
And growing, don't
that
forget
one that
that.
worked on. is for-
Right next to the big pine tree.
Yeah, I know, but there's 2 other places that
Yeah.
are permitted to grow.
I should, you should take a look at
Right.
the greenhouse. that
What
we
about
have
the
in our
place right
back.
next to
It
the
was
library?
originally built for
It
that.
said it's for sale.
The what?
It's
I don't know
our
what happened.
greenhouse in the back of our property.
Did
was
he
originally
start it?
built for
Get
that
nice
purpose.
plants back there every year.
We're not really using it for
Oh,
anything.
the guy,
Yeah.
You can.
2 or 40,
Oh,
my
God. So you-
oh,
there's
his whole
there.
garage.
I got plenty of room.
He opens his
I mean,
garage
he's got-
door on sunny
You can
days.
see when you drive by there, he's got them all like the framing around them so they don't tip over. It reminded, well,
They buffed off so easy.
it reminded me of California, cause that's how the whole neighborhood would be. I mean, my sister's backyard, even
No,
I did it in
It's no
California. I was
garden
like,
state holding them up. You gotta have fence posts and big rails, yeah.
What's this
Yeah.
for, you're saying?
Oh, medical marijuana.
Oh,
Yeah, medical. People in California, they would use 14-foot step ladders just to be able to trim the tops.
oh, okay.
So these are the numbers that we have, and they're probably not gonna change much now, right?
I don't know,
When's
I
your
mean.
drop dead date?
Wait, we haven't, talked about the library, have we?
So let's go back up to the library. Do we have the numbers?
We have what we have, that's it.
Yeah, this, I
So
think
we're
this is it.
still, yep, so are we still at the point now where the library is going to show a deficit still because we still don't have the
For
correct
the
info?
current year?
Yes.
Yes, current year, they're gonna show a deficit. They're not.
Even though we.
But-
they're-
But once April meets with Bob, that's potentially gonna change because she hasn't met with him.
She met with him,
No, she was supposed to meet with him yesterday.
right, again, I don't know that conversation, my understanding from the last conversation was
Right.
that they were not going to look at those grants, right?
No, okay, so just to fill you in, there was an email chain and she is waiting on information from him because they do have that. And that was supposed to be shared with us, but she didn't meet with him because her horse was sick. So I think that we need to wait on that.
Well, that's
She's
closing out,
because-
she has to do now.
Right, I know. I think that, did she say when I was there that she was gonna meet with him tomorrow or look at them tomorrow?
I don't know,
15, 13.
Does anybody else remember what she said?
is she meeting with him tomorrow, Cheryl? Do you know?
I haven't heard.
Okay, because that needs to happen because I think that there's information that still isn't getting to her for some reason. I'm not understanding why the disconnect, but they have provided the things that she asked for. I think that she just needs to have a conversation with Bob. The other thing that I want to comment on, and I understand the point of view about that they just give us a number and we give it to them and they allocate however they want, but Valerie's pay is not acceptable and she's not content getting that. And I'd like to allocate so that she gets $21 an hour for her hours. That's built into, that's given to them and they can allocate that. But she is not content with getting $16 an hour. Which is what
I
she's
thought
getting right
she-
now.
I believe their recent revisions already increased her to $18 an hour.
Which is still not enough. Yeah. I'm telling you that I met with her as a select board member yesterday. And she is not comfortable with getting, whether it's 16 or 18. And I'm saying that they at one point presented a budget giving a pay raise. And we said, this is unacceptable. And they came back with much less.
Yeah,
What
'cause
I'm
it was a
saying is-
60% increase.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I'd like to allocate them the money to pay her $21 an hour for their
Yeah.
budget. I think she's 26 or 30, yeah, something like that, because she's now, right, it's just the two of them. So she's doing the work, she's doing above and beyond. She's doing work so much more than what she's getting paid for.
Too much for all the time. All the other people, when she calls them to ask them if they can come in and cover because she's got an appointment or she needs coverage or needs an hour off, they almost all this cannot cover her.
Is there any indication of when Bridget will be returning?
I think there's your big problem.
I'm not
I like
talking about Bridget right now, I'm talking about Valerie.
Yeah, but that's,
Susanna, what did
but
you have
that,
to say there?
but that's, isn't that not costing us money?
Yeah.
With Bridget not being there?
Yes, but Bridget's salaried, there's nothing we can really,
Okay, but
but
that's a,
back then
that's,
Valerie's working less and she's getting
What
paid
do you
less.
say there?
We've been reacting to the budget that they have presented to us. They're the ones that came up with the salary schedule, the library
Right,
board.
and they originally asked, they built in to pay Valerie a livable wage, and we said absolutely not. And so they came back with a much less amount. What I'm saying is Valerie is not content with that amount.
Shannon, I respectfully disagree, only in that they came back to us with a budget that was 60% over, and we said we can't do 60% over. So they came back to us, and then we said, we need that at 5%. And then what we did is they came back to us and said, okay, well, we've cut these other things, but we wanna still give Valerie her raise. That is exactly what was said, and that was said in the meeting, and they said, if we do anything, we do that. Then we came back to them and said, we found another $17,000. Go ahead and add that in wherever you would like to add that. They chose where they added those in. So they actually are well within their ability and right to make those decisions. And so they chose to fill in other areas.
Yeah,
That's
because
exactly- is that
if
not-
they presented,
But I just wanna make sure the rest of the board, is that an
No,
accurate
that's-
statement or am I wrong?
I mean,
I think there's a miscommunication, because if they had $17,000, then why didn't they add some to her salary?
That's
And then
fair.
the rest of
Because
the-
I can answer that. I can answer that. It's because they had $0 for books, any upgrades for, you know, like the audio stuff, interlibrary loans, everything was at a 0. And so I understand that they could have given all of that 17,000 to her, but then everything would be at a 0 and it would not pass. People would not be okay with having $0 going to the library. Right? Like this is, like you guys know, and I'm not sure if you attend the library at all, but it is a major asset in our town, and I know you guys know this, but none of you are understanding. If there is only one employee at the library is closed. And I'm telling you, as a grown woman, she says it is embarrassing to her that people know that she makes $16 an hour and she's working her ass off. And it is embarrassing as an adult, as having children and working nonstop, serving the community and getting that amount of money.
And yeah, I don't wanna argue.
Well,
with
I'd
this.
like to say
I disagree with
Susanna,
this.
you've been wanting to say something for a while.
And I don't want to offend anybody. But when you only have basically two major employees, the other one is very, very part-time. And one of them breaks her arm and chooses to work from home for months.
Yep,
That puts a huge snag
I agree.
in keeping the building open.
I agree.
Yes.
I
It would
agree
be
100%.
cheaper to pay an Uber to go and pick her up in Underhill and drive her here
That is a
every
major
day
issue.
than to have her sit at home.
That's
I'm not
awesome.
saying she's not doing anything, but really, one of her most important roles is to be there so the building can be open to the public.
I agree.
And, you know, I can understand maybe taking a few days to recover from the broken arm, but taking months seems to me to be an extreme. You know, if
And
I
which-
broke my leg, I'd still make it to the library to open the door, you know, and everybody's different, but months is a very long time when you're one of the two people that keeps that building open to the public.
I do wanna remind everybody too, the way that this works. We simply set the amount. We have given the library the opportunity. We basically set the amount. They came back to us not with that amount, with a 60% over. Then we had to wait several weeks, 3 weeks, to get the correct amount. And we've been fighting to get these numbers. We got the amount, we then realized there was additional money that they could spend. They said there was very important to give Valerie a raise. We did not say no. They gave her the amount that was budgeted. The budget that Bob gave us included a raise of $18 an hour. Did it not?
As far as I know, I don't have that in front of me.
I don't know, have we
No,
changed any salary line?
The second budget they gave us, we went with $18 an hour, because we
They-
believe that's what they want,
That's what they asked for.
That was what they asked for.
They said if we have to strip everything else away, we need to give raises,
I
and
don't-
then,
So the dollar amount that's in there right now is 24,336.
okay,
I don't know what that breaks down to hourly, cause I don't know what the hour.
But that was
or
given
that
to
was
us,
figured to have,
and
but
we did not
that's-
mess with that
Right, and then that has the 1.03 calculator on it
as well.
as well.
So it's
In
good.
the one, so whatever that works out to be, so 24,336. Whoops,
But I mean, what we could do is we could juggle the numbers in that budget.
25,066,
So that
whatever
she
that
is
works out to
making
be.
21 an hour.
We do not have the right to do that, you guys. I wanna make this very clear. The library budget is prepared and approved by the library trustees for inclusion in the municipal budget. And the select board sets the municipal library budget to be presented to the town meeting for approval.
Okay,
We
so-
cannot line by line make any revisions, any of us on this board. We do not have that authority.
then that's.
I'm not
there is-
asking for you to do that. I'm asking you to give in the amount that we are giving them, build in so that she gets $21. That's all I'm asking.
I mean, I sympathize with this, but like, if we gave them 17,000 and they didn't put it there. It makes me worry that if we were to give them more.
And then they asked if we could find 10,000 more they would put.
Do
towards
something
online books.
else, which has
Right.
nothing, so, yeah, so. It doesn't seem, yeah, that there seems to be a pretty big disconnect.
Yeah, plus, I mean, if you gave somebody that big an increase in one fell swoop, other people in town, other people would love their salaries to be increased by
I'm
that.
pretty sure that she's the lowest paid employee, so. I mean, I'm just asking for her to be paid the same amount as the office assistants. That's what I'm asking.
Well, but you're basing that off of VLCT, right?
I mean, if we don't have the ability.
What is she making?
To,
She
right
makes
now,
$15 an hour.
Okay,
but if we don't have the ability to,
21.
if we don't have the ability to go into this budget and change the numbers, then. I don't know what we can do about that.
and we've also given them opportunities to change the numbers. And they've done that, and they also told us what they wanted to pay her.
So Shannon, last year we gave them an appropriation based upon what they were asking for, which did not include any raises. They did the raises last year in spite of what, so they did the raises anyway.
I don't want to hear anymore. I'm actually all done with this conversation.
Okay. All right, so what else can we do with these? With what we have here?
You still have the flags in the budget?
We do, we did
It's a lesser
reduce
amount.
it though. We did reduce it.
It's like
and we
half
were-
the flags.
Yeah, and I think we were gonna either replace half of them or do every other poll.
So how much do you have in there?
I think I wanna say there's 1,000, but let me
Was
look.
it 1,000 or 2,000?
Uh,
Didn't we have like
right.
4,000 last time?
Well, there's 2,000, he spent twice as much. Not
What budget is this
He
in?
went way
It
over.
should be in public works.
Okay.
Flags, roadside flags, has 1,000 in it. Last year there was 2,200
Well, you spent
and
more.
2,659, yeah. So we lowered it to, last year they replaced all the poles and all the flags, we're hoping we can reuse
There's a
some of
few
those.
poles where the telephone poles, I'm talking, not flag poles, but there's a few telephone poles that should not have flags on them. Because they get snagged every year, and why put a flag up that's just gonna get ruined? Few flops in, you know what I'm saying?
No, yeah,
But I would like to make that just a fundraising program and take the $1,000 out. Save yourself that 0.01% of the budget. I think I can fundraise you $1,000 for flags this next year. That seems like a no-brainer to me.
Put that in the town report.
No, I've heard that from multiple places. I do think that a part of the reason we have that money is the town wants to contribute to flags,
The town,
wants to contribute to flags.
They just wanna make sure that the
Yeah.
flags are getting
I think the
replaced.
town wants to put up flags. They don't necessarily want to have to pay for them, I would think.
We wanna make sure that,
I just think that if I did some kind of fundraiser and families got to donate towards flags, and they got their names on some kind of sign here at the town office, and put up what is your
On the
event
website.
hall there, Fall Fest, you know, something like that, where everybody got to see, oh, they got their name on that board, we could do that next year, you know?
Fundraise for the
my own wife suggested, said that she'd be interested in something like that.
All right, she can help me.
But,
How many help for the cemetery yet, but I got a flag person.
Please bring that up at town meeting?
I would talk about that at town meeting.
How many flags do we currently have and how many are we suggesting?
It's quite a lot, no one
Yeah.
probably knows them.
I don't know right off.
I don't know.
But I think another, we put them on every pole, and like I said, there's some poles that they always get snagged, so if we went to every other pole, it would look just as spectacular. You'd see a row of flags driving down the street, but you'd have half as many flags, half as much work putting them up and taking them down, half as much.
There's no flags on my road.
You know?
Unfortunately, you're in the South Village, dude.
South Village is where you want them.
You can put your own
We
flag
got
up,
some
you know
down
that? You have permission to. put
Do
up
I?
flags.
I don't know, I can't build like, a mudroom, but can I put a flag up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If we move the municipal
This has been
offices
talked
down,
about.
how about this? If we move the municipal offices down there, then you'll be the cool kid.
My God, go ahead.
Do you guys wanna start at the top and go down through, or do you wanna?
Yeah, we got 15 minutes.
Well, we have as much time as we need.
Well, it's true, I'm not in a hurry, but.
Well, it's.
Well, do you wanna start at the top and go down through, or there's
Well,
there's one other target one to
Please,
hit if you
please,
want.
let's do it.
That's your appropriations.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, wait, can I also suggest one thing? I made a note here somewhere.
We still gotta talk about ARPA, guys.
Looking at the Parks and Rec,
Yes.
like we put 11 grand. Like as.
That's GCEC every year, Jamie.
That's the GC.
Yeah, but that's also something that can be fundraised.
There is money that gets fundraised,
Yeah.
but that was to give them. The
Money
problem
that's
is their
to the veterans.
fundraising doesn't give them the time to go and get other things. So like if they wanna book a band, they don't have any money to book a band.
Okay.
So that,
What that
the
money
11,000 is, we're guaranteeing them $11,000.
Okay, nope, that's fine.
To do their program,
They
if they
spend
fundraise
a lot
more
more
than
than that.
Yeah, they do spend a lot.
Nope, that's fine. I just wanted to
Yeah,
hit on it because I saw that there was.
But to be fair, didn't they show up and say, we're gonna make it easy on you, we don't want anything? And then we're like.
That
"Yeah,
was-
They did, but they
I
didn't
think that was kind of a loaded thing because, that was from the committee chair who quit. So
Yeah.
I think that we should still put it there. I don't know how it's gonna be used, but I think that just for like the sake of saying that we're gonna try to do concerts on the green and Fall Fest and things like that, that we should keep it.
No, I agree. What is P&R transfer to reserve?
That's the park and rec transfer to reserve. That's
They're
just like every other
funding
reserve
their-
account, that's the money you're saying to go into the reserve. Basically, that's gonna help fund the rebuilding of the pavilion. Is really, like, there's about 37,000, I wanna say off the top of my head in that account right now.
We really do need to update that pavilion.
Yeah,
We're gonna
it
keep
needs
using
work.
it as.
So that's the other thing is like on the
Yeah.
ARPA list, there is. Technically money reserved for Parks and Rec
Yeah,
to do something. I mean, if we were to put that, if we have all of that money, that's almost $90,000.
yeah,
Cause if we could update that facility,
you can make more
that
money.
we could charge more money to use that
He
facility.
could go talk to his buddy and
Something
have
we
him
can
build a
use our-
building.
Definitely,
Yeah,
You know, that is one area where we can make a little bit of revenue.
and make revenue,
Yeah,
yeah.
what's that?
Down at
The same
beach, we
with, the same with
upgraded
putting the
the
rink
pavilion.
in down there.
We're gonna come up with another-
You know, that's another revenue source that you, like, you could use.
Fifteen, then
We've
the
already had,
30, they said was already in
we've already
there.
had
And-
Sasa,
We got a better
kind of in
facility.
a very
To do more events.
loosey conversation,
Charge
say
more.
they would rent space
That
out of
would
there
bring-
because they need the time, they need the time.
Yeah, but could
Yeah,
we
but
charge
the
though?
upkeep and it'd be more electric costs, you know, more maintenance, just, you know, it's a balance.
Especially if you built a building like Milton, if you've ever been to the Milton one. That sits out there, it's just a cement block building that has an indoor facility to it.
Concrete, cement is powder.
They rent that all the time, like I went there for a kid's birthday party that was there that, you know, so they rent it out all the time. And that's, you know, so whether it's not weather dependent, it's year round.
Yeah, you look at Hardak, the building they put
Yeah.
there, that thing's constantly being rented
Yeah.
for parties and things.
And it's
like
not an expensive building, I mean, that.
Right.
And ours is nicer than a concrete block, I'll tell you that.
Well, theirs is, yeah, but the Milton one is not an expensive building,
that. Right,
so.
but it's a revenue, you've got all
But it's
these
a
people
revenue,
that
yeah.
wanna, you know, book the fire department for birthday parties.
Yeah.
Well, now if we had something to offer them,
How much would it cost?
Why, we don't
We'd have
do
to
that
get-
for the
we'd have to get
pavilion?
prices, yeah.
well, in the summertime, but you've got nothing like,
Nothing to keep, nothing to insulate it during the winter.
right, if we could have something that- so that they could do an indoor birthday parties, showers, all the things that they wanna use the community room,
Right.
just a thought.
Yeah, I think that'd be
Yeah.
great, you know, cause then you could, if it is some type of enclosed
Plus you
building or
could-
pavilion, you could then use it year round.
Right,
I
and the
mean,
GCEC could also put on like dances down there, so during the month, so there you've got another,
In the winter, you have that entire
Right.
field to play around when, in the snow, and then having the pavilion to warm up in would
you
be.
could have a
You get
winter
the fence
carnival down there.
Yeah.
That, you get the fence out.
Yeah,
That's, yeah.
how much, alright, so are we now on the ARPA discussion?
No, we're
No,
appropriation.
appropriations.
Okay,
So you have an
And I learned
appropriations.
something new for that today too.
Yeah. You have an appropriations policy,
okay,
so you can't fund some of the appropriations that you had in here to fund because they didn't go through the proper policy procedure.
um,
Yeah,
They're
they've been in there
supposed to
for years.
No, not some of these.
Oh, the
haven't
new,
been.
no, the new ones, cause they have to go out to
To the
the
voters.
5%.
So which ones were just slapped on there? So we
Select
can't-
board.
GT, Restorative Justice, Vermont Family Network, Age Well. Those are the ones that.
So
The age well has
basically,
been funded in
AJ's
the
been there,
past.
we, no, Doug, we said restorative justice, family, Vermont Family Network, Voices Against Violence, those were the new ones that requested this year. That had
So this one.
not
will go
gone
back in.
through, right, that had not gone through the appropriate stage, because
Would
the
we be
voters
able
have
to-
to approve any social services, and that's what they said for appropriations, they have to be social services. And they have to go through the voters have to agree.
I remember doing that.
Can we slap that onto, those onto a warning and then cut them from the budget?
Well, we did cut them from.
They have to petition them.
They have
They
to.
have
Yeah.
to bring in a petition with
Okay.
5%.
We could just, can we just add them onto the vote?
No,
No,
they have to.
apparently
put in a
they have
petition.
to,
They
they
gotta
have
do
to
the
put
work.
it forward
Right,
themselves.
Which ones are getting cut?
GMT, Restorative Justice, Vermont Family Network, and Voices Against Violence.
What's GMC?
GMT.
GMT.
So my question is, if they didn't petition to be on our, if they didn't petition,
they just sent us a letter.
they
Right.
just sent us a letter.
so can we educate
And
each
instead
of
of us
these?
saying, hey, you know,
We
do
can
it
send
this
them
way,
back
we
thing
just
saying
put them
our
on.
policy is.
Yeah, all we have to do is just notify them,
Yeah.
if you
Right,
like.
here's the policy
here's
to
the
do
policy.
it, you need to
But-
follow.
Unfortunately, our funding year is gonna be closing soon,
Right.
so I don't know if they're gonna make the
Well,
cut
it
in
has to be
time.
in by December 31st according to our policy.
Oh, so it would have to be next year
It would
then,
have to be
alright,
next
so
year.
they've already missed the deadline, but what they should do is,
For future years.
for this
Right.
coming year, right?
They need to get
Well,
Okay.
petition, and then it's gotta go to the voters.
Shannon, that means we're not funding GMT unfortunately.
well, I mean,
Sorry.
I'm not exactly happy about that either, but if we can't do it, then, I mean, that closes the case.
Right.
So what does that free up then?
We already took it out. That's
Okay.
already in
Alright.
that number.
Okay, okay, alright,
We took out all the ones today that. didn't-
how much was that, just out of curiosity?
So the numbers are over here, it was like 1,000, 1,350, 2-3 grand, I think.
Okay,
Somewhere in there.
Okay,
So, I mean, it wasn't a huge amount. These others that were in there that are larger are in there. They're part of the system that have been going. So,
well, what do you guys think? This is the number we're at right now. This is the number we're gonna have to speak to, and we don't even know if that's truly the number or not.
correct.
And I'm already worried about that number.
Yeah, we
16.
need,
I
we
wanna
need
know if
to,
we can get that down a little bit more. Even if we can get it down to 15.
16. And it's big. I mean, last year you guys were at what, 11?
11, yeah.
You guys got grilled pretty hard.
Well, and that's after we brought it down from like 115, 116 down to 111.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
The last
And
day.
those last big cuts we had to
Yeah,
make.
we
Well,
made like
Yeah, so you were basically at this
Well, we
stage
were at
going,
8.
Yeah.
We were at 8%, and then Amber gave us the salaries and stuff that got
Right,
admitted.
that they were
That
wrong.
bumped us way up, and then we had to cut a bunch to get us down just to 11.
Yeah, that all happened though, that one that was at the printers coming back for
Right.
proofing.
Right.
It was very, very last minute.
like literally
Like,
like,
we had hours to do it because.
Yeah,
they
I
had to
tried to
back
get them to
printers.
cut another 100,000, but they.
you should've, you didn't try hard enough?
Well,
I mean,
we
spent 6
already
hours
had
getting that.
used 3 hours.
Yeah, sitting here sweating, trying to go.
Yeah, right? So listen, guys, what do we do? I mean, we either have to drill this number down. And if we do, that means we would take from ARPA to funnel it, or we're gonna, reduce funding in some areas. I mean, if, in anything we do with ARPA, we're just kicking the can.
So-
down the
Yeah,
street.
I don't think that we should do ARPA. I think it's like a false, I think supporting these costs with ARPA is like a false statement.
Yeah,
And I think
well,
we're
so
paying
one-
for it now.
Putting a mask over it, and next year you
Yep.
pull that mask off and surprise, it'll be 3%.
And
Yep,
Yeah.
it's the same thing that we're dealing with right now, so I think we should just do it.
They're at like 7%. Jericho cut out all their paving budget just to get to 1%. So we right now are the largest increase I've seen on the town clerk site.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah,
Like,
I know. I
especially
saw
with
St. Albans too.
18%.
It is what it
I saw.
is. I mean, our employee rate costs are high and we approved that, so
how many Band-Aids are we ready to rip off?
Well,
yeah, I'm
we
ready
do.
to just do it.
I mean, we just gave, highway and, and fire and rescue their budgets as they stood. So unless we're ready to email
We
them
need to-
saying,
yeah,
oh,
we
by
need
the
to-
way, we need to change these, is there other areas we can cut from?
I think if, for the departments that we've already locked it in, like, we can't touch those.
Well, and look at,
Or you just go back and say, look, this is where we ended up being, it's higher than what we expected.
Yeah,
Where
Yeah.
can we make cuts on everyone's budget? I
Yep.
would put out an email to every department saying we're too high. Where can we make cuts out of your budget if you want?
Can we give them like screenshots of their budget and say, hey, we're
Yeah.
too
well,
high?
of course.
Yeah.
Well, just so, and have it, give them a timeline, be like, hey, we need this back ASAP, this needs to be done yesterday.
What is our timeline on the budget now?
It's-
No, I think that they have,
Months.
don't they have 5 days? Didn't we say
Well-
that we were doing this so that they had 5 days to work on that?
No, that was
No.
gonna be last week, but we didn't have the final numbers.
Oh,
We still don't really have all the numbers. We
No,
still
I mean,
don't
tomorrow,
know.
we're getting another number.
That's the
tomorrow.
problem is it's a moving target and you just never know.
I mean, we're really close at this point. I mean, this number at the top right now is really close to where
Okay.
I think
So
we
what
should be at.
what do we want that number to be? Cause that'll tell us how much.
That'll tell you how much you need to cut.
Well, why do we, I mean, we should get that number, but we should also, again, just email the department head and say, hey, we need to cut.
I mean, if we
So-
could get it down to 12%, I feel like that would be much better than 16.
Oh, yeah.
What's 4.5%?
It's gonna be close to 100.
But I'm, the only thing,
45,000, 150,000.
Holy shit.
so the only thing that, yes, we definitely should send it back to our departments if we're gonna do that. They haven't always been that good at getting back to us when we need them
We don't
to.
have a choice.
And also, guys, listen,
Well,
The other
our other
option-
choice is we just take the cleaver into our own hands and.
well, or we move forward with this budget because we believe in the extra costs that we're spending. Like, we don't have to.
Can we hit?
I mean, there's things on here that we're doing because no other board wanted to do them, even though they
Yep,
need to be done.
I agree. Yep.
I mean, I hate it. And I would love to do what other communities are doing and following suit, but all we're doing is pushing the can down the street,
Yep.
so next year's select board is in a
Yep.
worse position than we are,
So is there a way we can hit like, what was it, the budget highlights, so that we can speak to that at the meeting? Like, just so we kinda,
I think our budget highlights already speak to this.
No, I don't know if they do good enough. I wanna work with, I'd like to have Doug review the budget
Well,
highlights
I
to see
mean,
if.
at least our select board
Will you?
highlights.
Okay,
I think our
Can I send
select
it to
board
you?
highlights.
cause it needs a little bit more when I.
finesse.
Well, and you also remember that very few people pick this up and read it before they get to town meeting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
even though it's in the highlights, be prepared to speak to those items also.
I mean, I think our report
I will read it for
makes
you.
it clear.
I
still
read
needs
the
work.
whole book before I get there, but there are not too many people that do. There's a lot of people that pick it up when they walk in. So they won't have read that, they'll just know the numbers.
I mean, the report that we're gonna send in, I think, makes it clear that our goal is to make this, help this town be more efficient. But we also recognize that that's not easy.
Right, but we're gonna, in any instance, we wanna over communicate. Like, it's the only way to
Yes.
bring
Yes.
clarity.
You learned that from your last vote,
Yeah,
that just thinking that everybody will think it's a good thing is not enough.
no,
You really, I mean, look at, we're doing this town plan, survey, and 200 people out of 4,700 have replied to it. I think that's shockingly low. The guy who's doing it says in a good town, his percentage would be 300.
Is he saying it's a bad
So-
town?
No, he's
No, I'm
just
just
saying,
joking.
he's still hoping we'll get to 300,
Yeah.
but that's what he thinks is a good number. And I'm like, 300 people out of 4,700 telling us what they want in town?
Yeah.
Seems very low to me.
so my question is, if we were to just eliminate the
Let's hope you guys
money
hear
that
me
we're
talk.
putting into the highway and fire department reserves, how much of that 16% does that take up?
120,000, so you'd be down probably 14, I'm gonna guess, 13.
Well, you gotta understand, taking that out is just leaving us in the hole.
I'm not talking about taking it out, I'm saying, is that the argument that we're making for this number?
A big chunk of it, yes, big chunk of it.
Yeah, but, and the people complain about the roads, they complain about all of that stuff, and this, we need to sell it to them, say, hey, this is gonna put us on a path.
Personal or town email?
This right here is a major driver for you. Your revenues are down
Yeah,
32% of previous. That's a major driver for you.
and what's the major?
So can I ask a question about the revenues?
Yeah,
Our fees that we charge. I know that they got looked at maybe a year ago.
Did we approve them recently?
Which fees?
Yeah, any, like, permits.
Yep,
fees.
yep,
All fees just went up.
They're all going up.
They all
Just
went
increased them
up or
again.
they're going up?
No, we just increased
We
them
just
again.
increased them.
And
So
I-
go build a
We just
few
don't
houses.
know,
Because,
yeah.
because,
Give us some-
the
give
cost
us
of
the
houses,
pot of gold.
yeah, the houses are gonna get built, whether we have a high fee or
Well,
not.
We did do a step, so next year they go up again. I mean, somebody could bring up the argument to raise them all the way up, I don't know if you really wanna do that or not. Cause the other side of that is you wanna get the housing in so that. you
Yeah,
get
but
the
has
impact.
anybody come in and found out the fee was $300 instead of $150? And
It's
said,
not.
oh my God, I can't build my house, my $500,000 house,
Yeah,
it's gonna cost me $150
No, that's
more.
not the
No,
one
you're
that,
not.
that's not the one that hits them, it's the impact.
Nick,
fee.
in answer to your proposal, I do think that we have, I do think that we could explain our reasoning behind this number if we decided to go with it. I would feel more comfortable if it was lower. But I think that we can account for that extra, that 16% off of the decreased revenue and wanting to invest, get our reserve funds back on track and being used the way that they're supposed to.
Cause in the long run, that will save you money.
Because of the
If
long
you're
run.
gonna buy a house,
Short-sighted.
you don't try to come up with $500,000 in 1 year. you try to put down $50,000 in an account every year for a few years and then borrow just a small chunk to buy the house.
Keep in mind
You
too,
know,
guys.
it's the same if you're buying a town truck or a fire truck or.
Our costs would actually be more if we were going with Amcare right now, so we would be in an even worse spot,
But
you know?
just keep in mind that that's
Well, I
the
don't
exact
have-
same argument that we made with the fiscal budget switch.
I don't have that number.
We don't have rescue in there. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Do we have the right? We do
Yeah, we have
the right
6
number, do
months
we?
of, we have 6 months of each number in there.
We do?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it should be right
What
around
number is that?
80,000. I wanna say it's right around 80,000 is what I saw in the budget.
88 maybe?
88, I think is what's.
What number are we talking about?
So we just have to be prepared
I
so
think that's a little
that
high.
if,
Fire, rescue.
Emergency
Right,
medical, I
take it
have,
down.
I have 82,000.
you
Yep,
gotta
that
have
sounds
some
about right.
idea where we're.
Or almost 83.
Yep.
That's
We're
why
gonna
I
cut the
told
reserve
department
spending,
heads
I
to
think that's
say,
what we're gonna have to do.
you know, if we have to cut, where we're gonna cut, it, just in case this budget gets voted down.
I think we're
We
gonna
gotta
cut the
have
reserve.
some
spending.
idea, okay, where are we gonna take these?
What if we,
Can't
okay,
take
so.
the roadside flags out.
Pulling on that thread, why don't we do this? If we feel we wanna present this, we can present it. But to your point, we should go to all the department heads and say, here's what we're gonna do. We feel good about this budget, but it is heavy.
Right,
There's an opportunity during town meeting, right? Cause can it happen at town meeting?
Yes,
That there's going to be some pushback, and if there's pushback, we then could propose areas of the budget that can be cut, or is that too late in the game?
And you don't wanna do that.
Okay.
I think
brought
what
that up
you
last
do,
week.
One way or another, that will leak out to the public.
Yeah, it-
Okay.
it's,
That we already have.
the school
in our
used to
back
talk about
pocket
doing
plan.
that.
Yeah.
It's not a good
Okay.
idea.
and I think the double-sided sword here is if our argument is gonna be that the reserve funds are the reason why this is so heavy.
It is.
Then if they vote it down, then the reserve funds are gonna.
Actually, they have the right to tell us what they wanna take out.
They do have the right to tell us.
They do.
That is correct.
Absolutely.
Maybe they want more roads and less, I don't know, fire trucks, I don't know.
I personally believe this is what I mean, that's just me though, I'm just one voter. I personally believe this is what we need to do. And this is what, I think we all agree, this is what we should do. It's just a matter of, can we?
It's a positive
I
step.
think
And
you-
what does this mean I didn't mean to cut you off, Susanna. What does this mean in dollars per person?
Well,
What,
we'll
That's-
have to run all that, but.
So-
just a rough estimate. Is there a way to know roughly
Yeah,
what is?
11% last year went up, how much? What was the tax rate increase last year? 10 cents?
Yeah.
So yeah, you're probably 15 cents roughly, somewhere in there,
15 cents per what?
per
100.
100,
Per 100.
We need to compare that to what's happening with the school budget.
15% is
Yeah,
what I've heard.
Yeah.
we need to make sure that people know that what we're asking for is very small in comparison.
So
That's
this is how I would
$100,000.
present this, because this is how I look at it.
Yeah, so it's
from your-
15% of your taxes. Your taxes would go up 15%.
So if you look at the history of the town budget, I would say almost since I've lived here, 33 years. The town budget is very flat. The school budget is on a projectile to the moon.
Yeah,
So to say that our town budget is going up this year, it is long overdue. You look at how many times we pretty much flat funded the town budget. Or very, just very gradual
yeah.
increases.
Afraid to make,
So if you look at a big chart, it looks almost flat, whereas the school just has
Yeah.
been shooting up forever. You
I
can
think-
say, it's time that the town stepped up and did some things. How many people complain that their road isn't cared for? I look
Yep.
at lots of, roads that the right of ways never got cleared for the last 30, 40 years, the trees fall in the road all the time. Well, the right of ways had been cleared, but we didn't have the budget for that, Why are
I'm
we
gonna
buying new
record all of this
trucks?
just a
Why
second.
are you supposed
You can say that one more time.
no, actually, I got
And are
video.
you gonna stand up and speak that as a?
You know.
Okay, cool.
If you want to,
It's town meeting,
good.
you know.
if you want to, I can resign and they will fill you in for me.
Well, no, we just need members of the community to back it. That's what you need, is members of the community to
I've
say,
been
hey,
asked,
it's
I
time.
do not want that.
And we need to be prepared, right, during the meeting, we need to be able to speak to all of this.
Yeah, well, have the
Confidently.
chart that you can show people, comparing the school budget to the town budget over the last
I mean, the good
15, 20 years.
The good thing is, right, so you have let's say just for simple math, right, you have a $5,000 tax bill, but of that tax bill, only 20% of that is us, right?
Or less.
Right.
I'll bring in my tax bill. It's a huge portion to the school.
Right?
Yeah, it's about 80-20 is what I.
So that's about $1,000 of every 5,000, right? So if you're looking at 20%.
You should use a
Just
smaller
simple-
number just for the
Well,
sake of,
Well, I'm just trying to think of people's tax bills, right? So
it
if.
scares people to see a $5,000 bill.
So
Well,
yes,
Well, I'm trying to, yeah, okay, so.
And they come down to the rest of our level.
Use 3,000.
There we go.
so we can make that case,
$3,000.
but ultimately it is gonna depend on the 150-ish people that show up.
So, but I think we need to break this down, right? Okay, so a $3,000 tax bill.
600 for the
So
town.
it's $600 for the town, right? We're gonna see a 15% increase in that, which means it's extra $90 that everybody has to pay for this budget.
Can we create
An
a,
extra $90 for this budget, that's what we tell them.
can we create a spreadsheet of this cascaded, so if people are like, well, I have a $250,000 house, like, what is that number?
We'll just have, I can have a calculator.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Calculator out.
And their response is gonna be an
What I-
extra
what I-
But we're
$9.
not in control of the school portion.
What I would do is just
for overall
pick
tax
a
bill.
few set,
Sure,
pick a $300,000 house, a $500,000 house, a $800,000 house or something, don't have the
Wait,
whole
did you say
range.
3, 5, and 8? What about us little guys?
your home is easily $350.
You-
You're
You
kidding.
could sell
You
your
can sell your
house
house for
for
$350 in a second.
$300,000.
All day long.
I guarantee you could,
Camisa can
because
go
there
buy
are
it for 5.
so few of them.
I'll buy it for $3.
I want 5.
You can have, bring up
I'm
a
just saying,
practical issue here,
Pick
okay.
three, the low end, the
Yeah.
medium and the high, and don't try to have the whole chart because it's too confusing for people.
We're doing a lot of brainstorming here now, but in the practical matters, we have some issues to decide on the warning, because we can't do it tonight, according to Jamie and others, okay? Don't have some final numbers yet, okay? Should we schedule another meeting, like for Friday or something like that, to get this thing nailed down?
I don't have availability Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what's Monday, I mean, I'm just saying,
Saturday, Sunday?
when
It needs to be,
when do we need
it
this?
needs to be.
So I have to have this book to the printer by the 26th of this month.
26.
So that gives us,
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
we
it could
could
be
do
the
next,
last
it could be
I thought you
next
said you
Tuesday.
needed everything by the 15th.
No, they need all the
the
write-ups,
12th.
all the
We want the
write-ups.
stuff by the 12th.
And our
because
next
it's gonna
meeting is
take
the
time
22nd.
to Build,
Yeah, I know.
we gotta build that book,
Yeah,
so that takes
yeah,
time.
so I would say we schedule next Wednesday, absolutely.
Then
Same
Cheryl,
time,
I'm gonna
same
send you
place,
the
we're
report
here.
from the select board right now.
That's what I'm saying, I think we need another meeting
You
We have the
want-
time.
Well,
to do it.
you said the
Let's-
26th?
Yeah,
I have to have a hard copy.
We
to
should
them
do the
at
next 2
26th.
meetings, just in case, I think everybody should plan on being available the next 2 Wednesdays.
So,
I
just
agree.
saying, if we're going
But
by
remember, Doug's gotta put it
VLCT,
in that book, so
I
we
know.
gotta have
if
time.
we're going by VLCT, it can't be a special budget meeting to talk about the warrant. Or the warrant.
or that it be one of the agenda.
Well, yeah, we can be on the
You
agenda.
have to
I
put it
know.
on your agenda.
Oh, yeah, I
It can
mean,
be
if
in
you
this
added it to
meeting.
the agenda, but it doesn't have to be a budget meeting to talk about multiple things, right? You can just say it's a special meeting.
Right, exactly.
So don't say budget, just
So I
say
think-
special meeting.
I think, Doug, one of the takeaways here is that we'll probably, have some type of example. A $300,000 house, a $500,000 house, $800,000 house.
Mhm.
And I think the big focus for us is, we can't control the school budget, right? We're not in control. We understand it's gonna be high, or could be high, it may not be high, right? we just had,
Carolyn, yeah.
Carolyn come in and
She
say,
still was talking 12% or something
Okay.
like that.
but
That's
that's,
at the
we,
state level, that doesn't.
but that's gonna happen regardless of us. What we are responsible for represents anywhere between,
Yeah,
$90 to $110 per person
right.
to properly fund your community
Mhm.
and get some of the things done that have been neglected for many years.
Yeah, and don't just have numbers, have some graphs, pie charts or.
I don't know how
I'll
we're
help
gonna
you
get all
I'll help you with that.
Okay,
That's easier for
You
people
took an
to
accounting
see.
class.
Easier for people to see than numbers.
Are we in agreement that the next two Wednesdays, we're
Yeah.
committed to two more?
Well,
If we
on the
need to, yeah.
24th is, you're just a day or so away, so really you should just be
Well, it's
looking
good.
at the final version. and-
The 17th and the 22nd. The 22nd is a regular meeting.
Right, so yeah, you got two meetings.
Well, we can do the 22nd, we can make that more of a budget meeting unless,
No, just leave it a regular meeting. We can talk about everything. Put budget on the.
right, that's what I mean, I won't load the agenda with anything else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
So
it gives us the hit final touches.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does that get enough time to put,
Well, let's,
Budget and
yeah, the
stuff.
goal would be not to be making changes the last week, cause that's gonna give Doug heartburn.
Heartburn. Andrew.
Oh, look at this.
What's
I
the, what's the date we have to have this to the printer?
we have to have it to the budget by
26.
26.
So you want that entire final week, you don't wanna be making changes that week.
I wanna be building the book right now,
We can build the book right now.
so.
I mean, these numbers are gonna probably be one of the last things you input. The book should, you can build, I mean, there's a lot more than just the numbers that go into the book, right?
Yeah, I mean, the problem,
The
so,
layout.
right, yeah.
Yeah,
and
but that's
you
not
have
gonna
to have-
change, the
you
line
have to-
items are line items, they're just gonna, the number's gonna change.
Right, I
The
know, but.
layout of the book.
Okay,
Right, you have to get an output out of them, right? So right now, what we need to do is you need to agree upon a number that you're good with. If this is the number that you're good with, then we're gonna go back and we're gonna input this into NEMRIC. Because making the changes to NEMRIC is much harder than quickly doing it here on a spreadsheet.
yeah, but the problem is we don't know what the numbers are gonna come out of number, and you also said these aren't the numbers, because there's still a couple numbers you're
There's
getting
still a couple
tomorrow.
number, I
So
think.
there's
you're
no way
getting
we
ones
can decide
tomorrow.
tonight. Cause we
Well,
don't
no, if
know.
you're telling me, what I was hoping is you'd say, yeah, we're good at, if you're good at 16.56 is where you're at right now. So if you're good at that number, then that's what we're gonna work going forward with. If you're gonna say, no, we gotta cut it, then I think you need to cut it here, right now, so we have a number to input. The problem is, once I input it into NEMRIC, to get us back to this is a nightmare, because it's.
But so we
NEMRIC
wouldn't,
doesn't output
then
any
we wouldn't be able to
formulas.
give the departments a chance to have an opportunity to determine where they cut from then.
And their chance was to be here tonight.
You put it out that you asked them to come back at a 5% and nobody responded.
Well, I think people attempted to, the problem is that people don't realize that their 5% isn't actually 5%, it's 15%. Once we add in all the salary lines, right? And that's the other thing
Well,
that's.
no, I mean, like, there's like the 30% for fire, which is
Yeah.
what they're at now. 38% was 20% before that. So we added 18, but they were still at 20% before we added that stuff in.
Yeah, but wasn't that because of the full-time person that wasn't in last year?
I'm
So
not sure
that
how
one-
much of that was because of that. I mean, yeah.
If you
I'm not
pull
sure how
that-
much of that.
It's mainly loading the reserve accounts, right? I mean, it's-
Well, that's really, yeah, that's where so that's really where it is. If we didn't have the reserve accounts in there, what would it be? Just curious, like the 125, what was that, 125 or?
Well, for. So that's 20, it's 85,000. So it's like 3% roughly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big, I say we do it, I just say go for it.
Say we
But
stay what? I'm
I
sorry.
say we stay it, but I'm one person.
Same,
Yeah.
I agree. That's my vote.
I'd like to see it a little bit lower,
Eh,
but I'm not voted.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, I mean, where would we
I
cut from?
don't know, anywhere.
Do we believe that we want this to happen? I mean, we have put a lot of work
I
into
do
this.
think that this is, I do think that the town would be in a better position if we could get this
and
through.
I think if we can speak to it,
So I got another question. Are we underspending this winter? Like, you know, on the roads,
We don't know.
we don't know.
So last year, we did significantly. And there's a very good chance the way this year's going,
Well,
There's
that's
not
what
gonna be a lot
I
of
mean,
overtime.
you've
but
had
we
a
also have the snow bonus that we're paying no
a
matter
month or
what.
two of bills, you know, November, December, did we underspend what they estimated they were gonna spend?
Yeah,
Winter?
well,
Well,
last
we'll
year we
be
did.
increasing another manpower too.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, but that's in, the guy is in the budget, right? I'm just talking about the expenses, not personnel, but, you know,
Salt and,
salt and
Well, we loaded up on
overtime.
salt.
Well, we have all that stuff though, that's
Yeah.
the problem.
You have to buy it.
right, and we're just into, we could have a heck of a
Well,
January, and
overtime,
February,
you
and
don't
March,
pre-buy.
and we're just,
Right, I mean, it's
I know,
calculated, but.
I'm just,
right.
I'm wondering if you could say, if there's savings this winter, that money would go to offset this budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would, because that's the point, right?
You
Like,
can't do
money's
that.
left
You're already-
over.
You can't do that, you're already, so what are you putting out there?
Well,
is
I'm
what you're
not
voting
sure-
on the collected taxes,
Yeah, that's true,
so you can't do that.
but it would be thrown in there to offset for the next year.
What were some of the big drivers for this budget being what it is, right? There was things that were out of our control, right? Costs that are going up. We had to renegotiate a union contract, which we think we did very well, but it still meant some significant increases. There was key members of staff across various departments that went up in salaries, right?
You added some positions.
There were some added positions to fill. And we are now properly funding reserve accounts. This is the scary part. This does not even take into consideration the bond.
Right.
Yeah.
This doesn't even, that's its own thing. That would add another 5%.
We can boil the argument down to three things, the decrease in revenue and the two, reserve accounts that we're funding.
Yeah,
You'll have to explain that decrease in revenue to the average.
we will
citizen.
have to describe that, but that is also, but ultimately it is, look, there's one thing that's beyond our control, and the other thing is us wanting to get ahead of the game and get things back in control. And that's gonna cost us. And we can make that argument.
It will cost you less to do it this way than to wait and.
Yep.
And.
and a prime example
Come up
is,
with it all.
you look at the bridge repairs saying, several years ago, right? I don't know how long ago they did a quote to get those, right? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanna clarify one thing. Something was brought up tonight about the fact that the bond, would have to be by Australian ballot. Is that correct?
That's what Ken said. I think we're gonna have
We're
to,
gonna have to check that out, okay. But that could sway this thing too, because I can imagine with 16% increase in the regular budget. And then the fact that we're gonna be asking for, it's almost an extra 5%, I think,
Yeah.
for the bond, right? That,
And that's coming out of
they
it.
might take their anger out against that.
against the bond vote,
That's
The bond
next year.
right.
but not the budget.
Right, that's what would be my assumption.
Yeah, we didn't have, we
But that would be
realized
truer.
today that it wasn't in there.
That would
so
be
we
truer
added that into
If
there.
it was to be voted on at that meeting.
Right.
If it's voted on,
Yeah, when we were going through
you
it,
know,
they were like, well,
by Australian ballot,
we added it in.
that would
We
be
didn't have a
that,
line
you
item.
know,
We had to give a line
That's
item.
for.
Yeah, you're absolutely
But do
right.
we have
The
to-
bond vote is a lot stronger, because if it is a bit in the Australian ballot.
Yeah. I think it would do better on the Australian ballot than it will,
I don't
we'll get
think we
lots
should
of
mess
votes
Through
in
that whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think we should mess with people's raises.
So also,
That COI is.
Right here, no?
What I've seen,
go
yeah,
back up a little bit,
sorry.
right here. What if we
Bond
did a
vote
little bit
people's
less here
raises.
and then did
No, I said, what if we?
Like, 'cause it's every 2 years or so, right?
3% raise.
No.
for an audit?
Yeah, we haven't, yeah, I mean,
So we
it's gonna be
just-
next year, but yeah.
Well, we just did one, right?
Yeah, but yes, I don't know how that was.
So,
No, I
so
think,
one question I was asking is like, this is about what we paid for the last audit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what if we did half that and the next year did 10 grand? And then did the audit for the next year?
What do you mean?
you have to
gotta
have
have-
a reserve fund and you don't have a reserve fund.
And you have to have an audit every year.
You have to, yeah, you have to do it yearly. You're
Well-
required.
Cause you have to.
So
have an
have
audit.
we been doing it every
Yep.
year?
Yes.
There's
But we've
different-
been doing
different
it,
types of audits.
we've been doing it at a very low rate. And the company we were using,
We've
It's
got
gone.
it paid for.
and so when you hire a company 10 years ago, they give you a price and they just slowly increase you every
Mhm.
year.
Yeah,
Then when you go out to bid again, you get the current rate, and we got a much more detailed audit this year. These
Yeah.
are all the things we have to speak to,
no,
right?
of course, of course.
We had attorney costs, right? I mean, there was a lot of costs that go into what we've been doing.
Yeah, but did we overspend the attorney?
No,
We had a
we
huge
didn't.
amount of
I don't
money in
think so.
there. I can't.
I-
It doesn't look like it.
I think it's gonna be close, you're probably at about 100%, I haven't seen the last I knew the last bills hadn't been entered, and
Okay.
I don't have them in this number. But you're probably about 100%, maybe just a little bit.
Somebody already asked, what is the amount of the 3% increase in salaries? Did somebody?
I'd have to figure that out.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Cause
And they,
that's at mid-year anyway,
Service
so
costs
it's
are going
actually.
up.
Well, I also
1.5% for the year.
don't think that we can,
Well, it's gonna be March before you put it in.
we have said that we are doing our best to do right by our employees.
Mm-hmm.
3% is the best that we were able to give them. I think cutting back, goes against what we were trying to do.
Yeah, and last year, what was it?
What was it? like?
Well, I don't know. What was it last year?
I'd have to look at it.
3%.
3%.
I think it was
3 or
3%, so that's my recollection, but, you know.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't wanna go over I wouldn't wanna go under what we.
Okay, I'm just bringing, I was just curious at what amount of money that was, you know,
Yeah.
by itself, but, I agree, I don't.
I think that if we wanted to get this thing back on track, it would be the reserve funds.
You really like calling that up,
No, I do, I think that's,
but again, we would just be kicking that can and
We
we're
would.
never gonna get ahead.
no, look, I'm not calling that up because I'm against the reserve funds, investing in it, I'm calling
Sounds
it
like
up.
you got personal vendetta against.
I love the word vendetta, but no, I think that, it can boil down to that, it's either we have those or we don't, and it's either we have 16%, and then 60% increase or we don't.
I do think Carl, may be onto something with the fact that we're gonna be presenting this budget. And then there'll be this looming thing out there with the bridge. And people will be focusing on the 16%, say, well, if we're doing this, we definitely can't do the bridge, which will be a shame, because we need to do that too.
Right.
But there's a higher likelihood that hopefully they'll pass this budget and absorb
And,
Yeah.
this
knock down the bridge.
and knock down the bridge, which is also unfortunate because it needs to be done.
And the
But-
possibility that they're gonna be watching this video and hearing that strategize.
Well,
Well,
it's the will of the
I don't know how many people watch this video, but I was gonna say, the more you try to sell this budget ahead of time, the better off you're gonna be.
Yeah.
You know, I think getting some posters out, putting them at the library, you know, putting them on Facebook, I don't know how to do that, but I'm sure Jamie does. You know, there'll
Good
be
idea.
questions, stuff will pop up because people will have picked up this book and said, oh my God, you see this budget? You guys should be able to say, hey, look at this, this is why we need to do this,
Yeah,
you know? This is why.
And it's
we have to-
unfortunate, but again, like you said,
And
it's a hard
explaining,
decision
you know,
hasn't
this
been
is
made
the
for
portion
years.
of your taxes that goes to the town, this is the portion that goes to the school.
Yeah.
You know,
what we could do,
this is what the town's been living on all this time, and this is the increase, not that much.
Yeah,
it
we can
seems
write
like
an
a lot,
op-ed to
but
the messenger,
You can do that.
we can do that.
I
Okay,
don't
Then
know
that
who
same
reads the
op-ed can go on
messenger,
Facebook,
but,
it
you
can
know,
go
maybe
on
one or two
The
people will read
LCT
it.
or wherever people go to like look at stuff like
7
Vermont
days? Oh my
Digger.
God, 7 days?
Are we
Vermont
gonna-
Digger.
Well,
guys, are we gonna move forward?
You can write the 7 days.
No, I mean,
Are we moving forward with
I
it?
abstain from, we're not voting, but I abstain, but keep.
I think so.
Forward.
Okay,
You gotta be able to buy into it though.
You're the one you're the chair, bro.
I'll present it,
But if
But we
you're
all-
not convinced, they're not convinced.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is we all have to get behind this number.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
We
yeah,
all-
I'm behind it.
Okay,
I wish it
okay.
was lower.
As to, you know, obviously Suzanne's point, right? The big thing is you have to sell it. You have to sell why we need to do it. Nobody likes it. Everybody's gonna be paying it, including us.
Yeah.
Right? We're all gonna be living this, but there's things we have to do. And there's something we still have not talked about, which is ARPA. So can we please talk about that? So we can get that off our
Too bad
plate.
we couldn't.
So this is what we're gonna go
Or
for.
this is what we're going with. Unless that number changes. I mean,
are we still gonna have a meeting on Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should.
So I'm gonna just start talking.
Okay,
We have
Good.
500,000 for bridge repair.
okay.
So we have Historical Society, we have 20,000, but we did just give them 5,200 for.
So it's the remaining amount, but
It's the remaining amount of that, so just give me 1 second.
Here, is this the?
You do have,
I have it right here.
you do have an ad.
You got one?
yeah, I have one.
Nick, you got one of these?
We have what? We have an ad for ARPA. An ad? Yeah, so from planning last night,
You physically have it.
Oh, in addition?
yeah, so planning, we didn't get the grant for the development regs, which was 25,000.
I know a lot of times there's.
So we're looking to see if that's
Development rights to what?
development regulations, the rewrite on the development regs, which
Okay.
probably won't happen this year. It's, well, we're working on it, but it probably won't happen this year. It's gonna be more after the town plan comes out.
Okay,
But that's 25,000 is what we were planning on or budgeting for based off of the grant money, but we didn't get. So I don't know if you wanna try to fund that out of ARPA. There's a chance that we could get a grant, but the way they're funding the grants right now and how many people are looking for grants, I don't know if that's even a.
So let
The
me,
way I look at it is.
what am I looking at here?
so
What is this document?
that is April's document,
Okay,
but I have a much lower breakdown.
okay, but I just wanna know what's our bottom, what is our actual number? Cause she
So
said
let me
ARPA
get
looks
through that.
much better, right? She just told me. She said ARPA looks much better than it recently did.
Well, if the numbers changed,
That's my point. So, does anyone know what she was referring
Just
to?
whatever that.
Yeah, I
document
think I
There
haven't
should
seen
be
the
two there.
document, but her.
I gave one to Nick.
okay, sorry.
So what's the actual number then?
What's the starting number after everything? 484, 800?
So that's, so it's $1 million, so we're at $1 million then.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Now, she's saying there's still $1 million, but that's without the
No,
500.
I think that
That's
bottom
right.
number of like 48,000 is what's left.
Wait, too
No,
many
'cause we
people.
had the 848, that was budgeted, to come out of ARPA. This is the stuff we did not, how did she do this?
yeah, I have no idea how to make any sense of this. But like, I can never understand her spreadsheets.
I haven't, do you have one that I can see?
Because we started with the 848.
An April
And then
spreadsheet?
this is
Yeah,
the
this is the
stuff
one
we
that-
did.
Is this probably, is this or, no, he has one right here.
I think you put into your spreadsheet.
Yeah, and I have the breakdown, but if the,
Oh, confusing.
I need to know the current ARPA funds, the number. Like, is it 828.5? Cause that's what I have.
It's
1,009,287.13.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
We could put the 200 back in from paving,
So Doug
200
says
from rec.
it's the 1 million number, that's what we
that's what
have.
I was saying.
Yeah, that's the one, it's the 1
Yeah,
million.
the bottom number, right?
Right,
yeah.
that's what we have left in there.
Alright, hold on, please.
Yeah, because
I didn't know that number changed.
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to tell you, yeah. So the ending cash balance as of 2022 was 1.4 basically. Then there was interest of about $4,000, which was a subtotal of 1.4. Then I'm assuming this 392,000 is earmarked or spent money,
Correct.
so leaving us with just over $1 million.
So what's that number? Give me that number.
The actual number we have is $1,909,287.13.
Lot.
Okay, 1,928,000.
No,
No,
1
1
million,
million,
Okay,
9,000,
and then 9,000.
100.
Yep.
9, 287.13.
287.13. Yeah.
And I just want to say.
Parts of this have already been allocated.
No,
No,
None of this has been
That's
allocated.
taking out
That's-
the allocated.
that's removing the allocations.
Some was allocated and didn't get.
Well, we thought
used,
we were
so it
at 8
came
or
back
9,
in.
so,
Then
right.
we got some back.
yeah.
Okay, now to that 392, what we have to do, or out of that $1 million approximately, we have to add in the bridge
Yep,
and the paving and
Yeah.
we put back in the
Yeah.
tots.
yeah,
So that brings us down to 678.
Well, yeah, that's a different, I wouldn't, yeah, I think you're gonna have to work on a new spreadsheet. Right.
New allocation.
And then I had 150 of other items that I had on, that you had on your list there now too, which included such thing as.
in, Jamie, so we can see this?
it's a mess now. Like,
Historical
it's a
Society,
complete mess,
All you have to do is
30,000
make
for
the
the
big,
library.
your top number, the new,
which I did right there. So bridge repair 500,
Yep.
historical's 20 minus the 5227
Mhm.
equals that. And then, see, I have to redo the calibrations. But these numbers here should all be. So it should be this number here. C19 instead of C17. Okay, so that drops it down. So that should be. And then that leaves total after 864.
After what?
So once we remove the requests, right, from each department. Like these are
Okay.
the requests,
Yep,
so total number,
yep,
this number's not included, it's
yep,
just
yep,
notes.
yep.
This is the total, well, obviously this number minus this number.
Yep.
We have a. Right, 364.15 left over.
And that's after the bridge, that's after all the requests from our departments.
Yep, and
As
then,
well as the $50,000 allocated to recreation of something.
yep, so that's actually added in here, see?
Yep, yeah,
So, so 144,773 is what is allocated currently for departments. That leaves us with 864,000. Minus the 500,000 per bridge, that's 364,000. And we were only thinking we were gonna have 187 for paving.
Do you wanna put that up?
yes.
Are you on the public,
Please.
are you on the public Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Just hit Apple, or Windows K.
Hold on one second.
So we could do a couple of things, guys. If we wanted to make our current budget more palatable, we could fund some of it with the extra money. And tell people that, say, listen, it was at 16%. So we allocated ARPA, including allocating 50 grand to recreation, because we want the community
No,
to
it's
come
gonna
up with
be solar.
something.
No,
And
I
we-
don't like.
I know, and we drove down the cost of this 16%
Scroll the button, Doug.
by backfilling with ARPA. That's the only other option.
Well,
It should be this one.
okay.
Yeah, there you go. You
Yes,
just have
my
to wake it
knee-jerk
up.
reaction is to say no to that,
I
but
hate this remote.
Yeah.
what would that do for people's tax, that would ease people's tax burden?
Yeah, just temporarily.
Temporarily, yes, but.
It would this year.
Yeah,
It would
this
ease people's
year.
tax burden.
We would have to kind of hit the one-time cost things to make it actually a big. impact.
Well, it would basically be the reserve funds. We would.
So,
You can't fund reserve.
Oh,
here's the thing,
Yeah, you
Well,
can't do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
do we have a responsibility to pad people's tax burden if we can?
well, we have a responsibility to manage the town's money and finances.
Definitely, definitely.
And that includes maintaining roads and bridges.
So here's a thought. Instead of funding the reserve fund for the highway department, you give them the 250 out of ARPA to purchase the new truck.
That would
And then
be
you don't have to
infrastructure.
fund it for 2 years.
But we
I
have
think that it has
vote
to be voted on.
Does it? Is not infrastructure?
No, you're coming out of ARPA.
Coming out of ARPA, you would not have to, because that's our.
You're spending it on
prerogative.
Yeah.
That's not a bad.
I mean, you're basically it's a way to move the money around so that you're utilizing it and then you're putting off that purchase.
What was your
You're
number
funding
next
for 2 years.
over after?
Just a thought, but
Hold on one second.
It'd be interesting to see that we can look at what the numbers. what it
because
is.
that'll put you in line to get it for 2026.
So right there's, so 364, 515 is the total, but that would still leave us with like 100 and.
All we would be doing is,
Not being the problem.
yeah, well, yeah.
Yes,
But we're
but,
kickstarting the rotation, right?
and that's what the ARPA money is for, it's meant to get us out of these holes.
Well, let's just look at the numbers before we decide
Oh,
on it, let's just look at it. Cause all you're doing is you're just swapping the places of things, that's all you're doing.
I know.
Oh, what, keep me.
Uh-oh.
I still haven't come up with that 364, but I mean, that's, I'm sure you can explain everything. And again, that doesn't account for the fact we're gonna probably take out that 40,000 to increase the cover.
We haven't touched that
Municipal
yet.
vehicles don't count as infrastructure?
And we, you know, this might include
Roads,
ten
bridges,
thousand to conservation, 30,000 to the library, 20,000 to historical.
so look up there.
I guess not.
There we go.
Still, we should.
Alright,
So we're going off these numbers here for the requests. Well, this.
which is the library, so $30,000.
Yeah,
For floor tiles,
which probably isn't gonna cost that much.
40,000 for the fire department, what is that for?
So that, I put that in there for the digging up of the tank.
Tanks,
So
okay.
it may, and again, it might not cost that much.
Yeah, and he
Conservation,
swapped that for the 40,000 that we had for,
yep,
when it increasing the fill.
conservation wanted $10,000.
Yeah, look right next door,
Okay.
reinstall bridge,
Yep,
And then-
It will cost more than that, I can guarantee you,
what, 10,000?
yeah.
I thought you said that was
To reinstall it, but not to
Oh.
make it, improve it, but.
no, and then 50 was for the recreation.
Yeah.
Oh, why,
Where was mine?
it keeps kicking me. I don't know,
Where is the?
Doug, it keeps kicking me off, I don't know.
This one is
We
disconnected.
need a heating system for those on mine.
That- It was not on the list that he gave us.
What was it, I'm sorry?
The heating system or the addition for this building. Oh, we need a heating system,
heating system for what?
this building. And we
Okay.
need a well.
When, was that in the budget?
No.
Sorry, can
That
you repeat that, Cheryl?
What's that?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
I said we discussed a heating system, the wish list item I had was,
That's off your computer, right?
Yeah, it's
an
super.
addition for offices, and then we also, Todd and I were discussing, the well, because we do not have a
I think
sustainable
yours
well out here.
sleeps, it's gonna kick back over.
Well, it doesn't sleep, like, it's just,
Right.
it's
Yeah, it
just,
wasn't-
the
it was-
connectivity sucks.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
So yeah, so. Wow, see, it's super laggy.
Yeah, it's the connection.
So from this point down to here is what's currently allocated, which is the 144,773.
Okay, and that's the department ARPA total,
That's the
right below it.
request, yep,
Then you have your
Except for
total of,
yep, and then it's the total. And then after the department, so that total subtract 140, I know it looks backwards, but. 1,909,000 subtracted 144 is 864.
yeah, so you have all the department requests.
Yep.
Which totals this.
Yep,
You have the total budget that we have with ARPA,
right,
and then minus all this stuff, you have about 864 grand. Then you get down to the bridge allocation of $500,000,
Yeah.
which is half of.
it'll
the little-
scroll in a second.
And keep
maybe.
in mind, the 1.3 million that we're bonding, we may not, oh, there we go.
Can we add in the heating system for this building? Or the
Do you
well?
have a number?
So,
I don't understand, you have a heating system in this building that works overtime most of the time. when
well,
it's
that's
the
why it
windows.
Yeah.
doesn't work right,
I think something's missing there,
because
though, and
there's
that's
only
the
one zone in this whole
178 for
building.
So
pay.
you need to.
No, that number got changed because the overall number of ARPA changed.
So we've only got, so,
Right.
like Bonnie.
That was the
Abel's office
leftover
is
amount.
freezing. Mine
And
is
then we
warm,
allocated
Doug's is
it.
extremely hot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause this place
So
does
it
not
should
feel
show
cold
there
by
on-
any means.
Let's
No,
do
so
this.
you can't balance it out, so in the winter,
You try
this side
something.
is hot, that side is cold, in the
So you don't
summertime,
need a
this
new
side
heating
is cold.
system then, cause the heating system's working fine.
So I put it under.
Well,
It
it needs,
no.
you need a
It's
distribution.
not put in right,
system.
thermostat stuff,
So
we've
you
had,
just need
it
another
looked at
zone.
before,
Okay,
but the hot air, I don't know how you do zones in hot air.
You have to.
I came
you have to
up
put
with
a
it by
distribution
subtraction.
section in.
Okay, all right. yeah.
Radiant floor heat, it all goes back to radiant floor heat.
But,
So-
let's just focus on how we
So let's,
can
if we.
incorporate this into the
I don't know
budget.
if it's on this computer.
can you just share that can you share that Excel file with everyone?
I did,
Okay.
but I will once I do this part here.
Okay,
I'm just indicating that I think it's missing 178 for paving.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
is it in there?
Well, we didn't
Well,
have
no,
that,
isn't that? Oh, that's right.
so
isn't
we
it?
didn't have that 178 because that was the leftover of that other number, so it jumped from 178 to like 364. So now, if you can see, total leftover is 186.
I can't
You
see.
can't see, God.
Well,
I
yeah,
still
hold
don't
on, let me
understand how you
see.
get
One of
these.
these,
My bad.
And I don't know which one.
I came to it by
Guessing it's-
subtraction with,
What is your final number?
well, I don't have a final number now because what I don't show is how much we saved on the
I don't
culvert.
even know what's connected.
Because we initially allocated two
Can you send
hundred
us that updated file when you're done, Jamie?
Yeah.
So Todd
wait.
wanted to take all of the culvert money
Yeah,
and not use any of the ARPA funds, seeing how he had it in his budget and he got the grant. So he didn't want, the stuff that he could pay for out of his budget, he didn't want to use the ARPA money
okay.
for, so.
What
it
it
got
shows
back
here
to
is
the-
16, what she shows is $16,000.
That is our share of that grant
Okay. all
to
right,
get that, so that was that one.
Okay,
The $41,000, he didn't use all of for the paving of the driveway for the
What?
town
I
garage.
don't know what is even up there right now, but if you take out the highway money, the highway to reserve, if you were to fund that through ARPA, that brings your budget down to 11.5%.
It's only showing 14.
I don't know even where this is coming from, honestly. I've shut it out of this computer. It's not on this computer.
What the hell? I don't.
know what's broadcasting.
Well, let's take the number that you gave us, 11.5%.
Yeah, keep in mind, guys, that's by taking the money out and using ARPA.
Right. Right,
Okay.
but we need to use ARPA for something in the
Mhm.
next year.
And did we do anything with the putting ARPA money into the beach?
Well, we said $50,000 for recreation. We would
still
just,
shown in his.
it'd be a recreation project. Not necessarily the beach, but I think we would let the community decide so they have some input.
Yeah,
Yeah, like the, what do you call it?
The pavilion.
Let's see how much money we have. I think
Yeah.
there's gonna be more money that could be allocated, but you're saying a new well here and a heating system as
Well, the
well.
well needs, because of if you leave the handle,
Can
the
you bring
handle on
that-
the toilet sticks,
Mhm.
it drains.
what
the
else
well.
can we find with ARPA?
It drains the well.
It does.
Yes, we can't even push out the garden hose.
Really at a loss.
Water out.
What file that is.
It's the working budget, 4.0 read only.
I know, but who's broadcasting that? Cause it's not me.
It's not me.
Well, read only's gotta either be you or Nick.
Yep, I'm not,
Hit Apple, hit window K. on your
It says
computer.
Georgia zoning,
yeah, right up in the corner.
top right.
See, I have nothing open over here.
Are you on my computer or your computer?
I have both going, but I have nothing open on this computer.
Yeah, but is that mine or yours?
This one's mine, this one's yours. And yours, I have yours closed out and mine closed out. I'm just, actually what I'm gonna do, I'm just.
Power them down, I would restart them.
So that,
I'm just redoing mine real quick here.
So basically what you're saying is, just so I wanna make sure I understand this, we would not only be removing the 125,000 to the reserve. We would just be what, do what?
I would go ahead and,
No, I'm just trying to
I would go ahead
understand.
and let them just I would fund your truck right off, cause you can't reserve the money.
Yeah,
So I would just fund his truck this year.
Does he need the truck this year?
no, he needs it in 26, which is.
Well,
It takes 2 years to order.
It takes 2 years to order it
Yeah.
anyways,
So-
and that's still
so
gonna
it's
get
still
you,
within the
still within
Yeah.
the contract lines.
And we were gonna do that anyway, over the course of 2 years, the
Right.
problem is, we didn't know how we were gonna fund it next year.
Right, so this way you're funding it, you're
Yeah.
using your
And
ARPA
you know-
money,
and-
and you're saving it out of your budget for
And
the
his
next
biggest
year.
concern was, well, that's great this year, but next year,
Mhm.
if the new board doesn't fund it, then what?
Exactly.
So this solves it.
Mhm.
And that would get us down to 11%.
Both computers are off.
And no need to make an all-head.
What about
Well,
the back
no, I
computer?
still think 11% is high. I think we are
Doesn't
definitely
have
busy.
anything
We're
on
gonna
it.
have to sell this
It
one.
might, because that's what I think.
People are gonna
we
think
pulled up
11% 's
to
high.
start.
Well,
Oh, is that what you did?
I'm willing to sell it.
Yes.
I have no problem selling.
Well, we're still, to Susanna's point, we still need to get ahead of it, because you gotta remember, to us, 11% doesn't sound like much, cause we were at 16 and 17.
So what else can we we still have money left in ARPA.
Well, we gotta look at the numbers here.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
And I'll have
What
to
can we do
send,
as far as the fire department?
well, I think.
We already
we're-
are.
We already are.
We're doing, that's both of
Alright,
them?
go ahead and hit this again. Here,
Okay.
Yeah, so they
what
already
else?
have money getting funded into theirs.
What about, and this is an aside, would you be able to, would you be able to free up money? Oh.
I'm gonna have to.
What about the
completely
flags?
Change my budget highlights.
Your wife and I are gonna cover the flag.
What doesn't make sense to me, is that we're saying 125,000 is all that we were using of ARPA money to buy a truck. And that didn't come close to 5% when we figured 125,000 before.
Can I,
The budget, I think.
can I see your wish list? Cause these are the wish lists that everybody sent in
Okay, all right.
that we had.
This might
well,
not contain them all.
I think that's, now we're like it's Christmas, but, I think, what else can we do to get that number down?
Well, I don't know if we're going to,
We have the library wish
I think
list
the
here.
number is good, I think we
Yeah,
just
I
gotta
just think-
remember that.
I
It
know.
looks good to us, we still very much need to sell it.
Yeah, can we get it
Historical
over the
Society.
What?
What
I,
is it now?
it's 11%,
Of which.
it's reasonable considering what we're doing.
If you're over 11, you're
We
gonna,
got Bloom
it's not
County,
gonna happen.
No.
Would be my guess.
And-
Public
I
Works.
mean, 11 passed last year.
That's what I mean.
Works,
Yeah.
But looking at the
Town
other
clerk's
increases,
office.
and then
I
somebody
don't have the town
knows that
clerk's
we're the
office.
highest increase.
Yeah.
around,
I never saw
And
you.
even at 11, you're still the highest increase
This was
around,
his
I
quote on
think
the bridge.
you're better off trying to pass 11 than 16.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So I thought I kept, other
I
than.
mean, you can
what
sell
you're
it in the
talking
fact
about,
that,
Well.
yeah, I
and
mean,
the
things are
heating
up.
System.
Yeah.
I think we
Insurances
covered.
are up, things are up.
They say there.
I
we
think
go.
Todd will be pretty
Ice rink
pleased
very
to
bad.
know that he's
Todd-
guaranteed to get a new truck.
Correct.
Todd's gonna be like,
It's 20,000.
Well, no, it's the right thing to do, right?
30,000.
And I think next year, the tough part will be,
We're not gonna.
how do you focus on trying to fund that reserve in the future?
10,000
Cause we're not funding, we're just,
Which we can't put in.
so we're using ARPA entirely, paving's gone.
Now,
We're
can we
using
do the
ARPA for all.
tanks for the
Is that what
fire
I'm hearing?
department?
I think so. I mean, I
You
wrote
still
that.
have,
See right here, I
you
wrote
still
down
have money
25,000
in there for
to
paving.
dig
It's
out.
just being reallocated.
yeah, no, what we're doing is we're not
I think he
funding the
showed
reserve.
40,000 for that.
We're not
Okay.
funding the reserve account with
The
money,
heating
right,
shouldn't be more
out of
than
this
20.
budget.
Right.
We're simply taking that money out
Yeah,
and we're paying $250,000
for the truck
towards
and
the
the
truck.
truck.
Okay, so it's
Okay.
250 towards the truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, so instead of basically, instead of funding, because what we were doing is we were pulling money out of his budget,
Mm-hmm.
you know, to replace that with ARPA for paving. So we could then go down and replace that money we pulled out to fund reserve. We're gonna pull that money out of the reserve, which lowers the budget, right?
Mhm.
Not fund the reserve,
Yeah.
just take 250 out of ARPA and say, go buy your new truck, and you get it in
So
26.
it's one of those trucks is the highway truck and the other is the fire truck, is that what you're saying?
No, we're not
No.
funding the fire stuff.
Okay,
Fire truck, we're
250,000
funding,
is what
we're funding that
cost of a new
20,000.
truck, right?
Of a new truck in 2 years from now, but we're gonna fund it, we're gonna allocate the money out of ARPA
Right
now.
now.
And what that's going to do is it's going to solve
Mhm.
the money, it's gonna reduce our budget by 5% by doing that.
Okay, 250,000 is 5%. right?
No, 125
125,
lowered it down.
cause you gotta remember, we had 125 already in the reserve account that we were gonna fund it. We're pulling that out and saying, we're not gonna fund it, we're just taking money out of ARPA and go buy your new truck. So we've reduced our budget by 200 or 125
125, right,
and then spent 250 in ARPA,
that's what I'm saying, 125 is what we're really lowering the budget. by.
correct?
And that doesn't equate to 5%.
Yeah, I did.
It
It
did?
did,
Yeah.
it took one, it was went
Yeah, I
from
figured-
116.3.
I was guessing 150, but
Yeah.
125 counts, still like
So-
11 point something.
Would we not be able to take the money that we put into the fire department's reserve account and use that for ARPA? Take that, take.
No, because you're not buying anything.
We're not buying anything
Yeah.
with that.
And he just bought something, so he's just trying to build his reserve at this point,
Alright,
which we did put money in there,
Yeah,
yeah,
right? And he's gonna have the truck, which, once he sells that, so he'll have a little bit of
So,
padding.
What about these turnout gear thing? Suppose we bought 10 new turnout gear stuff.
well, we're already,
Let's look at, I don't know if we do, what do we have for money left?
so,
Well, that's what.
alright, so if we're going on the premise that highway paving is gonna get 178, that was the number last time.
Right.
Yep.
So 1430 for the library for the tiles, 40 for the fire department if they need that to dig up the tanks. It's not gonna be that much, like they said, it probably isn't gonna be that much, but,
Lucky there.
right, so so 10 for conservation,
Yep,
50 for
rec, whatever that is.
whether if that means, redoing the
It's
pavilion or
whatever.
whatever,
Figure it out.
whatever. 178 for paving, that's a total of 342,773
Okay,
For what, for paving, or no?
No.
for all of it.
all of those things
So-
is 342,000.
1,009,287 minus 342,773 leaves us with 666,514 minus the bridge repair
500,000.
leaves us with 166,000.
So
But where's
instead do the 250 for the truck, and then just take whatever's left for the bridge repair.
So
So we're not gonna have, so we wouldn't have enough.
Well, no, you're bonding 1.3, the rest
Yep.
was just extra because
Yeah.
it might go up.
Yeah.
You're gonna have less extra, but
Gotta change the budget highlights. That's all gonna change now.
yeah.
But that's
so
okay.
we're
The
gonna add,
money that would be going to the community would be what's in rec, right?
Yep,
But then you're expending all of your ARPA, which is what you need to do.
Right,
You're still
exactly.
gonna add in the heating system.
Yeah, that's right, we
That is-
haven't done her heating system.
Doug is
Or the well.
sweating.
Would we be able to invest some of that money someplace which would allow us to put money into the give money to the library?
we are giving them 30 or $40,000.
30,000 for working on tiles and the fascia of the.
I think if you did that, if you did
Or
30,000.
to allocate however they want to in like maybe
Cheryl?
salaries.
Yeah, I think so.
You can't do that, it's a
Yeah.
one-time, you can't.
Well,
The money we're giving is a
Not unless it
one-time
can
influx for
self-fund itself.
infrastructure and capital purchases. Salaries would be an ongoing cost that we would have to bear long after that money's gone, that you can't
Would they
support
be
with a
able to
one-time
use that
influx.
to free up money in their budget?
One time, and
One
then
time.
they're gonna be
Yeah,
right
but
back
they-
to.
yeah, they
you
don't-
can't support that.
For the most part, the library doesn't have infrastructure because the
Right,
town owns their building.
That money's not going to the library, that money is the town replacing the tile in the building.
Right.
Okay,
So I got an ask,
yeah,
since the heating system keeps getting asked for. The whole project restoring the wetlands down at the town garage. We have an estimate for a
why wouldn't it be?
ADA
Better
compliant
the bridge.
walkway and
That's what we-
platform,
we're just
viewing
separating the
platform
bridge.
out there, $12,000. They'd love to see that get funded.
Isn't that your conservation? You got, I
$12,000 for a walkway.
No, that is not, that project is supposed to come from the select board, not
So, beautify the
conservation.
community,
Conservation oversees it,
conservation.
they don't fund it.
Well, let's see how much money we have, we got.
So again, we're not gonna use,
Well,
we're probably
I will on our
gonna use all of this
Yeah.
or all of
and
this.
the problem on the heat is
Right.
what I'm trying to think, the heating.
Balance.
So we'll have to fiddle with
Balance.
the numbers once we have.
All one zone for the whole.
What about
We'll see all the information for that.
How do you want it,
And I
Yeah.
mean, you don't.
You've heard a lot
It's
of-
more thermostat,
They have to come up.
it's more thermostat.
If
Doug,
we-
got some estimates, I never saw them,
Total for
but
that
I
part.
thought Doug was gonna present them,
For
what?
we're left
the
over.
estimates for
Yep.
sidewalks. Didn't you get an estimate going down Ballard?
We do have-
Well,
Town
we have,
Going farther, but
Yeah,
I
we
never
have-
saw those numbers.
yeah, we have an estimate just for the paving, but not for the rest of the
Like
work.
Doug suggested before was, you kind of.
That's gonna,
pull from
that's
Did
gonna,
you
The
get
actual
an
budget,
estimate for
and
Bartlett?
use ARPA,
well, one, I couldn't get anybody to bid
and that's to offset.
the
that.
excavating part,
Yep.
plus our town guys should be able to do the work.
Well, we could further
I'll take the
reduce the
pine
budget
trees down.
even more.
So that's kind of
And
where we were at,
fund,
so that was, it was a
um,
conversation that was happening, but I couldn't get the numbers.
We could
back.
reduce it by
Okay.
another 60,000 if we
No, next
wanted
year.
to fund 60,000 of
And I-
this for
and-
Keith's
And honestly, Suzanne, I think that's where you want. your
fund, because right now we have
impact
$60,000 in his reserve, which would bring down the
Well,
cost.
are
bring
we
down the
still
budget.
gonna do that?
But we
Yeah.
can't, we
I
can't.
heard,
put this
I
in-
hear what you're saying, but I heard that.
Right, we can't do
We
that.
can't use it in reserve. If we could find places to take it from and then put it in the reserve, right? And then. It's a weird, I don't like the idea of doing that at all, but, if we're left over with X amount, then we could do maybe a little bit more for, just.
How big was this turnout gear thing?
Did he give us a number?
Yes, he has 3 sets of turnout gear in his budget, so I don't know which line it is, but
Yeah.
if you look at his fire department thing, there should be,
That's what I meant, that would be something that I think would be possibly appropriate for,
yep.
So, and the library also asked for like another 10 grand for the online book thing.
Oh, yeah.
But again,
There you go.
that's not a one-time expense.
And well, it is, if the problem is if you put it in the library budget, they can do whatever they want with it.
That's true.
Sure.
So,
So if you do
so it
the,
may not be.
I mean, we could suggest. For stuff.
Can you print this off so we can look at it and see how I can equate it to my numbers?
Give me 1 second. I mean, I can send it to somebody, so.
yeah, he can't print it.
Maybe on this, we think between now and next Wednesday on this.
This is mainly,
Well,
this is just our ideas of what we can do, but it's also if it's gonna impact the budget, then yeah, we wanna have a
Well,
better idea.
we can, I mean, if we have extra, yes, that's fine, as long as we're just sure with what we're gonna do with the budget.
Password in here.
But,
Right, for your computer.
as
Yeah.
Nick said, it's not perfect, but I'm much more comfortable with an 11% budget than I have a 16% budget.
I think we all
And if we can get that down 1 or 2 more percentages, I'd be very happy.
And it didn't come up with your same number, I mean, again,
So-
mine is handwritten, but not. very
So
well.
after everything, if we're gonna do the truck and we're gonna split the bridge repair to do the truck. Like, we're left over with like 166,000 still. But we
We should
could,
increase the community amount from 50 to 100 then.
I think
or
all
we
appreciate-
take that difference and put it back into the bridge repair.
Yeah, I mean, and we should,
Well,
And that,
we
if
also
we
have
put it in the
the
bridge
heating
repair, would that affect?
and the well for the
Put
town.
in
office.
30,000 for the town office.
And the wetlands, don't forget the wetlands.
Listen,
Hey, I have my wish list in there. It just didn't-
no, you didn't.
It's
It
right
wasn't
here.
on his head
I know.
scratching.
Wasn't on mine, no,
It
you're
was
right.
on my wish
If
list
Carl's
list.
is the Bible,
He said he missed mine.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I didn't have
take
her.
it up with Carl.
I did, that's what he said, he's gonna add it on.
No, she has mine, I just didn't
Yeah,
see
it's
it.
in there, I submitted mine with
Heating
everybody else.
system, when your heating system works awesome, I don't know, a little suspect.
You got it.
I'm perfect temperature right now.
It sounds like only one office is cold.
Next
Sounds
time
like a-
April
sounds like she
comes
needs a
in.
space heater.
Half the offices are running space heaters, half the offices have the windows open.
Yeah.
Next time April comes
Yeah,
in,
welcome
call
to-
us.
we have the same problem in our office, and it's called people fluctuate in temperature, and so what you do is you put a nice, you get a thermostat in her office. If it's showing 70 degrees in there, guess what? She should put on a sweater.
So we also gotta be realistic.
Okay, my office is hot enough, it melts the chocolate in
That's
my
what I mean.
office.
Nice.
So I think it should, yeah, we have the same issue at our office, and we have people, it's gotten
Hold on,
so bad,
I'm still
it is
adding
the
stuff.
heating war. People turning it up, people turning it down, we had to
Oh,
put
yeah,
glass
I know what you're talking about.
over it.
And a little thing of heater in there.
So the
And
turnout
the
gear is
well is
14.
Why don't you switch offices?
14?
That's what he has in there currently for turnout gear is
You
14.
can switch offices.
But I think that only funds like half of it from what he was saying, but I'm just,
Said 3 sets, then you can get 3 new sets.
right. But
But,
didn't we need more than
you and
that
I
to fund
hate
to
to
get them all?
Hate it.
Well,
2
I think
sets?
his idea is to
No, I
buy
like to-
3 every
I like to be
year.
comfortable.
I'd like to have 10 extra sets, but it doesn't
In the
necessarily
summertime,
need to buy them all.
freeze.
Right.
In there.
In the
just to get-
summertime you freeze?
Well, cause you got the air on, so it's really, really cold out there. And the other offices, it's really, really hot. So you can't find a
You guys-
balance. We've been battling that.
It's
for
runs
years.
though.
This is in every office. The heating war is a long documented issue.
Plus, it'd be nice to have heat downstairs, cause I could actually use this.
Listen,
It would be nice.
The squirrels,
Do we
the
have-
squirrels chilly down there.
Yeah.
It's chilly down there.
Do we have an estimate on
Yeah.
the well?
I like how people are
No,
using.
Todd just brought that up, cause we were talking about
Mhm.
the water pressure and stuff that we don't have here,
Yeah,
and.
well, is it a well or is it a pump issue?
No, it's a well.
How do you know there's
There's
a
no-
well? What's wrong with the well?
There's,
There's
They let the
there's
curly
water.
water and it drains the well.
yeah,
So if you run
You
the
have to
hose.
drill a new one or dig it? Is it a dug well or a drill
it's
well?
Drill.
You know how expensive that is?
So the well itself
5 to
might,
10 grand anyway.
how much?
It's a lot more than
5 to
10.
10.
It's probably
Are
more
you
than
kidding me? And when's the last time you had a well dug?
that. Yeah.
40 years, no.
Exactly.
You dug it yourself.
Yeah, hand dug, right?
The other thing you can do is just, pipe down from Rosenquist.
Yeah.
There you go, that's cheaper to run pipe than
Hey, if you
anything.
could
Or
have
what
a
we
single-
do,
Community.
all we do is sink a pipe down by the
That's where
fire.
all the water
tanks.
is.
That's right, there's a lot of well over at the fire.
I know,
lot of
excess water.
I got 40 gallons a minute at my house.
Genius.
So you're at,
We could have 18,000 gallons of
You're at-
water.
with that coming out, you're 11.86
Okay,
was that final number, just so you know.
and that was taking out.
That's taking out the 125,
Okay.
da, 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 da. And then if I haven't taken the turnout gear, but if I do that, hold
And
on,
how much was the turnout here? I know
14,000
14.
is all I had in there. So if I take
Oh,
that out,
I subtracted 30
That's
for the
11.34.
office.
No,
I didn't add it, I subtracted it.
we could also fix the mold, that's the leak in the ceiling that hasn't been, nobody's been able to find.
If that
In
added,
the kitchen.
that's in your.
that's in your current budget?
Yeah, let's not be too greedy, okay?
No, wait, if it's in the current budget.
Alright, so. With the addition, I don't know, do you guys wanna add the 14 for the,
Turnout gear, yeah.
Is it 14 grand?
Yeah, 14 grand is what he had in here.
And you said fixing the mold was in there too?
I'm pretty sure, let me just.
so we're just gonna turn this to 50.
Totally should add for fixing the mold.
Town building.
I thought the turnout gear was $11,000 shot, okay.
Well, he said, I don't know, so,
Nobody's been able to find the issue with it yet.
Well, then how much more money do we wanna throw at it?
Well, how much more do you want?
As much money as we already did.
Go look above the refrigerator. It's been patched, repaired, painted. The ceiling's been, we've had people on the roof.
It's all the fault of the bell.
Pretty much.
Open up the sheet rock there, that's where they need to start.
rip it all out.
Is they need to open it up here, not on the roof, they need to look right
Well,
there.
yeah, they've been in the attic, they've been all over the
Yeah,
place.
but I bet you anything, it could be a water line, it could, I mean, who knows what it could be, right?
Well, I just-
They should be opening it right at the door, right here.
Are we beyond sensibility tonight?
There, if it was a leak, it would.
This is burning, this is what burning the midnight
Not
oil
leaking
looks like.
that way.
No.
Even though we're not
it's
even at midnight.
Jinx.
Mhm.
But it's been,
I bet you anything, I bet you anything, if you open up right there, you'll find your problem.
Well, how much
It
money-
won't cost you anything to have the guys open up a hole right there, you just cut a,
Oh, yeah, well,
cut a.
you gotta repair it.
Well, eventually, sure, but you're not gonna get a guy out here that's gonna charge you $250 an hour to cut a hole in the sheet rock.
Well,
You have
I
the
would
maintenance
trust
guys.
But Nick, even so, if it's in the budget,
Yeah,
and that's exactly the sort of thing where ARPA.
how much do we have in there, Doug, for that?
Under town hall building maintenance, we have 7512. That's what we're.
I'll come cut the hole for free.
Yeah, right?
What does it get to, what does it get us to if we ARPA that?
Are you tracking all of these additions on the side?
Yeah,
I'm just trying. to
oh,
see
I'm
if
just
it's-
adding them to the list.
Yeah. 'cause that's a
So 30
lot.
grand for the town office, heating and well, right?
People are gonna pick this apart, you do realize that.
Well, they will, but I think we have reasonable.
Right, you can tell them where you started and where you're getting to.
And something like that is infrastructure, and there's no, it's a very appropriate.
Long-term
Personally,
investment.
me being in this office, I've never seen that there's a heating issue, if anything, I just feel like the
Oh,
heat's too high,
Yeah,
but that's
Too
just.
much
me.
more.
But you can go in the other offices that are probably cold.
You mean on top of
Is that
that?
an increase? I bet you they're not.
It's gonna be
Bonnie's
really nice,
office
it's
is
gonna be
pretty-
ADA compliant.
I think it's a Bonnie,
I
it might be a Bonnie.
No, it's cold in there.
I think we should balance our budget before we hit up the wish list, but,
Well, we put the fact out that we were gonna do a wish list, so,
okay.
I mean, we can't go back on that, right? We're giving people things they actually need
Yep,
and,
and let's also make sure
How we're
it's
gonna do
somewhat
that.
evenly distributed too, if we can.
yeah,
It'll be on an article in the warning.
for the ARPA money?
Well, I don't know, I'm asking, how am I gonna find out what people want?
Well, most of
It's
this,
like we're coming down to one
Well, you're
item,
gonna have $50,000 for the.
Right,
rec.
the
I'm
rec
gonna call
money
it
is, the rec
entertainment.
money is for the community.
Right, so that, you could have people, have a meeting and have people give out suggestions. and-
Yeah.
But the rest, I think we have to allocate.
Yes,
We
exactly.
do.
yeah. So,
Could we do a little bit more at the beach to
We could,
fix that?
we could put more into rec.
I mean,
pavilion?
Yeah, if we're gonna fix the
well,
pavilion.
there's already 50 grand. Like, what do you
I
want?
don't know
Not
what
gonna
it costs
build
to
much
fix
for
the,
50 grand.
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
for
I
the
mean,
pavilion, I mean, you'd be lucky to,
if we could fix up the pavilion, that would, I don't think anybody.
So you gotta remember, we're taking money away from the bridge repair.
Oh, what, no, we weren't doing that.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, we are.
we
At
are.
this point, we are.
Oh,
We are,
Yeah,
okay.
the money to, yeah, we already got the bridge repair allocation down to 250,000.
Okay,
The
then
problem
no, we
is-
shouldn't take away from the bridge repair.
Well, the problem is though, is if the bridge, if that doesn't, the bond doesn't pass.
That
That's gonna-
money's,
that's
that
gonna
money's
put
gonna
it back
free
up.
up anyway, and we'll have to reallocate it.
Right.
So it's better to go with this now, and then if it opens up 250 more, then we
Then
can
we'll
figure it out.
fix
But
Are you writing, so for example, all these totals, are you writing all the different things that they cover?
So heating and well for the office, highway paving, we know what that is.
Yep.
Ice rink, so Susanna's,
Don't do ice rink, I would
Oh, no, I
do
just did-
that. Remove the
Okay.
ice rink, I would do
Rick
rec,
David at ice rink.
yeah, that was his fault.
Ice rink comes out of concert.
rec funds.
This number here, it doesn't mean anything yet, but Susanna wants it in there.
What is it?
It's
So
the
that's the
wetland.
conservation walkway.
The conservation wetlands that needed to be restored when they built the town garage in a wetland.
Okay.
So if you wanna do
Yeah,
that,
put it in there.
okay, so
It's
we'll
12
do,
grand.
so there, you got your walkway, I got my knee.
All right.
You already got heat, my God, it's hot in here. It is hot in here, Jesus, poor Doug is the only one dying, the rest of them are all freezing.
alright, so
Yeah,
carpet tile.
There's like heaters running.
Dude, it's my office as well, they've done it so bad, they pop breakers.
We'll have to have a look
I
at it. No, that would be
literally, and
awesome.
then
I
you
would
watch,
consider,
the entire
you know,
customer service reps,
see what
they
it
all
costs,
run these
because
1500 watt space
You can
heaters.
access the ceiling.
And
I
then
have
they
it
turn
here
them
right
off.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean.
The fire
the way
pump
this
by
is
the-
No, no, I'm
built,
talking to him.
It's easy to.
All right,
get
so
the
this is
seal
not
out,
a
so
heating
it's
issue,
easy to
trust
put
me.
it in.
Well, it is the fact that this whole building's on one zone.
There's a video of a
So-
70-year-old lady putting. it
Alright,
on
so
and-
we know, yeah, I have something for everything, right?
And she's like.
So this is just a reminder, are you guys gonna
And
write
they're
the
like, if this
repair?
lady can do her own, then.
Yeah, I have it
it's
right
more.
here.
I know, I have.
And did you
I
send it?
just need to find out someone else.
Upstairs,
I haven't sent it
We
yet.
Put it in the.
Alright,
whole
so we're-
downstairs.
we can-
I just
Well, I
wanted to
put the stages and just.
Cats love it, we love it, it's just real nice.
get.
Like, it's like, I am.
Oh, I mean, it's,
You just, yeah, have someone set
Well,
Eli.
I'm basically just saying, having reviewed this issue, we
No.
believe that if you are concerned about this issue,
Every house.
less than recommended cover on water transmission
agree.
lines, then we give you permission at your expense to bring in sufficient additional fill to bring the cover to the recommended.
I'd let Devin send it.
Yep. Devin's
Keep the chair.
Chair.
Alright, so,
Wow.
I said, we have no evidence
Yep.
that any fill was removed.
so this is what we're still left over.
Okay.
Send
Go,
me do I need, oh, you want me to sign it, or are we gonna mail it?
Yeah, we already
Email it?
gave it.
I tried to get a
That's that
official
total.
person to send it to, I don't know who
So,
that is.
carpet tile's probably not in.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
I'm happy to sign it.
10,000.
What I'm saying is, let's wait,
Send it to-
Yeah.
and whatever.
Okay,
If it
When you
comes
send it to
to
Tim Smith,
I wouldn't even cost that.
is it
I'll
either
copy
for
it,
the?
because he's the one who brought it to our
Right,
attention.
that's what I
I'm
got.
sending.
Yeah.
They can't be used for salary.
Yeah.
That's my record.
So 54, so that's
I'm happy to sign it. but,
30K for
if we're
the
mailing it,
text,
just
which
throw it
probably
in the
isn't gonna
mailbox.
cost that
Yep.
much, but it's a good.
If we're
fourth.
mailing it.
And this
just
turnout
the
gear.
letter, just put it in the mailbox.
Reinstall bridge and wetlands,
Yep, so why don't you go down the list for everyone?
Okay.
It's just,
alright, so what we have, historical society.
yeah, it'd be great to be able to plug it in so people.
Let's
could
try
see
it again.
You should be fine. I've shut everything off that went up there.
I have zero confidence in this.
Yeah, it's cause the Wi-Fi's garbage.
It really is.
Medium
I was
fiber.
broadcasting on the same Wi-Fi. a
It
minute
keeps
ago.
telling me to check my connection.
It's a ThinkPad.
It's an i7,
Yes.
it's an i7, bro.
What do we need to
Right,
do
like
to
the
get them
Wi-Fi,
to
Wi-Fi.
extend that fiber network to?
Well, you're also,
the
That's
rest
not
of
the router.
There it is.
the router's behind the TV.
Oh, is it?
I
No,
wish.
it's right there. No, that's not.
That's
it.
the
It's
reason
out
why I said, what do we need to
I
do?
want the modem to be back here.
there. No, that's just the computer.
Alright,
What are we looking at?
we're letting,
Yeah, that's the
Hey,
TV.
hey, you don't get flags, but you get fast internet.
Look at that, it looks horrible.
yeah,
It's cause,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Doug.
It's that ThinkPad. It just doesn't have the power.
well, you can kinda see the
Like,
numbers.
he is known for buying junk.
It was free.
I'm just joking. There goes.
You wanna put it in the budget to?
Put it in that
involve
share,
us, like,
put it in
work
that share
something
folder.
yet?
and I'll
You
pull it up.
you wanna get me a new computer?
Put it in the share folder and I'll pull it up.
I'm
here.
just gonna email it
Purposes
to you.
only, select board
Well, I can't do
purposes
that
only.
because I don't have that.
You don't have, but your Dell works great.
No, well, I'm on her computer, so email it.
Send it to everybody and I will upload it.
Alright, hold on, let me.
Yeah, yes, it's share.
I know, he's special though.
Just email it to administrator.
You're pretty brave leaving that knife on the table right there.
It's
without
it's
touching.
equally distributed between him
See,
and
that
I.
works, doesn't it, Deb?
I have a 50% chance of getting it before he does.
It's just named book, I didn't name it. I just shared the link with you.
Did you email it to the rest of us too, like I
No.
asked you?
No, not yet.
Please? For God's sakes.
I share with people.
Where, did you email it or did you share
I shared the link with the administrator.
it? Okay, let me get an email here.
Send it to all of us, please.
Hold on.
Cause I don't wanna have to, when it goes blank on the screen, I still wanna be able to look at it on my computer.
Well, this one won't go blank. This is up there.
Okay.
You can tell Nick's had sugar again tonight.
I'm like overtired and wanna
He
get
needs
this
a
done.
couple Red Bulls, doesn't he, Jamie?
I think we're getting punchy.
I think so.
Yeah, I've been up since 4.
I feel you, dude.
I got up at 2.
No, nice.
I was up at
Well,
Wow.
I'm petrified that my windows were gonna get blown.
Oh, yeah, that was fun.
No, we had a barn window.
Well, did anybody get any real wind?
Are you serious? I thought my house was gonna blow away.
My dad is,
It's pretty normal for me on Lake.
My bed.
I set up on the hill up there, I mean, it was, it was
Why?
My dad woke up and a giant tree came down and totaled his truck. Totaled his truck and my brother-in-law's truck in Brooklyn.
A little while ago, I threw our Christmas tree over this hill on the side of our, on the side of our property, it goes down quite a ways.
Came back.
There should have been no way. it could come back.
It came back.
It came back.
Came back to haunt you.
It's like, oh
I
my
have my
God,
window
these-
open a little.
It said it wasn't dead yet.
It's like, these windows are gonna shatter. So I
Hold
got-
on, it's not letting me just save it to, or send it in an email either.
Oh,
Share, I got it.
Don't do it like that.
I'm sending it in a.
Way up on the top of
Yeah.
the peak of the barn.
You're,
And
I
then
think it was IT or something.
landed
Well,
enough snow. I
well, the
guess.
daycare dad came today, he's like, Cheryl, I put your spots.
dude, I'm over it. Seriously, I am seriously over it.
Save it to your computer.
Downstairs. I couldn't fall back.
Yeah, you're sending a link, though.
It's a link to the SharePoint page.
Yeah, but don't even do that. Just attach the file and let people save it.
And I thought for sure the power was gonna go out, but I kept looking and the alarm clock was on, and I forgot the batteries in it, it did go out.
Why, you're looking over my shoulder, so I'm like, I'm losing my mind.
It's what my boss does to me all the time.
Changing you at all.
Not at all, not in the least.
Do you have those TPS reports?
Yeah, exactly. Did you get the email about the TPS
Yeah,
reports?
it's not any,
No, I
I
gotta
love
say,
that. What exactly do you do that you do here?
What do you mean? What's important? Very important person here.
I made sure.
9 o'clock last night, I finally got my standby generator.
Oh, did you lose your
I
power?
didn't use it, but I wanted to get it working, you know, I haven't started
So
it.
you have a generator?
Yeah.
Can I borrow it the next time we have a windstorm?
For the right
That
price,
could be
yeah.
something- that could be something too, is a generator for the garage, so that we'd have.
If anyone's getting a
Didn't we
generator, I
already
want
buy
money
one?
to budget for me.
No, we didn't approve him to buy one.
I thought we
The
did.
library
Yeah, we
board,
did.
heat sinks, is that the thing?
No, you approved generator, the contractor over there for replying, you didn't approve him to buy a
I
generator.
don't really have talking about this generator for a long time.
Yeah, cause the one
Right,
one
that
was
was the one that-
portable.
The one that Park didn't have.
We really quickly went through $1 million.
Right, you wanted to buy parks.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he did that. He like repairs them and stuff.
Oh,
Those new, they're handy.
he rebuilds cars and everything, I think.
Yeah, I guess he rebuilds generators.
Angus does, I
Oh,
got
really?
like tractors and cars and all kinds of stuff, yeah,
How many kids they have? 'Cause
a bunch.
I was thinking,
They all
one
look
was
the
in
same
my
too.
son's class.
alright, I'm having mental breakdown here.
Need another red.
You wanna just put it on this thumb drive?
It's like literally not giving me the
Okay, here we
option.
go, wait, I think I got one from you, hold on. Here is a document shared with you,
Yes,
open, let's see if that.
like it's not letting me save it to my device, like. Stupid Office 365 is what it is.
There we go. You shared a file, hold on, I'm gonna try to save this. Save as,
And you're just, this only documents the remaining $1 million
save it.
worth. Is that
Oh, yeah.
what you're saying?
Yeah,
'Cause the other's already been allocated, right? That's
well,
great.
you're gonna see it in here, yeah, because it's the 1 million and then everything we've talked about.
Well, we already allocated or spent 392 is what it amounts to.
So if we get this done tonight, do we have to?
That's the
do
way I
this?
understand.
Yep.
Her thing,
Okay.
add this and this, you come up to 392.
Well, we've added more things.
No, I know, so, but that's what your system.
So yeah, that's irrelevant now.
Eat pies? Anybody eat pies? That's my favorite.
Jamie, did you share this with the rest of the board? You still haven't, yeah.
Crazy. not to eat
I'm
pie.
trying.
Can we just
to-
look at this now?
Crazy not to eat pie.
Yeah.
I know, I made a bunch of pie crust for,
What?
Christmas, I gotta
There again. Okay.
make some pies with it. I don't have to play them, but then you get pies this year, can you get pies this year, so I made how many pies, wrapped them up.
Is Shannon still there or did she bug out?
She bugged out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call this, maybe ARPA.
ARPA fund.
Book two.
I just put it in there, so it should be in the, that share, SB share, select board share. Okay, so here you go.
I want to just show you that it's literally not. Let me save it to my computer. It is
I
like,
don't know, I saved it to mine, so.
Did you turn it off and turn it back on?
There you go, buddy. Download a copy.
Oh.
I missed that, what was that? Must have been a good one.
Yeah, you have to download
it
the
might,
copy,
it
it's,
might be.
it's a Microsoft.
You go all the way up top, he only has
Probably
500,000.
That's why I can't save it.
Goes above that. Here's ARPA funds for what?
I don't
500,000
I don't have Office on my computer.
20,000.
Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, cause it computed that.
But then you have 250 for
What
that.
did you do with this, Johnny?
What's that?
What did you do with this? What is that number going to?
You can delete that.
That's what I was wondering,
Jesus,
do you already,
Jamie.
Hey, stop it. Cause it's down further.
Yeah, I saw it down further, I just wasn't sure if that
okay,
was.
can we start at the top and just see?
Alright, yeah, go up to the top. So this is the number we're starting with.
Yeah.
What's,
And then-
no, I'm sorry, let me see that number again, I just.
Can we blow it
You
up a
make
little
that
bit?
200,000 is what,
Can you see it?
rec funds or what?
Well, that was something that you had in there,
Yeah,
so it was,
Yeah, there you go, just go down.
again, you can probably get rid of these numbers too, I don't even.
No, that's it for reference.
Okay, so this is the started number,
Mhm,
Yep.
and then as you go down, these numbers here are all subtracted from that number, and this is the total.
But do we have like
Total
all
left or total taken out?
Scroll down.
the total?
So there's that minus that number,
Yeah,
Okay.
That
that's
leaves
what's
you
left
this.
over.
then you add the bridge,
Yeah.
new highway truck.
Yeah,
And that
And then
leaves
you
you
have
110.
110 left.
and that, if you go up, and that includes the well and the heating. It includes the wetlands, the bridge, the turnout gear, the dig up the tanks, the tiles.
Miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous for the historical society, cause that was just the difference.
Okay.
That they asked for 20, but they also wanted to be reimbursed for that.
But you have fire department, 54,000.
Well, if they asked
Yeah,
for
but
20 and wanted to
54,000
be reimbursed,
is
why'd you
25 to 30K to dig up the tanks and then
14,000 for the turnout
well,
gear.
then that's 44,000, 42,000. Where's the other 50? Where's the 54,000?
Yeah, Susanna, what's up?
30 and 14 is 44.
He said
Yeah.
that historical society
Well-
wanted 20,000 plus reimbursement, but he subtracted.
25 to 30.
Yeah, we subtract
Okay, wait, there's
historical,
too
that's what
many-
we talked to them about. We would give them that out of the 20,000.
Yeah, we should be allocating, we should be
Right, so
assigning.
if you wanna do 30K there, then it will be 44 here,
Yep.
so just put 44 here.
Alright, I'm just gonna put 30K, not 25 to 30.
Yep. You always err on the high side.
Okay, so change this to
that's gonna be
40.
And change that, okay, all right.
But this number here why is this 14 and not 25?
Well, because they asked for, we allocated them 20, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, but-
they asked if we reimburse them for stuff they had already done.
Yeah, but then
This
that's
year.
25.
Oh, so you
That-
already gave them, you already gave them
We
that
already
first
gave them the
5,000.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we only
paid
have.
That wasn't clear.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah,
So we subtracted from the total, the top number.
Alright, so let's just go.
Library agenda, just.
Yeah, you almost need to put a negative there. That should be a negative number and subtracting.
Well, it's obvious.
Yeah, well, that's obvious to you because you created the file, but it created a lot of questions.
Now you,
No, you just gotta change the formula. There you go. There.
okay,
44.
now we don't suspect that this is gonna be 30,000, but
Well,
we'll just leave it there.
Well, I mean, there's two things that I think we've talked about at the library. One is the tiles, and two is some fascia repair.
But that's already budgeted, isn't it?
I don't
In
think so,
the,
no.
I
Well,
thought we
no.
I
The
thought
fascia repair, well, it's in that, it could be in that, yeah. it could
in
be
the
that.
repair
Yeah, these are
budget,
just,
we bulked that, didn't we bump that up a little bit, knowing that we had to do some repairs? I could have sworn in the budget we saw it a little.
for, yeah,
Well,
so
maybe they
if
could
you wanna
get a
do
few
this,
windows.
I just kinda, she said 12,000 for wetlands.
So we should break that out though,
Yeah,
12,000
Yeah, I think
wetlands.
that should be 2 lines, 10 for bridge, 12,000.
Well, I'm just gonna put it over here on the
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah,
And then what, it was 10,000 for this?
Yeah.
And then what we'll do is we'll make a nice little sheet, what I'll probably do is I'll build a budget presentation. We can kind of run through it and we'll have slides of what we take the town
That was
through.
just
Yeah.
what we.
And one of them will be
agreed
an ARPA
upon.
slide of this. Here's all the things we wanna
We don't
do,
have,
right?
I don't have a number, but that should,
well, now,
that should get us there, one or the other.
Yeah, or do we walk them through a
Very
budget?
hard.
that
to
brings you
see.
down to the
Oh, is it?
388.
Yep,
Well, there's
so
too much
top
lighting.
number
Yeah.
minus 388 is 620. So then 250 for the bridge, 250 for the truck, leaves you with 120 left over.
Okay, I
Where are we
would right
spending?
away put more back into bridge repair allocation, but,
Well, you could dig that up to 3.
Yep,
Yeah,
so you're down to
and
70,000.
do we do
That
this?
70,000 would include that 50,000 for rec.
yeah, that's already up here.
Oh, that is up there?
Could you bump it up to 70?
Rec.
Yeah, I'd say just throw the rest into, if we have
Well,
leftover, let's throw
What
it
if
over.
you put 70 towards the pavilion
Yeah,
Leave the
direct,
50
so do 70.
for, and instead of calling it rec, call it, small, I don't know what you wanna call it.
Pavilion project or
No,
recreation.
no, 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 no. Just like town, townspeople's small ideas, or
Sure.
I don't know what you wanna call it.
Community
So
funds.
Community ideas,
I
yeah.
thought we were keeping that just to the 50,000, and we were gonna allocate.
But instead of calling it rec, call that,
Community
call the 50,000 community project.
So she's
Yeah.
saying take
70
the
for
rest,
rec.
use this
Yeah.
for rec, use this 70 for community.
No.
No,
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 use the
70
50 for
70
community,
for
70 for rec.
Pavilion,
Okay, so
specifically
So
for
we
the
wanna-
pavilion.
there you go, and then
And
we
then
have to add
50
another line item. in
You know,
here.
then you could have a meeting and say, hey, does anybody have ideas?
Right,
You gotta bring us a budget, and then we'll look at them, talk,
Right, that leaves you
talk
50.
about them and say, we can fund
So
these
can you put in another line item?
yeah.
that are a couple $1,000, $5,000.
Community
Yeah,
activities.
so
Good
right
idea.
underneath, yeah, right under here, just underneath this one, cause it's still a
And
rec.
I think people were
rec thing,
specifically
right?
looking for
So you
that.
just add-
Yes, I think other towns did that, and this town hasn't, and I'm.
Is
waiting
it
for that.
that we're having people propose ideas,
50.
that they bring a project that will generate revenue?
No, I
That
think
would be
that,
Say the same would get priority,
There you go.
Community.
there you go.
you could say that.
Come up with
So
ideas,
if-
revenue generating
If you
ideas
need
with this money.
$2,000 to
And
put
then-
on an event that you're gonna charge money for, and it will bring in $8,000, then that
Or
would
you're
get
gonna have to
funded,
add this,
you know what I
this,
mean?
Okay.
Oh, you didn't do a summon?
That's a good twist on it.
Dude, summit.
You're more door than window, okay, oh, sorry, okay.
My daddy was a glassmaker, bro. A stained glass window maker. No, grabbed all the
Hey,
cells.
hey, I know a lot of churches that could use
So
somebody
now
with
you
that
insert
skills.
something else.
Yeah, it automatically changes, the whole thing flows.
Well, why is it
Why
gonna?
is there a total left over?
Yeah.
I
alright,
in
so
particular
because
would
some
like
did
it if
not-
my church had some Star Wars stained
Someone
glass
isn't
windows.
captured in here.
Did you do all this up here too? Did you do this all the way down?
I did this all the way.
Jedi.
So,
So
So
that,
let's not.
confused, what's the?
Sum of C20. yeah,
Yeah.
so that to C34.
So 439, that carries
So that
down.
must be, you must have.
What's the 70,000 again? Okay.
Hold on a second.
Whoa, go back up. What's the 570? That's a total after, okay. So
Total after.
this
no,
number's
wait a
different.
minute.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
And then you have that.
So just,
so click on the cells, just see, let's see. Well,
Hold on. Whoops.
Don't break it.
oh, it's only a formula, can be read.
Sum of. That's. And then go back in here, that's. Negative
Mm-hmm.
here. Enter. And here. Negative.
Thank you, this is so much better.
Okay.
No, this was good, it's just you can visually see it being taken away.
listen, I didn't take accounting for
No,
this.
no, I'm not saying it, that, what,
No, and that was the point, was a rough
yeah,
idea.
you got us there, you got us there.
So I
I just,
understand.
when
We're
I
at
have
the
to see the
50,000.
red for me. in
Doug's
my mind.
changing everything, so now it's all jacked up.
Sorry, it'll make, don't worry, we're good, you got us there, you got us there, you got us
So
there.
somehow we ended up with 20,000 extra, so no, if you
Because
wanna
we
put that.
put that number in there and it just,
I'd say put 20,000 in.
Well, no, we gotta make sure the formula's.
yeah, we
right.
gotta make sure everything is equaling out.
The 20, something's going on, if we're exactly 20,000 off, it's gotta be something to do with this.
Well, so that would mean that
Well,
this
no,
number
that's-
is in the.
That's right. Yeah, no,
C
this
17.
is, this sum is C20 through C34, so that's okay.
C20, yeah, that should be right.
Okay. Actually, let's just do this.
Just literally, yeah.
Let me. We have too many things going on here, so let's get rid of that, let's get rid of this. And then let's make this the sum of C17.
Oh, that's a combo dinner. General size.
So it's still 20,000, I'm guessing there was something that, because he was doing minuses of these, and one of them must have got missed, I'm guessing.
It was working, the numbers were right before you changed it, bro.
So you're saying that there is no 20,000 and not just 20,000 left over?
There's 20,000 left over.
Alright, yeah,
So
throw it
this-
into the community.
Yep, that's what I say.
Well, that's what we did, we took the leftover number that was there and put it here,
Well,
and it
just
should have
gotta
been
move it.
0.
Do the Rex funding to 90.
Did this get shared?
Alright, let's do this, hold on, 60. And
Still didn't get shared with anyone.
80. How's that? We'll split it between the two, and that should be 0 at the bottom.
There you go.
Boom.
Alright,
That might
So
give
what
us
did you
new
split?
poles to stand on the pavilion up straight.
or
The
make
rec
them
fund's
put it
gonna
up
get
to a
them-
point where we can start renting it out and making some money.
Okay.
Okay, so the only money we're gonna ask the community for input on is that six or 800?
Yeah.
60,000.
Yeah, okay.
60,514.
All right, because we are going to devote 80,000 funds to something at the beach, like repair of the pavilion.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's in your SharePoint, go grab it.
Okay, where is it?
Oh,
It's in where?
Put it in it's in the SB
Okay,
share.
perfect.
Just
It's
print it
called
out.
Jamie ARPA.
Can somebody print that out for me?
I'll take credit
Alright.
for it.
So the last thing I have to ask is, so if we're good with this, then we have our number for our
we're good with the budget as it currently stands.
11.88.
And we didn't change anything for the highway paving, we still gave them the 178.
Correct.
So we it shouldn't have impacted.
Correct.
What'd you say, 11.88?
11.88.
Hold on.
Yeah, cause we have
Yes,
that
you
in
have
there.
that in there. And then we're at, 11.34 now.
So are we taking-
Turn up here.
Are we, and also are we taking out the reserve fund for the highway?
Yes,
We're
we
buying
already
this,
did.
did we already do
Yeah, we
that?
already did
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Nope,
what brought it down to
Right,
11%.
that's 11.34.
The only, I mean, if we wanted to, we could have taken out the $60,000 for the fire and used some of the ARPA money. Well, no, because we would have had to play around with other money to
Yeah.
do that. So yeah, no,
I think that
we're good.
this is a
We're
good
good.
plan. Alright, so we will take this up again on Wednesday. Can I get a?
Well-
4 to 8.
But what I wanna know is if you guys are good with this,
Yes.
we're
Pump it
gonna
in.
put, now we're gonna put this into Nemrick and we're gonna run the numbers and
Yeah.
write a sheet on it.
And this is saved, so I can, what I wanna do is I wanna update Todd because we made changes to his budget. But to the positive, I just need to update him and make him aware.
Yeah, we'll send him an email that says, we messed with, we're gonna make you we're gonna make you very happy. We messed
Yeah,
with
now
your.
you're
We messed with
guaranteed.
your budget.
It's on auto save, so I don't know if it has saved yet.
It will, yeah.
But look on the bright side, from now on, whenever we go to Todd and we're like, we messed with your budget, he's gonna be like, really?
Jamie, good work on the ARPA stuff, dude. That's awesome. Thank you for keeping track of that. No, that's helpful, dude.
Can I get a motion? Oh, yeah.
Not yet. So the next meeting, 4 to 6, 4 to 8, and are we including the hire?
Yes.
Yeah.
If it's not a special budget meeting, then I would say yes.
Didn't you just send us a document that says that it's not, we have a lot more leeway than certain people say?
They
we do?
suggest that we don't.
We
Can
don't,
you-
oh,
Can you do the meeting on Monday instead of Wednesday
I don't
for your
think,
rec meeting? Or for this meeting, I mean? I'd just like to buy as many days as we can.
Don't
to
forget
work on
that
everything.
Monday is conservation and it's a holiday.
Oh, Monday's a holiday, we're not.
What holiday?
It's Martin Luther King Day. We're
Not
on.
a holiday unless I get the day off.
Conservation always falls
We're
off.
I don't get the day off, but that's a holiday.
Well,
Okay,
that's weird. I get a flex holiday off at the hospital, but not Martin Luther King Day.
They can't give you every holiday they make up.
No, I know,
days.
I know.
Just-
Okay.
It's alright, cause I get like 27 days off a year, so it's.
4 to 6, 4 to 8.
how many other holidays do you get that are named after a pastor?
I know we only have
Only one.
one town.
Only one.
It's actually
Yeah.
how it's being
I
said.
mean,
The needs of the.
Jesus was around.
municipalities, the
The
needs of
county
the-
and municipality are the same thing.
I'm putting 4 to 8.
They're.
You know,
synonyms.
I just wanted to try to bump it out
Studying
so we can get more
Makes
time
it
to
sound
put
like you're
everything
saying
together.
the town.
So Tuesday, there's no DRB meeting.
Okay, so if we're scheduled, if we got our schedules clear,
You're,
We don't.
I don't know if I
Where
can
we
be,
go.
I don't think I can be there on Monday.
Well, you want me to dumb it down?
Well, not
Just
Monday.
keep it
What
simple.
about
No,
Tuesday?
no, but keep it simple, right?
Tuesday?
a bit.
Actually, you guys are
simpler.
salary, come on in.
There's
Can
one
you do
paragraph I
Tuesday?
put at the end.
I'll
of
probably would
Just-
work it.
just-
Tuesday's fine.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get as much time that we can put
And I
back
didn't
into
really look for
getting
what's
the rest of
missing
it
or
done.
whatever,
Yeah.
I just.
Okay.
Well, we should have not rescheduled today, cause it turned out to be nice.
Jack, so Tuesday's okay with you?
Tuesday, yeah,
Nick?
Okay with you?
Tuesday?
No,
No?
no,
I thought we were doing Wednesday.
I know, I was trying to bump it up a day if we could to get it more time.
Tuesday at the DRB meeting.
Yeah, it's canceled.
What?
What's
We don't have anything.
What's
Nothing to do. DRB.
Look at the weather
I'm out of
and
town.
let me know. If-
So I know the afternoon seems to be hard for people. Can you do a morning?
Yeah, I work Monday through Friday.
Yeah, but if
No,
you
not
get up
even.
at 2 or 3.
I also work Monday through Friday.
And I work.
Okay.
morning
You have a drone?
So.
I don't, I got rid of it. I got sick flying it.
So are we
well,
I hate
Taking with 2 o'clock again on Tuesday?
That's fine, as long as, again, we gotta keep an eye on the weather.
Wait, so
Well, it's up to
For
you,
the
it's
picture,
totally up to
not
you,
the
this is for the
picture.
picture.
can't we just make those, because I gotta take off work early already if we're gonna, it would just be easier if we could do the budget and the picture the same day.
Yeah.
So we're all meeting here and then we can get right into budget.
Yeah,
Is that possible?
yeah.
Can we do it? I mean, what's the weather like? 'Cause that's the other.
You can take a picture and just add in,
Yeah,
right, Jamie?
Chat GPT, right? Like,
What day
add
are we
this
doing
photo. Actually, Bing has a really cool image creator. You'd be like, select board budget meeting of frogs.
I mean,
No,
the other,
It is truly scary. I thought my job would not be able to be replaced by AI, but. ChatGPT.
No, it's up to- Nick, it's totally up to you.
Sermon.
Not up to me, it's up to
well, you
everybody.
should see the new, I've been a Photoshop person since it came out.
Mhm.
And things that would take me 20-30 minutes to do, I just started
Instantly.
playing in the new beta.
Yeah.
Photoshop AI, and I can do it.
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
I
I've
have a
been
couple, so I
playing
just
with that
watched a
too.
video last night in bed about 3 new companies that just launched AI companies. Oh my god, I was instantly
You
thinking
wonder
you
what
going, you would
company-
totally geek out on this.
And,
But that was
the
at
thing
11
is,
o'clock at
30
night.
30
11
years
o'clock
of
at night.
building knowledge.
Okay, can we like?
Dawn
And
in
it's
second.
gone in
Things
second.
we go.
Can we get a, motion to close this?
We have.
We have to decide when we're having this next meeting. I still haven't heard.
Are we doing it on Wednesday?
Wednesday would be easiest for me, cause I already have it scheduled.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Doug, who was.
I was just trying to get
Got
more
as many
time to
days
build
as
this.
Wednesday is supposed to be, right now it says cloudy, but
And Tuesday is sunny?
rain snow. So yeah, Wednesday is the better day.
So Wednesday at 2 for the photo.
So I can do a backup option for that, which I can set up a background in studio right here and just shoot everybody individually.
Or I was thinking plan B could be just the logo you created on the front of the book.
Right.
Like, I mean, that was simpler, right? It's
Yeah.
super simple.
Yeah, trying to get everyone together, maybe.
Well, we talked about
Well, what if we
doing it
do
for
historical
badges
Site,
anyways and putting pictures on the
What?
website, so, and we were gonna do that.
the
no
building
matter
that they
what.
burned or.
Yeah,
Alright,
I mean, we. in the
Well, I
past,
just gotta
we've
let the
got
community
pretty
know,
much-
getting the
So,
people together is
Carol.
a challenge with the bad weather. It might
Yeah.
be easier just to.
I honestly, and it's not me trying to get out of it, but just having the logo on it is gonna go far. Like, it's
Okay.
simple, it's
In the
easy,
past, we've asked townspeople for pictures they've taken.
or that too, yeah,
And
but
then you
we,
guys can pick one, you know, it's gonna have to be one that's high res and some
What
people
about a
send
cow?
out pictures that aren't that.
oh.
they can't,
Totally
they
get cows on
can't
Plains
fill
Road.
in a release, Cheryl.
Like how?
They can't sign a release.
Well, you know what, I can forge the ones over. at-
Actually, there's a guy that takes a lot of photos of Arrowhead with like eagles and stuff like that, so.
There's a lot of nice pictures out there.
But seriously, I can bring this up, cause
I
I'm.
think the community feels like they're
Yeah.
part of the town if they get asked for something like that.
Well, we're kind of on a short thing.
I know, but say in the
Jessica
next
Sweeney
3
has some
days, we
really
need a
good-
picture. We'll get
Jessica
some
Sweeney
pictures.
has a really good picture of was it an owl or an eagle that she had just gotten? An awesome picture.
Well, like I said, eagles don't really signify the town of Georgia, so we really should have, I think, the logo or.
A cow.
A cow.
A cow does,
Just keep it simple.
keep it simple. I vote we use the logo.
Alright, so picture is out.
Have we ever done a cow plop in this town? That would be a totally good picture.
What?
A cow
Well,
plop.
Let's keep
No,
it
it's
going.
not an exciting picture, but it's revenue generator.
Picture and then meeting Wednesday at 4 to 8, and if we get out early, we get out early, now we can adjourn.
Alright, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, thank you, everybody.
Nick didn't, he's opposed, I'm pretty sure.
He wants to stay longer.
I've got more work to do. We're just getting started, come on, guys.